Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hitler's True Believers: How Ordinary People Became Nazis by Robert Galately. Narrated by Paul Heitch. Introduction. What paths did true believers take to Nazism? Why did they join what was initially a small, extremist, and often violent movement on the fringes of German politics? When the party began its election campaigning, why did people increasingly vote for it during the years of the Great Depression from 1929 onward and make it the largest in the country? Even then, many millions withheld their support, as they would, if covertly, in the Third Reich. Were the recruits simply converted by hearing a spellbinding Hitler speech? Or did they find their own way to National Socialism? How was this all-embracing theory applied in the Third Reich after 1933 and into the catastrophic war years? To what extent did people internalize or consume the doctrine of National Socialism or reject it? In the first half of the book, I examine how ordinary people became Nazis, or at least supported the party and voted for it in elections down to 1933. We need to remember that Hitler squeaked into power with the help of those in positions of power who wanted to get rid of democracy forever. Into the Third Reich, I trace how the regime applied its teachings to major domestic and foreign political events, racial persecution, and cultural developments, including in art and architecture, and how people reacted or behaved in that context. The story begins with a focus on Hitler. Like millions of others, after Germany's lost war, he was psychologically adrift, searching for answers and some kind of political salvation. How did he find the tiny fringe group, the German Workers' Party, DAP, that he and a few others transformed in 1920 into the imposing-sounding National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, or Nazi Party? Insofar as Hitler had fixed ideas at the end of the Great War in 1918, high on the list was nationalism, in spite of the aspersions cast against it by mutinous sailors and rebellious soldiers tired of the fighting. Some aspects of what became his doctrine or ideology stemmed from the cluster of ideas, resentments, and passions widely shared in Germany at that time. His views, and those of his comrades, also reflected the fact that Germany was already a nation with a great deal of egalitarianism baked into its political culture. Almost without exception, the Nazis emphasized all kinds of socialist attitudes. To be sure, a socialism cleansed of international Marxism and communism. Indeed, when he looked back from 1941, Hitler said of the NSDAP in the 1920s that 90% of it was made up by left-wing people. He also thought it was decisive that he had recognized early in his career that solving the social question was essential, and he insisted that he hated the closed world in which he grew up, where social origins determined a person's chances in life. A sense of the persistent appeals of both nationalism and socialism after 1918 was that many of the new or renamed political parties in the Weimar Republic, including the German Catholic Center Party, either possessed or adopted some form of socialist, nationalist, or racialist signifier in their new or modified names. Even the stodgy old conservatives had to change themselves into the cumbersome German National People's Party, DNVP. The political left in 1918 and 1919 soon fractured into the moderate Social Democratic Party of Germany, SPD, and a breakaway from it in the Communist Party of Germany, KPD. It is worth noting the obvious, that both felt they still needed Germany in their titles, if only as a continuing nod to nationalism. The renamed liberals and conservatives went their own way. that Germany, on the eve of Hitler's appointment as Chancellor in January 1933, continued to have a socialist-oriented political culture can be illustrated by pointing to the last free elections of the Weimar Republic the previous November. No less than 71.6% of the vote went to parties with socialist or communist in their titles. It is true that these parties were bitter enemies, though they still shared widespread socialist attitudes and expectations. On top of that, a hypothetical survey of German public opinion at the same time likely would have shown that the overwhelming majority, cutting across all party lines, would have resolutely rejected the humiliating Versailles Treaty of 1919 that blamed Germany for the Great War, forced it to pay reparations, limited its armed forces, and reduced its territory. No genius leader was needed to figure out that combining nationalism, socialism, and a hefty dose of militarism might produce a socially dynamic movement that could mobilize the entire nation. When Hitler returned to Munich in late 1918, it would have been impossible for him to overlook the anti-Semitism that was endemic in the city and much of the country, as it had been since well before the Great War. To some extent, he must have been steeped in an atmosphere hostile to Jews during his pre-war years in Vienna. However, there is no reliable evidence that he had given expression to any race hatred before 1918, and in fact, he had gotten along quite well with the Jews in his immediate environment. He remembered that when his mother was suffering a lingering, painful death, Dr. Eduard Bloch, a Jew, did his best to help, and decades later Hitler saw to it that the doctor obtained safe passage out of the country. It was all the more appalling that from 1919 Hitler made radical and rational, as opposed to merely emotional anti-Semitism, a foundational part of his political philosophy. Unsurprisingly, therefore, during his search for a political credo after 1918, he latched onto conspiracy theories that circulated in great abundance, by which he could explain the complexities of his world, as well as the lost war, the disgraceful Versailles Treaty, and the Red Revolutions across the land. According to such beliefs, the nation's setbacks in foreign policy and the discord in social life all became explicable as the result of visible and omnipotent international wire pullers. Such conspiracy theories were so prominent at the time of the Nazi Party's creation that it was unnecessary for Hitler to convince the first cohorts of true believers of his ideas, which were anything but unique, original, or restricted to Nazism. In due course, Hitler worked out a more complete political doctrine, cobbled together from nationalism, socialism, and anti-Semitism. Between 1920 and 1945, he outlined often how this theory would be used to revolutionize German society. In a September 1933 speech, for example, he observed that the Nazi Party had already secured an absolute takeover of political power. Merely to regard such a victory as the achievement of their goal, however, would be a grave mistake, he boasted proudly, because National Socialism was far more than a conventional political belief. It was a Weltanschauung, or worldview. Getting power, therefore, was simply the prerequisite to begin the quest for the real mission, one that necessarily would entail a transformation in almost all aspects of völkisch, racial life. There would be ideological rejuvenation and the attendant racial cleansing, as well as sweeping spiritual, mental, and cultural change, by which Germany would prove to the world its authority to lead and to dominate. The racial cleansing, we should note, pertained to finding a solution to the Jewish question, as well as getting Germany's eugenic house in order through a thoroughgoing sterilization program. National Socialism sought more than to mobilize the politically homeless, because it aimed for the broadest possible constituency, and to do so by offering the big idea to all racially fit Germans. To the true believers, this doctrine explained all that was wrong in their world and how to put it right. There would be a new order, a harmonious community of the people, or Volksgemeinschaft, as an alternative to their politically riven and class-torn society. Together, they would strive to overcome the defeat in the war and its attendant demoralization by cleaning up society, rejuvenating the militarist spirit, and restoring hope. This quest for renewal and redemption would rekindle German values into an Aufbruchstimmung, a sense of euphoric awakening that would sweep through the country and inevitably spill over the borders into vast stretches of Europe. Needless to say, there remained millions of people for whom everything about Nazism was unattractive, and as though he were admitting precisely that, Hitler said that it would take generations to create the kind of social world he desired. Although the true believers even disagreed vehemently among themselves on vital issues, and did not necessarily accept every aspect of National Socialist doctrine, such as how far and fast to push the socialist planks in the Nazi Party platform, each, in their way, committed exuberantly to the faith. Right after Hitler's appointment, the dictatorship familiarized the nation of just over 65 million with its agenda by attacking political opponents and using public violence against race enemies, such as the Jews. Indeed, broadly defined race thinking became part of the dominant ideology and rapidly made its way into everyday life, such as through the innocuous-sounding law on the restoration of the civil service in April 1933. Although primarily aimed at Jews and political enemies, this law required all civil servants to fill out ancestral questionnaires and to prove their Aryan ancestry. The implications of this measure were vast, precisely because of the size and scope of the bloated German bureaucracy, which included state employees from professors and teachers to railway employees, to those working for various authorities in Berlin, as well as in regional, local, and municipal government. In May 1939, this corps of civil servants grew to 4.7 million strong, so that forcing them to confront questions about racial ancestry immediately brought prejudicial ideas to their families, friends, and neighborhoods. Here was a reminder about the existential implications of National Socialism as the state's ruling code. A similar racial awakening was in store for the millions more who joined the military, as they also had to show that their family tree had no Jewish branches. It went without saying that the SS needed to provide still more detailed proof. Even school children wishing to join the Hitler Youth were asked whether or not their parents and grandparents were Aryans, as were newlyweds hoping to take advantage of marriage loan schemes. A freshly ordained Reich genealogical authority gave its stamp of approval for the official-looking ancestry passes, Ahnenpässe, which sold in the tens of millions, as race consciousness pervaded social life from cradle to grave. Little wonder that genealogical research became a thriving cottage industry. With remarkable suddenness, National Socialism came to influence social, cultural, and political life in Germany from top to bottom, including the style of both the monumental buildings as well as the social and racial concerns embodied in the new green settlements that soon dotted the rural landscape. By no means were all these ideas derived from Hitler, for they reflected certain trends in Germany that existed already before 1933. Nor were people simply manipulated from above and passive recipients of the messages from headquarters. They also could leverage the new teachings to attain their own ends, or to settle scores with others, to capitalize on stigmatized enemies, especially the Jews, or to express their fanaticism and hatred. Notwithstanding the importance of understanding these ideas and especially their appeal, I have found in my research into the Third Reich over the years that even well-known historians have tended to dismiss Hitler's ideology as a catch-all, a conglomeration, a hodgepodge of ideas, as Martin Brochot put it. Although much has changed on that score in the last decades, National Socialism is often enough still not taken seriously or dismissed as nonsensical and irrational. How did such a jumble of words attract the devotion of so many true believers, among them the new joiners of the Nazi Party, which grew to 5,310,000 strong by 1939? No doubt these people committed with shadings of fidelity, as surely happened also to the millions in organizations affiliated with or sponsored by the party. To mention only the larger ones by 1939, the German Labor Front, DAF, counted more than 22 million members. The National Socialist Welfare Organization, NSV, numbered more than 14 million. The Hitler Youth expanded to 8.7 million, and the German Women's Enterprise, DFW, had 6.3 million in its ranks. The more ideologically driven SS had 235,526 members at the end of the pre-war period. Indeed, by September 1, 1939, estimates place 2/3 of the Aryan population in Germany in one or another of the Nazi Party's numerous branches. Many of these people can fairly be described as true believers, at least for a time. Thus, around 98% of the 500,000 or so political leaders of these many entities worked on an honorary basis and for no pay. Taken together, these legions of activists became steeped in Nazism and embraced these organizations' educative proselytizing missions. Even those who joined the vast movement to get on the bandwagon became involved in all kinds of mobilization exercises, including party activities, elections, education, policing, social work, celebrations, festivals, and marches, all adding to the overwhelming presence and unstoppable power of the big idea. The first serious German study of National Socialism as a political doctrine appeared in 1964, when Ernst Nolte, at the time a respected intellectual historian, challenged the established narrative, which held that Hitler's ideology, if not meaningless, merely performed the function of helping to mobilize the masses and to exercise power. Nolte focused on the historic roots of the ideas in a widely acclaimed book which provided a comparative history of European fascist movements. Little can be gleaned from his book as to who made up the legions of true believers. He brushed aside much of the Nordic, aka Aryan, nonsense, as if this had not been taken seriously by millions, to suggest instead the alluringly simple thesis that the essence of the ideology was contained in the first 4 points of the party's 1920 program. These demanded self-determination for all Germans, rejection of the Versailles Treaty, 1919, land and soil, colonies, for settlement of excess population, and restriction of civil rights to those of German blood. For Nolte, as for numerous other writers, the doctrine changed little after 1924, that is, after Hitler wrote some of the first part of Mein Kampf. The basic trends of subsequent National Socialist rule, Nolte opined somewhat airily, were national restitution, conquest of living space, and world salvation. In fact, he said relatively little about Hitler in power and gave a low profile to important components of Nazism, such as claiming that there was no need to discuss the socialist-sounding aspects of the program, which Hitler supposedly had included for purely demagogic reasons, that is, to gain power. In this book, I revisit these contentions and reach quite different conclusions. Nolte was not alone in dismissing the socialism of National Socialism, which others have characterized as either fake or the enemy of the socialist idea. German writers commonly identify genuine socialism with the established left-wing parties of those times and today. Yet it is worth recalling that socialism came in infinite varieties that stretched back into the 19th century. By the early 20th century, numerous parties around the globe declared that they were the real socialists and they damned all the others. One contemporary Austrian writer, who was quite insistent about what he called Nazi socialism, was the controversial liberal economist F.A. Hayek. As an émigré in London during the 1920s, he saw National Socialism as part of a broader collectivist movement in many parts of Europe, including in his adopted British home. His 1944 book, The Road to Serfdom, looked only briefly and selectively at the intellectual roots of National Socialism, and said little about either its rise to power from 1920 or its manifestation in the Third Reich. Hayek used the charge of socialism as a kind of libertarian indictment against Nazism, and, by extension, all forms of government economic control. A number of writers have investigated the origins and development of anti-Semitism, which, to be sure, was widespread in Germany well before the rise of National Socialism. Others have looked into the mythical aspects of Nazism, including the occult and supernaturalism, though these impulses never became part of the mainstream under Hitler. More consequentially, several scholars have attempted to move their investigations away from narrow intellectual history to pursue other fruitful lines of inquiry. Cultural historians, such as Johann Chapoutot, have long dealt with related matters, and he underlines the importance of the Nazi discourses to social practices in the Third Reich. Like similar accounts, however, his does not examine how society might have reacted. Following others who trace the intellectuals and the experts in the SS, he examines the involvement of middle-level lawyers, philosophers, and scientists. Beginning in 1933, the new regime aimed at a far broader revolution than among the elite because it sought to transform the entire nation into true believers. I examined these efforts, their successes and failures, in the context of a host of changes that Hitler's dictatorship carried through with great fanfare. Although cultural and intellectual historians have focused on aspects of this revolution, less attention has been devoted to how people received or consumed the cultural offerings that proved to be appealing. Historians of German foreign policy have had a great deal to say about Hitler's worldview, sometimes claiming that he concocted a plan or program that he pursued, with tactical changes only, from 1920 to 1945. For at least 50 years, such work has been condemned for over-personalizing the history of the Third Reich, for discounting Germany's society and culture, and, in effect, for making Nazism synonymous with Hitlerism. Dismissing the mountains of criticism leveled at such studies, Brendan Sims reverts to an explicitly Hitler-centric approach and claims with pride that his study is context-light. He ends up tracing Hitler's ruminations on international relations, yet, strangely, he insists that the man's first and enduring preoccupation was Anglo-America and global capitalism. The origins of this concern supposedly go back to the trenches in July 1918, when Hitler's exhausted regiment faced an American assault and retreated. They took a few prisoners. He dropped off 2 of them at headquarters, and he said nothing more about it at the time. A better place to look for signs of Hitler's budding ideology is the first surviving document we have of his convictions, and that is his notorious Letter to Gemlich, well known and easily accessible online, that he wrote while still in the army on September 16, 1919. This is the first surviving evidence we have of his anti-Semitism, and thereafter it remained a core element in National Socialism, becoming a hot-button issue into the Third Reich. What raises doubts about the primacy of Anglo-America in Hitler's doctrine is that already in 1919, The United States had retreated to isolationism and would maintain that stance for the next 20 years. From time to time, during the 1920s and 1930s, Hitler mulled over gray thoughts about America's potential and its destination for German immigrants who settled there. He also waxed and waned about Great Britain, especially how to win it over as a natural ally. Politically, however, apart from going along with the universal desire to get rid of the Versailles Treaty, selling the Anglo-American danger to voters during his rise to power was not a priority, and it really only became a major issue closer to the war in 1939. The crucial point in any case is that National Socialism was not monolithic, for it was diverse and varied regionally, locally, and in big cities, sometimes by neighborhood. Moreover, it is vital to take into account the pre-existing political culture, social norms, and the collective ideology of groups like the Nazi SS, which did not act simply to fulfill Hitler's orders or wishes, but pursued a multitude of their own motives. The militants, the party joiners and voters, even the SS elite, often accepted most of the ideological truths before they came across Hitler or his writings. During the formative period of the National Socialist movement up to 1933, activists brought additional theories and beliefs with them, and, encouraged by Hitler, into the Third Reich, they capitalized on the party to realize aims of their own. What they regarded among themselves as, roughly speaking, their big idea was not simply derived from their leader. As a matter of fact, soon after Hitler's appointment as Chancellor in 1933, the German military and the intellectual-dominated bureaucracy, many of whom had likely never stopped to vote for the Nazi Party, supplemented, embraced, or tried to make the most of some or all of its teachings. During the years of the Third Reich, Hitler changed his mind on numerous important issues, though a die-hard intentionalist might insist these were only tactical shifts, and that the strategy remained unchanged. In 1918 and 1919, Hitler shared the widespread hatred for all the Allied powers, though when it came to setting down more concrete political realities, the Nazi Party program of 1920 said nothing about Britain or the United States, and little about foreign policy, with the obvious exception of rejecting the Treaty of Versailles. The program demanded colonies, and then quietly dropped the matter later as it did with other inconvenient items. In September 1922, Hitler announced the nebulous goal of first establishing a new Germany, one not created on a Jewish but a Germanic basis, that would serve as the foundation for an Aryan world order. In the last chapters of the second volume of Mein Kampf, published in December 1926, he turned briefly to foreign policy, though without presenting a specific plan. Fundamentally, there would be no such thing as living in peaceful coexistence with neighbors. The main reason, allegedly, was that the nation's population was too large, and he wanted it to grow. Solutions like limiting the birth rate, colonizing more sparsely settled regions within the country, or sending the excess population overseas were not just wrong, they were positively harmful. Instead, he demanded the acquisition of new soil inside Europe, and the only place enough of it existed was in the Soviet Union. While the notion that Germany needed living space reached as far back as the 18th century, for Hitler, the drive to the east came to rest primarily on a biological law that gave the Aryans a natural right to expand their Lebensraum. Such a policy was consistent with National Socialism's social ideal, by which each healthy individual had a right to a minimum amount of property or space, of which Germany supposedly had too little to match its population. Studying Hitler's doctrine, including the varieties of it adopted by true believers, still involves dealing with aspects of his biography. Unfortunately, these accounts have become clouded by the omnipresence of his charisma, a word derived from sociologist Max Weber and increasingly used by Hitler biographers in the 21st century to explain his appeal and rule. The current Wiktionary definition of charisma, which encapsulates popular parlance, gives three kinds of meaning: personal charm or magnetism, in Christianity, a power granted by the Holy Spirit, and the ability to influence without using logic. Was that really how Hitler led a nation of millions of educated people, illogically and simply by charm or other emotional tricks? The problem that occurs as soon as we mention Hitler's charisma is to close off questions as to what other historical actors, including ordinary people, might have done or believed, and to magnify the significance of one man. Quite apart from how useful the concept of charisma might have been, at this time it is used loosely to describe someone or anything that is very attractive, such as movie stars, animals, landscape scenes, or even personal attire. The word has become nearly meaningless and is often misleading when applied to Hitler's doctrine and his rule. Analyzing Hitler soberly and critically, it is more reasonable to suggest that he became a kind of representative figure for ideas, emotions, and aims that he shared with thousands of true believers and eventually millions of others who were on the same wavelength. Even so, many who became important leaders, and those in the ranks, were committed to National Socialism or variations of it long before laying eyes on that man or reading his work. They projected onto him the properties of the necessary leader, a commanding figure with a military style at the head of a uniformed corps with which they would rally the masses, storm the barricades, and take power. He performed the essential task of bringing them together and providing a focal point for their energies. He became the Nazi Party's main attraction in the early 1920s and made it stand out from its competitors. What remains stunning and in need of exploration was how and why millions of people, never all of them, in such an educated and cultured nation, eventually came to accept or accommodate themselves to the tenets of an extremist doctrine laced with hatred and laden with such obvious murderous implications. 1. How Hitler found National Socialist ideas. The first 30 years of Adolf Hitler's life gave not the slightest hint of any leadership qualities, inclination to politics as a career, or abilities as a public speaker. Born into a family of modest means in 1889, in the sleepy border town of Braunau on the Inn River in Austria-Hungary, he tended to be withdrawn, shy, and more inclined to the arts than anything. At age 12, he saw his first Richard Wagner opera, Lohengrin, an endurance test of more than 3 hours that captivated him enough to make him a lifelong Wagner enthusiast. Otherwise, and contrary to later speculation, he was largely a normal youth. He showed some talent for drawing, and those who knew him were impressed by the artist in him. He appears to have read the biographies of artists, and though we do not know the exact volumes, they seem to have affirmed his desire for an aesthetic existence. After the death of his stern father in 1903, Hitler's overindulgent mother soon allowed him to drop out of school, and he set his hopes on attending the Academy of Visual Arts in Vienna. Nevertheless, his first attempt to gain entrance in September 1907 did not succeed, and magnifying the shock, his beloved mother passed away that December. Hitler later said he sought an interview with the Academy's rector and an explanation for why he had not been accepted. When they met, at least as the later politician told the story, the professor was surprised to learn that the young man had not studied architecture, as his sketches showed obvious talent in that area rather than in painting. Although downcast, Hitler relates somewhat vaguely that he decided to focus his future on becoming an architect, And yet, in October 1908, he applied again to the same school, only to be turned down once more. His psychological makeup was such that these rejections tended to confirm his convictions of being like the other unrecognized geniuses, especially those he deemed to be talented in painting and architecture who had experienced similar setbacks. Hitler liked to represent his life to others as being determined by fate, including being born on the Austrian-German border, so that chance had somehow ordained him as the unifier of the two countries. That was how he put it in his autobiography, Mein Kampf, written in the 1920s. He also claimed that it was no accident that had led him to Vienna, because it was in that city that he fashioned his image of the world and a Weltanschauung, worldview, that became the granite foundation of all that he did. Notwithstanding his dreary everyday struggles, according to his account, Vienna turned out to be the perfect place to study the social question. Obviously, we cannot simply take his narratives at face value, particularly the triumph over adversity scenarios, because in his book, Hitler portrayed himself as a born leader, blessed by the gods and rising from the mists to save Germany. He tells his readers that in Vienna he read enormously, without mentioning specific books or authors, though he focused on art and architecture, studying in detail the grand buildings in Vienna's Ringstrasse. Historians have noted that he immersed himself in the daily red newspapers of the Social Democrats, the political party that based itself on the teachings of Karl Marx. Hitler said he had never heard of Marxism before he was 17, and that it was in search of its real aims that he found anti-Semitism, of which in the pre-war era there was an abundance. This ominous racial and politically organized variety of this phobia thrived in parts of his native Austria, as well as in Germany since the 1880s. Nevertheless, in 1922 he looked down on what he called the well-meaning schoolmasters, professors, and pastors among the pre-1914 anti-Semitic organizers for having been too mild-mannered and thus achieving nothing. To this day, however, we have no reliable evidence to verify his hatred of the Jews before 1919. The Vienna in which he lived until 1913, the largest city in the multinational empire of Austria-Hungary, was a hive of nationalist rivalries and intellectual activity, and it would have been hard to miss some of the numerous popularizers of works loosely derived from Charles Darwin. His study On the Origin of Species, 1859, was easily simplified into catchphrases that made their way into the budding racial discourse. Numerous writers propagated a kind of vulgarized Darwinism, loosely derived from the Englishman's writings. His theory contained both an optimistic, peaceful strand that saw evolution as the motor of humanitarian progress, as well as the selection principle that emphasized a brutal struggle for survival. Some writers began to discern that modern civilized living contained a deadly threat in that the caring society looked after the weak and poor, thereby ruining the inherited racial substance and leading to degeneracy. These ideas were widely disseminated by assorted intellectuals, few of them in the mainstream. Nevertheless, various accounts have shown how these ideas gained influence, and not only because some of the popularizers' books became bestsellers. An international eugenics movement went back to Francis Galton, a cousin of Darwin himself. Galton's Hereditary Genius, 1869, posited that the general intelligence of society could be improved by eugenics, or, in more blunt terms, by selective breeding. Medical doctor Alfred Pletz put forward similar teachings in a work published in 1895 on racial hygiene, and it became one of the foundation stones of German eugenics teachings. According to Pletz, who relied on a commonly used narrative, races rose and declined in history, and he sought to ensure the racial health, Rassenhygiene, of the Germans. Pletz was not simply a racist, for he wrote that the anti-Semitism of his day was, at best, an empty gesture, and that racial mixing did not necessarily lead to weakening the race. His typical eugenic worry was that social welfare permitted the weak to survive and procreate, which could lead to racial degeneration, Entartung, especially because war or revolution could eliminate the fittest. Some of the same concerns could be found in the large tome by Houston Stewart Chamberlain, The Foundations of the 19th Century, which appeared in Vienna in 1899 and became a literary sensation. Though a Briton, Chamberlain took German nationality and became a Richard Wagner biographer and devotee, going so far as to marry Wagner's youngest daughter, Eva, in 1908. He justified selective breeding and provided a rational explanation for the emergence of the modern Jewish question, and he warned gravely that solving it was crucial for our future. Later in life, Hitler recalled studying racial theory, Rassenkunde, as well as in the area of the military, without mentioning any authors. He came to possess many volumes, including numerous ones inscribed to him by their authors, though exactly which he took to heart remains uncertain. Thus, caution is advised in deducing how the 1,200 or so books that happened to survive from Hitler's private library might have shaped his life. Tracing intellectual influences behind anyone's later behavior is notoriously difficult. He admitted to reading Chamberlain at some point, a book that was laced with long anti-Jewish sections. It adopted an anti-Darwinian tone, though Chamberlain used phrases of the moment, such as struggle for existence and racial struggle. He also provided critiques of some of the major racial theorists of the century. For example, he evaluated the oft-mentioned Arthur de Gobineau, best known for his Essay on the Inequality of the Human Races, 1853 to 1855. As usual for such authors, he offered a racial typology of the yellow, black, and white races, with the Aryans being superior among the last named, by virtue of their language. If Chamberlain agreed that race provided the key to the rise and fall of civilizations, he felt that Gobineau was wrong about the inevitability of racial decline. The learned-sounding Englishman came up with his own 5 laws for breeding or fostering a noble race, although none of his theory was scientifically verifiable. In Vienna, at the turn of the century, and during Hitler's stay, the wildest ideas circulated about race, sex, and genius, including much in Chamberlain and in Otto Weininger's Sex and Character, published in that city in 1903. He claimed that the genius, always a male, knows everything without having learned it. That was just how Hitler came to see himself, a self-taught generalist, gifted and needing no formal education, which was also the secret to his originality. Although the Jewish Weininger said he did not intend to comfort the anti-Semitic movement, just as Chamberlain rejected crude scapegoating of Jews, they were among many intellectuals that gave anti-Jewish prejudice a certain respectability by providing it with some sort of rational-sounding basis. In the meantime, whatever Hitler's dreams of becoming an artist of some kind might have been, and however much of the age's racist atmosphere he might have absorbed, he had to earn a mundane living as a painter of postcards. By age 20, with both parents already deceased, he found himself adrift and jobless, until late 1909 when he hit rock bottom and landed in a homeless shelter. His move early the next year to a men's hostel represented a slight improvement, and over the next 3 years, while eking out a meager living as a painter, he steeped himself in the biographies of other unrecognized geniuses and architecture. What he later called his studies were, in fact, his own readings. His lowly existence on the margins of society continued until his birthday on April 20, 1913, when he received funds from his father's inheritance, spurring him to leave for Munich, where he registered as an architectural painter. The attraction for him in the Bavarian capital was its reputation as a center for the arts. Again, he got by with doing postcards, as he had in Vienna, studied more architecture, and may even have submitted sketches in a competition for the design of a Berlin opera house. Nothing ever quite worked out, and he fended off rejections with the cold consolation of being an unrecognized genius. Art historian Birgit Schwartz convincingly argues that he did not give up his artistic dreams to become a politician because he had long since concluded that only artists could become great politicians or strategists, and he needed to see himself as one to affirm his sense of being uniquely gifted. He marveled at figures such as Frederick the Great and the theoretician of war Karl von Clausewitz. It was during those earlier times that he came to believe in himself and that he had some kind of special mission to fulfill. The dramatic turn in Hitler's life, as for much of Europe, came in August 1914 and the outbreak of what became the First World War. No one wanted to heed the ominous signs that the dawning clash of arms would be like no other. Hitler volunteered to fight, as did millions of others around the world. In 1915, he began attaching special meaning to the war, to follow a February letter to a Munich landlord. When he and his comrades returned home, he said in a threatening tone they hoped to find it purer and cleansed of foreignness. They wanted to smash Germany's enemies abroad, but also destroy our internal internationalism. That would be worth more than any territorial gains. Exactly what he meant by this foreignness remains unclear. That he continued to be a committed artistic type can be gathered from how he spent leaves from the front in Berlin. Instead of indulging in the seamy side of the capital, he visited museums and deepened his love for art and architecture. One of the key moments in the emergence of National Socialism, and by no means just for Hitler, came with the revolution on November 9, 1918, followed by an unanticipated armistice 2 days later. A new social democratic government signed it to mark Germany's defeat in the war. Hitler heard the news in a military hospital, became deeply embittered, and returned to Munich on November 21 to find a city riven by a left-wing revolution. At its head was the radical independent socialist Kurt Eisner, who since November 7 had led the Bavarian government. Eisner's behavior was bound to alienate nationalists when, for example, on November 25, he went to Berlin and all but demanded that Germany accept responsibility for the war. Apparently, he expected national contrition for a sin that soldiers like Hitler vehemently denied having committed. Not surprisingly for Eisner, the first Bavarian state elections on January 12, 1919, signaled his utter defeat, as his party won only 3 seats out of 180. Yet, speaking to the Socialist International in Switzerland on February 3, he won loud and long applause for his admission of Germany's war guilt. After his return to Munich and on his way to resign on February 21, right-wing radicals assassinated the unfortunate man. What followed, after a brief pause, was an even more radical Bavarian Soviet Republic, April 7 to May 1, whose leaders included Gustav Landauer, Ernst Toller, and Erich Mühsam. Like Eisner, they were also Jews, a point that the racists never failed to make. The new Communist Party in Germany, the KPD in Berlin, had dispatched to Munich Eugen Leviny, who, with his comrades, asserted control on April 13, declaring that Bavaria had created the dictatorship of the proletariat. Following Vladimir Lenin's model in Russia, Leviny, who was Jewish and born in St. Petersburg, alienated good citizens with his far-reaching agenda and the violence in the streets, where 21 people were killed. The end came with more horror, starting on April 30, when the Red Army murdered 10 hostages, which the paramilitary Freikorps, Free Corps, avenged with more killing. The behavior of the Council Republics appalled the Völkisch, racialist organizations, which claimed that such political experiments somehow proved the link between Jews and Russian Bolshevism. The inveterate diarist Victor Klemperer, who was there, noted that 9/10 of Munich cheered the liberators, even when many of them came from the otherwise distrusted Berlin and Prussia. We have only scattered documentation for what Hitler was doing during these tumultuous months, though detailed local research strongly suggests that he was far more sympathetic than often supposed to the socialism that then held Munich in its grip. On April 15, that is, during the radical period in Munich, Hitler had been elected to a soldiers' council as a representative of his company, so that technically he served under the authority of the Reds. It is unlikely that he flip-flopped about the international aspect of socialism or ever embraced it. That he might have favored these Marxian socialists would have appeared most inconvenient to his later career, even if those Red experiences were consistent with what would become his own political theory. On May 9, when Hitler's regiment investigated the troops who had supported the Munich rebels, he found himself on a 3-man commission scrutinizing the very regime he had previously served. He recalled in Mein Kampf that this service was his first more or less entirely politically active task, which was examining the misdeeds of the Reds, though he carefully skipped over any role he might have played himself. Then, in June, the army in Bavaria started choosing candidates to take a course to become speakers on anti-communism, and Hitler began with a third group, whose education ran from July 10 to 19. They enjoyed it, though, curiously enough, they even toyed with creating a social revolutionary party whose social views could be realized only by a revolution. That made it sound as if he were proud of his socialist tendencies, even though no evidence has been found of this group. During Hitler's military schooling, Gottfried Feder, one of the lecturers, spoke about breaking interest slavery. His oversimple theory was that the abolition of interest and nationalization of the banks and stock exchange would be the only possible and ultimate emancipation of productive work from the secret, overwhelming power of money. Marxian socialism's great mistake, he said, was not understanding the differences between industrial capital, which was essential to the economy, and loan capital, Leihkapital, which held humanity in its bondage. Feder wanted a German socialism because he understood workers and employers as belonging together, and that both were part of the production process, without which there would be no life, culture, or progress. It was easy for participants to see the link Feder wanted to draw between exploitive high finance and international Jews. At least that was what Hermann Esser, another participant in the course, concluded. Thus, Hitler was hardly alone in his psychological readiness for such messages. In Mein Kampf, he referred to Feder's book as the catechism of the National Socialist movement, and, tellingly for his budding doctrine, with its emphasis on conspiracies, he concluded that the fight against international finance and loan capital was the key to Germany's struggle for its economic independence and freedom. During his brief training, he impressed instructors by his passion, commitment, and ability to speak, so they sent him, with other members of the educational or propaganda commando, to a camp in nearby Lechfeld. Between August 20 and 25, the men had to listen to Hitler and others attempting to explain the Versailles Treaties, peace conditions, and the Reconstruction. This treaty had been presented by the Allies on May 7, 1919, and was signed under duress on June 28, and soon unleashed a bitter nationalist backlash. For many people, This announcement, and Germany's ratification of the shocking peace terms on July 9, brought home definitively their loss in the war, and that recognition likely played a significant role in Hitler's political transformation. In fact, during the early summer of 1919, the New Right began strenuously denouncing their own government and those deemed to be the powers behind the promotion and signing of the peace treaty. It was in that context that Hitler's immediate officer, Captain Karl Mayr, tasked him as an educational officer with checking on the plethora of right-wing and racialist parties in the city. On September 12, Hitler went to a meeting of the German Workers' Party, DAP, together with a half-dozen comrades, though he was not there as a spy, as historians often claim, because Captain Mayr knew the DAP well enough. It was the progeny of the secretive Tool Society, whose mission was to fight capitalism and the Jews. Members of this group included co-founders of the DAP Anton Drexler and Karl Harrer. The tiny party, in Drexler's words, saw itself as a socialist organization that had to be led by Germans. It boasted of influential sponsors, such as the publicist and playwright Dietrich Eckart. The latter's journal Auf gut Deutsch, in plain German, featured anti-Semitic and anti-Bolshevik writers, and Eckart became one of Hitler's early patrons, even something of a mentor. With some exaggeration, the larger-than-life Eckart has been labeled as the earliest ideological brain of the Nazi Party. At the first meeting of the tiny DAP that Hitler and his army friends visited, they heard from none other than Gottfried Feder, whom Hitler earlier had found so impressive, speaking on the topic, "How and with what means can capitalism be destroyed?" The Munich police concluded that the tiny DAP was left-wing, though it was by no means international socialist. Hitler's brief intervention at the meeting caught the eye of DAP co-founder Anton Drexler, who gave him a copy of his autobiographical pamphlet. After reading it, Hitler noted in Mein Kampf that it had reminded him of his own struggle to overcome the confusion of Marxism. Drexler wanted to reawaken Germany, create genuine socialism, and therefore to wrest it from what he called its racially foreign, fremdvölkisch, and selfish leadership. When Hitler had arrived back in Germany, the political landscape was already dotted with numerous nationalistic and völkisch groups, some of which joined together at Bamberg on February 18, 1919. The effort was led by several prominent organizations, including the Pan-German League and the Reichshammer Association that, for years, was led by the activist Theodor Fritsch. His notorious Anti-Semites Catechism, 1887, long provided a guide for true believers, such as by listing the negative remarks about Jews from famed persons in history. His proposal to solve the Jewish question was to reverse the emancipation of the Jews and place them under a special foreigners' law that would lead to their complete social isolation. Left unresolved was what would happen next, though such questions were laden with murderous implications. Among Fritzsch's other books was one on The City of the Future, published in 1896. It offered a glimpse into the Völkisch utopia, in which future garden cities would provide racially acceptable dwellers an alternative to the evils of the big city. His writings hinted at the links between anti-Semitism, eugenics, and environmentalism that became integral to National Socialism. Hitler would not agree with everything in Fritzsch and was far more radical, though he nevertheless accepted the importance of getting back to the soil. National Socialism came to put a great deal of stock in providing suitable racial comrades with a green home and garden in settlements outside the corrupting influences of the modern big city. In 1929, when Hitler considered his 10-year struggle, he thanked our old master Fritsch and those like him for their pioneering work. He also claimed that Rightly or not, he became aware of the Jewish danger after his own 18th birthday, which would have been 1907. Since that year, he claimed to have read everything on that question, though the anti-Semitic literature of those years, as he put it, was based mainly on emotions or religion, and was still far from as scientifically explained as today. On the occasion of the Fritsch book's 30th edition in 1930, Hitler sent him a congratulatory note. In Bamberg in 1919, Fritsch's association, the Pan-Germans, and others formed the German Racialist Defense and Defiance Association, Deutsch-Völkischer Schutz- und Trostbund, DVSTB. It featured the swastika as its propagandist symbol, one well known in pre-war Vienna. Such groups had flourished during the war and grew more extremist in the wake of defeat. The new organization liked to claim that it was no coincidence that Germany's decline came with the rise of the Jews, the usurers, and sense of inner dissolution. In May 1919, membership in the DVSTB had already reached 70,000, while hundreds of local groups raised its banner. Hitler's first political remarks, of which we have any record, occurred in August and September 1919. A complete address he gave on August 23 dealt with the peace conditions and Reconstruction, a hot topic at the time, though the speech itself has been lost, as has one he held at Lechfeld later that month. An army report said the latter had touched on capitalism and had such a marked anti-Jewish tone that it could be deemed highly inflammatory. The first surviving document of Hitler's political emergence stems from September 16, 1919, when Captain Karl Mayer asked him to respond to a query from a soldier, Adolf Gemlich, about anti-Semitism. Hitler's letter indicated that race hatred must have been festering inside him since his days in Vienna. He revealed a knowledge of the racist canon, and he called for the uncompromising removal of all the Jews using all legal measures. Neither this letter nor his previous remarks make any mention of hostility to Anglo-America, though the Gemlich note does have an anti-capitalist and socialist flavor that became a marked feature of Hitler's subsequent career. Which of the phobias came first, in the absence of corroborating testimony, remains an open question. Certainly, from 1919 onward, anti-Semitism stayed at the core of Hitler's doctrine, though he kept changing his mind about Great Britain and the United States. America's threat remained distant, partly because of its retreat into isolationism after the Great War, from which it did not emerge as a significant factor in Europe for at least 20 years. And he kept his hopes high in winning over Great Britain as Germany's natural ally. After the first appearance of Hitler's hostility to the Jews, he never let up on it, though that does not mean there existed a straight line from 1920 to the Holocaust years. If he had a primary objective in the early 1920s, it was the vague one he likely shared with millions of creating a strong Germany that could overcome the nation's crushing defeat in the war. At any rate, he joined the DAP and soon outshone co-chairs Karl Harrer and Anton Drexler to become the tiny party's main attraction. To gain more publicity, the executive, including Drexler and also Hitler, outlined a new program on February 24, 1920. When Hitler read out their brief 25-point platform to the overflow meeting, the crowd alternatively applauded or booed wildly. Several days later, they changed the party's name to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or NSDAP. More was involved in the ideology of the new party than its rabid hostility to the Jews. Its marked socialism, for example, represented one of many varieties of the creed that its believers found more valid and appealing than Marxist-based versions. Hitler later confessed to a meeting of his generals and officers that if he had gone to the existing parties way back in 1920 and told them they had to drop all their class-based pretensions and traditions, which he hated, to create a genuine Volksgemeinschaft, they would have thrown him out as a crazy fool. This concept of the community of people was by no means a Nazi creation, and various political parties, including the Socialists, had used it well before and during the First World War. Although it is common to claim that the new 1920 party program contained no original ideas, the same could be said of virtually all the other political parties. The planks in the program, Hitler said later, were meant to be guiding principles or a political creed with which ordinary people could identify. Apart from the predictable demand to revoke the Versailles Treaty, as well as to acquire land and soil, that is, colonies to feed its people, the program said little about foreign policy and nothing about Anglo-America. What comes through was a social vision of a strong interventionist state, opposition to finance capitalism and the Jews, as well as pan-Germanic nationalism. There would be censorship, even laws against certain trends in art and literature, a crackdown on crime injurious to the common good, confiscation of war profits, opposition to further immigration, and a complete denial of citizenship to Jews. On the other hand, the program also featured typically socialist demands summed up in the slogan, "The common good before individual interests." Another point on land reform even called for certain expropriations of land for communal purposes, without paying compensation. Also, in a socialist vein, the program mentioned demands for wide-ranging health care, the education of gifted children at state expense, old age insurance, and profit-sharing in large enterprises. Even conceding that some of the original points might be rephrased, Hitler later thought that trying to do so could impede the will to fight for the new idea, whose full implications would take years to realize. On March 31, 1920, the army finally demobilized Hitler, perhaps because Germany had to downsize its military in keeping with the Versailles Treaty, which permitted it to have no more than 100,000 troops. After over 5.5 years, he was a civilian once again. Surprisingly, given his socially withdrawn personality, almost overnight he became a professional politician, apparently the only one the party could support at the time. Within a week, he clarified his stance against the Jews when he seized the word at a meeting in Munich's Hofbrauhaus after someone else spoke on Aryans and Jews. With no concern about being challenged, Hitler leveled the bogus charge that only a few Jews had served in the First World War, though going forward, he said, "We don't want to be emotional anti-Semites who want to create a mood for pogroms. What animates us is the unrelenting determination to attack the evil at its source and to eradicate it root and branch." Privately, in August the same year, he spoke of having to deal with the Jews as if they were a bacillus in order to restore the healthy body. Thus, it was early in his career that he began referring to the Jews with pestilential metaphors, such as calling them a radical tuberculosis that had to be excised. This scurrilous way of talking had been common among anti-Semites since the 1880s. Later in life, Hitler prided himself on having recognized the Jew, and he boasted of being Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch, in that he would lead the same struggle against the Jews as a bacillus that he saw as the root of all social decomposition. Frequently, Hitler stated flatly that Germany only got into the war in 1914 because of the Jews, who were to blame for it, and they had systematically undermined the country through black marketeering. He ended a raucous meeting on April 17, 1920, with a call of, "Out with the Jews! Germany for the Pan-Germans!" One of his foundational speeches came on August 13, when he audaciously addressed a large audience in the Hofbrauhaus about why the Nazi Party embraced anti-Semitism. First of all, he brought out his socialistic charges. He contrasted the Aryan races with the Jews, claiming that Aryanism means the ethical perception of work and that which we today so often hear: socialism, community spirit, common good before individual interests. Jewry means egotistic attitude to work, mammonism, the rule of money, and materialism, the very opposite of socialism. He blamed the Jews as the carriers of what he called stock exchange capitalism, not to be confused with productive industrial capitalism. It would be nonsensical to fight the latter, as the Jewish Marxists demanded, because if it were destroyed, it would soon have to be created all over again. Nor would merely socializing industries lead anywhere, because the real enemy was loan and finance capital, which was the only thing on earth that is truly international, in that its carrier, the Jews, are international through their distribution across the world. Therefore, so his strained argument went, their power could be broken only by a national force, a statement greeted enthusiastically by the crowd. Secondly, Hitler blamed the Jew as parasite for attacking the racial purity of the nation, for undermining the power in its blood, and thus robbing it of its pride. The Jews supposedly did.
This is a completely free audiobook. We hope you can take a moment to rest, enjoy the relaxing music, and thank you for your time.
They all told me I was better, kicking in the ground, said I couldn't make it out, better underground. And I told them all they never keep that kind of woman down. Done with all the suffering. Ooh, oh, I like the way that it felt, a bird facing down in hell. But I'm not burning out, because all my wolves are coming out now. Keep on, because all my wolves are coming out now.
Everything to chip away at the health of the body politic and, when all else failed, destroyed its means of livelihood, as in the Soviet Union. Thirdly, the argument went, the Jews aimed to destroy culture, from painting to literature, theater, and music. He would follow up these charges in great detail later. Therefore, from the infancy of his career, there was a built-in and detailed contrast between the Aryan Germans and the radical other in the Jews. Toward the end of this long speech, he laid down the principles that bound the new movement together. These included socialism as the final concept of duty, the moral duty to work, not just for oneself, but also for one's fellow man's sake. Above all, with respect to the principle, common good before individual good. This socialism was inseparable from nationalism, and would only be possible in Aryan nations. If we are socialists, he posited, then we must necessarily be anti-Semites, the contrary to materialism and mammonism, against which we fight. He swore that the time will come in which it will be self-evident that socialism can only be realized when it is accompanied by nationalism and anti-Semitism. These three concepts, socialism, nationalism, and anti-Semitism, were, he said, the foundations of our program, and therefore we call ourselves National Socialists. As for what to do against the Jews as what he deemed the primary enemy, he promised that when this matter comes to a solution, it will also be done and thoroughly. Thus, the threat of dire consequences in the hate-filled rhetoric was there from the beginning. In numerous follow-up meetings, Hitler added more fanciful charges, such that in history the Jews intentionally destroyed cultures, economies, even spread the false conviction that it was not gifted individuals, but the majority that made history. The Jews, so he charged, ruined the art of nations to destroy them, took over the press, used Marxism to enslave workers, and led them into a continuing civil war. Here he was repeating a refrain well known for years in anti-Semitic circles. The NSDAP would have to remove the Jews, with Hitler often labeling them a pestilence that had falsified and poisoned the national and the social idea. He contended that the Jews only laughed at the political impotence of the folkish, racialist groups, who failed to address the social problem, and therefore would never win the workers away from social democracy. Instead of that, his option was more radical. Today, German folkish must not be to dream, but to be revolutionary, not to be satisfied with mere scientific analytic knowledge, but to possess the passionate will to translate words into deeds. Was he now the great man supposedly awaited by ordinary people in Germany? As of May 1921, he still said privately that he was merely an agitator, not the statesman, the dictator, or the genius the nation needed in order to rise again. Yet he grew possessive about heading the party and felt threatened when similar groups wanted to join forces. He spurned the anti-Semitic German Socialist Party, the largest of the lot, for its willingness to participate in elections. Drexler and others in the NSDAP persisted in trying to bring the two parties together. Then there was Dr. Otto Dickel, who in March 1921 had founded the German Works Community, Deutsche Werkgemeinschaft, or DWG, in Augsburg, and expressed interest in linking up with the NSDAP. Although Hitler wanted no such thing, that June, when he was in Berlin, Drexler invited Dickel to give what turned out to be a well-received speech. As the author of an acclaimed book, The Resurrection of the West, he challenged the best-selling Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. Indeed, Hitler also rejected Spengler's large tome because of its fatalism, and he might have openly embraced more of Dickel's book, which he had read, for it made anti-Jewish and socialistic claims that we now associate with Hitler. Dickel took a more differentiated approach to the Jewish question, though much of what he said is disturbing enough to the modern reader. Whatever their differences, Hitler chose to see Dickel as a threat and so demonized him. On July 10, 1921, Hitler showed up unannounced to a meeting of the three parties, the NSDAP, the German Socialist Party, DSP, and Dickel's own DWG in Augsburg. Dickel dared, realistically enough, to suggest that the program of the NSDAP was suitable only for the short term and needed to be broadened to include farmers, who might be put off by seeing socialist and workers in the party's name. Such propositions infuriated Hitler, whose sense of insecurity or inability to deal with this better-educated rival led him to stomp out of the meeting, and the next day he resigned from the party. In a long note thereafter, he told the committee of the NSDAP they should never have allowed Dickel to speak. In response, Anton Drexler and others begged their star to return, and when Hitler sensed their vulnerability, he set conditions. Among other things, he demanded calling a gathering that he would ask to confer on him the title Chairman with Dictatorial Powers. Provocatively, he asserted that Germany's salvation can only come about not through Parliament, but through a revolution. This mini-power play worked, and on July 29, he triumphed at a conference in Munich that voted in favor of his complete control. On April 12, 1922, when Hitler lectured the Nazi Party in Munich about its basic ideas, he began asking whether 1918 was really an achievement, as the left commonly boasted, or a miserable collapse. Who had an interest in another such failure? Supposedly only the Jews, though the masses were beginning to catch on. If the socialist idea was still monopolized by left-wing parties, one day a mighty nationalist movement like theirs would embrace that idea and bring intellectuals and workers together. Then the real resistance would begin, presumably against the Jews, whom Hitler painted as being intent on dividing the nation against itself. The bogus charge against the Jews was that they had hived off the social idea and directed it into Marxian internationalism, a perspective that called for change. We said to ourselves that to be national above all else means boundless and all-embracing love for the people. At the same time, to be social means to construct the state and community of the people in such a way that each individual deed is in the interest of the community of the people. In one of his typically apocalyptic prophecies, he declared there would be either victory of the Aryan side or its extermination and victory of the Jews. During the summer of 1922, he fleshed out his grand conspiracy theory, so that when, on July 28, he spoke to an enthusiastic audience that overflowed the Bürger Braukeller, he sketched the history of the fight between the ideals of the national folkish-minded and the implacable borderless international, namely the Jews. As he saw things, the struggle had begun 120 years earlier in England, Russia, France, and elsewhere, as the Jews obtained citizenship, and they then led a massive process of the extermination of our people and our fatherland. According to his theory, Jews subsequently became the leaders of capitalism and socialism, and ultimately aimed to take over the world. If workers had organized and protested poor conditions or looked for better wages, that was only natural. Indeed, as a noble conception, socialism has grown only out of Aryan hearts and had its fullest intellectual glories only in Aryan minds. To the Jews, it is entirely foreign. Where had the urge to socialism gone wrong? According to Hitler, the Jews had turned the nationalist-oriented intellectuals, the natural leaders of such a socialist movement, away from the workers and then invented Marxist theory. They transformed the workers into internationalists. This destructive process had sown seeds of division in many countries, culminating in the tragic fate of Russia, where, he claimed, 30 million people were being martyred. Later in the year, even as a massive inflation soared and money lost all value, he kept insisting that social attitudes, and not only economics, had to change, because barely half the people were committed to conserving the German nation or upholding the state. As many as 40% were predisposed to internationalist Marxist teachings, and, he admitted gravely, the bitter truth was that these were the most active and energetic elements of the nation. Hence, the goal was not simply to win a majority or get into power, because what is really at stake is a life-and-death struggle between two Weltanschauungen, in which there can be only victors or the exterminated. The fascist movement in Italy had just shown that a small number willing to fight was enough to break the Jewish Marxist terror. Indeed, in October 1922, Benito Mussolini's March on Rome shocked Europe out of its complacency when his small fascist party took power while the military and police did nothing. Comrades in the Nazi Party soon found it easy to associate the Italian boss's self-description as the Duce, leader, with Hitler, and from the spring of 1923, many referred to him in their communications as their leader, or Führer. With false modesty, he contended that their mission was not to search for a person, it was to forge a sword, and when the dictator arrived, to give him a nation, Volk, that was ready. Thus, he still shied away from crowning himself. When he spoke in Bayreuth that September, he repeated how the Germans longed for leaders and for the authority of the personality. Throughout 1923, as inflation kept getting worse, his speeches demanded outright revolution, and usually he ended with what became his typically stark alternative. Either Germany sinks, and we sink with it because of our pitiful cowardice, or we take on the struggle against death and the devil and defy what fate has thought up for us. We will see which is stronger, Jewish international spirit or German will. There would be no struggle against the outside world, he asserted confidently, before a victory at home is won. Only a Germany that firstly liberates itself from the Jews is capable and worthy to win. Time and again he blamed the Jews for Germany's problems, though he generally limited his demands to stripping their citizenship or deporting all those who had entered the country since 1914. Nevertheless, since their beginnings in 1921, the Nazi stormtroopers, SA, represented a constant threat to the Jews in Munich, and that violence reached outlandish levels into the autumn of 1923. Did the Nazi Party's Mussolini moment finally arrive on November 8, 1923? After Hitler and his accomplices seemed to win over the leaders of the Bavarian government meeting that evening in the Bürgerbraukeller, he signed a proclamation to the German people, brazenly declaring the end of the government of the November criminals in Berlin. In its place, he would head a provisional German national government. The criminals, so he charged, had been in power for 5 years since, under the shouts of pathetic deserters and escaped criminals from the jails, and they had stabbed the heroic German people in the back. The Nazis hoped the revolution would gather allies for a march on Berlin, though the next day, when Hitler led his motley band in the direction of the Odeonsplatz in downtown Munich, the police opened fire, killing several trusted comrades. The authorities then arrested and tried the leaders of the abortive effort, and that seemed like the end of National Socialism. Their leader was fortunate to get away with only a dislocated upper arm, though the prison doctor's initial examination revealed that from birth Hitler had suffered from cryptorchidism, or the absence of a testis on the right side. The condition does not necessarily mean either effeminacy or complete infertility, though its recent rediscovery in the records will likely fuel speculation about its psychological effects on the man. When Hitler's big trial began on February 26, 1924, he took full advantage of the sympathetic judges. In the course of days of long testimony, he constructed a narrative of how and why he had gotten involved with the DAP, because it recognized that Germany's future had to mean the extermination of Marxism. Either this racial poison spreads, this mass tuberculosis in our people, and Germany dies on its sick lung, or it is cut out. Then Germany can thrive again, but not before. The court blithely tolerated his merging of Marxism, racism, and the Jews. In a short essay, Hitler claimed again that the international Jews, the racial tuberculosis of nations, with the help of Marxist teachings, slowly but surely destroys the cornerstone of our people, its race, and culture. He also asserted that he was the Führer, leader of the Nazi movement, and no longer merely the drummer out to win support. He would have the public believe that there could be no compromises, no coalitions, no middle way, because there could be no peace with the Marxist worldview and failure to understand that had led to the catastrophe of the revolution in 1918. Although on April 1, 1924, the court sentenced him to 5 years, during the trial he managed to project himself to the country as a popular political figure. The authorities released him on December 20, having served less than a year, even when there was no doubt that Hitler would take up the fight again to awaken the national movement and unite it organizationally. The obvious follow-up to the failed revolt and sensational court appearance would be a book he could write in the Landsberg am Lech prison. The book's advertised title in June 1924 was the awkward 4.5 years struggle against lies, stupidity, and cowardice, a settling of accounts. His delicate legal position, however, advised toning that down, and in May 1925 he and the publisher agreed to change it to Mein Kampf, My Struggle. The first volume appeared that July. Hitler did not dictate it to his later secretary Rudolf Hess, as often claimed in the literature, for he typed it himself, and during the summer of 1926 he began a second volume, which finally appeared in print on December 11. An examination of the parts of the book that pertain to his political doctrine shows that instead of focusing on the three fixed points that he had often mentioned, namely nationalism, socialism, and anti-Semitism, as well as the underlying racial biological struggle for existence, his remarks on these topics are scattered throughout. The first volume dealt mainly with his biography and how he became involved in politics. Apart from showing him as fated to be the nation's leader, he underlined how the loss in the Great War could be traced to inner decay. To overcome it, the country needed a wide-ranging eugenic program, including sterilizing the incurables, fighting venereal disease, and so on. The deepest cause, a point he mentioned more than once, was the failure to recognize the racial problem, namely, the menace of the Jews. In passing, he noted why the pre-1914 reform efforts tinged with anti-Semitism, like the one led by Vienna's mayor, Dr. Karl Lueger, head of the Christian Socialist Party, had failed. For Hitler, it had correctly emphasized the importance of the social question and propaganda, though without pushing nationalism because it wanted to save Austria-Hungary, a multinational empire. Their hostility to the Jews, in his view, was based mainly on religion, and thus too meek. Hitler also mentioned Georg von Schönerer's pan-German movement from pre-1914 Vienna, though he judged that it had an unclear conception of the meaning of the social problem, had sought support among the better-off middle classes, and never tried to win over the masses. It was opposed to the Jews and nationalistic, but not socialistic enough. Furthermore, it became embroiled in parliamentary politics and did not provide a new philosophy to breathe courage into followers. The Pan-Germans picked too many enemies at once, including Catholicism, thereby failing to understand the importance of religion to the people. What both Austrian parties had needed was the genius of a great leader who could focus the people's attention on a single foe. Then he turned to Otto von Bismarck's socialist legislation in the 1880s, which Hitler said had not worked mainly because the Iron Chancellor had not based it on a strong anti-Marxist political philosophy. Bismarck had quite wrongly blamed the workers for not turning away from the Social Democratic Party, when for Hitler, the capitalists and their parties were too hostile to the workers' social demands, and so drove them into the arms of the Marxists. One point that he made in numerous ways was the importance of winning the masses for the national resurrection, for which no social sacrifice was too great. Victory would go to those struggling for a positive idea, but undoubtedly the movement would have to destroy all those standing in its way. The biggest obstacle to gaining a following among the workers had nothing to do with their defending their own class interests, because the real problem was their international leadership. The Nazi movement would have to tear these workers away from it, while also getting employers to see the light, to act in the interests of the community, and not to regard employees as enemies. Obtaining equalization for the workers, Hitler admitted with resignation, would take as long as several generations. What about trade unions? These would have to exist as long as they could prevent injustices and strengthen the social idea. In the future, they could not operate in the class struggle Marxian mode, and employees and employers would have to work together for the national good. Both groups, in a single economic chamber, would then solve problems while avoiding work stoppages. At least that was his dream. He did not mention Darwin or his leading German champion, Ernst Haeckel, in the book. Nevertheless, like others focused on race questions, Hitler accepted that there was a hierarchy among races, as well as that nature's laws and eternal struggle also applied to human society, and for him it was axiomatic that if a higher race fused with a lower, the result would inevitably be regression or degeneration. Hence, his imperative was to demand racial purity. His combative language and sense of endless race struggles gave the impression he was a social Darwinist, though some historians reject that conclusion. He appears to have drawn from a wide assortment of thinkers and popularizers as a self-styled autodidact out to revolutionize his world. When he wrote about the future options open to Germany given its limited space and growing population, he dismissed birth control, internal colonization, or increasing trade. His reason for doing so was that ultimately these options would weaken or diminish the race, as would the overseas emigration of Germans. The way out was to acquire more soil, which would mean a veritable fight for existence at some point. Germany, he wrote, had recognized before 1914 that the land it needed was in the East and had failed to get it, and he conveyed the strong impression of wanting to make good on that mistake. It was obvious to his way of thinking that in the future Germany would have to be aggressive and expansive or die. In one of the rare occasions that he praised a racial theorist, he mentioned briefly in a June 1925 speech that he hoped eventually to get experts like Hans F.K. Günther as professors of racial hygiene at the universities. Günther was a trained linguist and self-styled social anthropologist, well known in folkish circles for his far-reaching claims. He synthesized the classical racist canon based on such factors as skull and face shapes, skeletal features, the role of heredity, and additional historical data. As had race thinkers in previous centuries, his typology of the races rested on aesthetic appearance more than hard science. He offered a schema of racial types, of which there were, he asserted, 4 in Europe, with the Nordics coming out on top. He attributed to them many of the characteristics other writers said were typical of Aryans. Apart from being more pleasing to his eye, he pictured them as more courageous, freedom-loving, and creative. Alas, they were also careless and lacked blood consciousness, and that made them vulnerable to non-Nordics. Where did the Jews fit in? In his lengthy study published in 1922, he concluded that they were foreign to the German species, Artfremd, and their mixing with Germans constituted race defilement. A worthy solution to the Jewish question, according to Günther, would be a clear separation, Scheidung, of Jews from non-Jews. There is much in Hitler's writing and speeches that could have been inspired by this thinking, and he apparently possessed multiple editions of Günther's large tome, with the earliest, from 1923, inscribed by the publisher to him as the successful champion of German racial thinking. Hitler approved of others in the racial hygiene movement, including its prophets such as Erwin Bauer, Eugen Fischer, and Fritz Lenz. Together, in 1921, they published a textbook that dominated the field for 20 years. For Hitler, it was self-evident that the German state of the future would have to implement a thorough eugenics policy. Not surprisingly, and in spite of reservations, men such as Lenz, Günther, and even the elderly Pletz welcomed the Third Reich, where in May 1933 they joined or offered consultations to a select committee of the Interior Ministry. It was charged with assessing relevant legislative proposals from the perspective of racial hygiene and inheritance teachings. All of them lent their expertise to the Third Reich and were celebrated, particularly, no doubt, Bauer, Fischer, and Lenz, for supporting Hitler's belief that real geniuses were born, not made. At one point in Mein Kampf, Hitler noted that genius nevertheless required a special stimulus, even fate, to bring the genius to the scene. The same law of nature applied to race, as happened to the Aryans in history who were stimulated by special circumstances to realize their potential. Hitler claimed that the Aryans were the only founders of culture, so that most of the art, science, and technology that existed in the world is almost exclusively the creative product of the Aryans. Alas, Germany's culture had now become thoroughly corrupt and badly in need of a complete refurbishing. Theater, art, literature, cinema, press, posters, and window displays must be cleansed of all manifestations of our rotting world and placed in the service of a moral, political, and cultural idea, presumably National Socialism. In past ages, the Aryans had subjugated other races, were winners in the great struggles, and remained victors as long as they kept their blood pure. When they broke the racial laws and began mixing with the defeated, their culture slowly collapsed to make way for new cultures and empires. The moral here was that all occurrences in world history are only the expression of the race's instinct for survival, in the good or the bad sense of the term. He added grimly, "Those who want to live, let them fight, and those who do not want to fight in this world of eternal struggle do not deserve to live." In the second volume of Mein Kampf, he said that the first duty of the folkish state was to preserve, care, and develop the best racial elements. The Jews represented the main foil to the Aryans in this eternal racial struggle, the one enemy with whom Hitler could associate multiple others. Even in Landsberg, so he told a visitor, while writing his book, he had discovered that he had been too mild in his remarks on the Jews, and that henceforth the sharpest means will have to be used in order to succeed. I am convinced that not only for our people, but for all people, this is a life and death question, because the Jews are a world pestilence. Such scandalous claims were common among the anti-Semites of the time, many of whom latched on to the notorious forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which had circulated in Germany since 1919, though written in Russian much earlier. Eckhart and Esser were among the early Nazi Party comrades to have accepted the validity of these wild tales. Hitler had first mentioned the Protocols briefly in August 1921, singling out the notion that the Jews were out to dominate the globe. Almost exactly 2 years later, with German inflation totally out of control, he cited the Protocols as showing that the Jews wanted to use hunger as a weapon to take over the masses. For Hitler, that explained what the new Soviet government was doing in Russia, as well as how Jews aimed to take Germany under their power. Although he did not say it explicitly, his thinking about the Jews could be summed up as suggesting that National Socialism was the only political movement whose highest priority was the victory of the Aryans in an age of racial poisoning. Anyone who opposed Nazism, whether deliberately or not, thereby served Jewish interests. He was willing to concede that not all Jews were necessarily consciously striving for world domination, only that their goal emerged inexorably, if vaguely, from the nature and activity of the Jewish people. Then he traced their history over the centuries to show their rise, until they began to cast off their disguises and openly sought power, as allegedly had just happened in Russia. This same Jewish menace was what Germany faced, at least according to Mein Kampf. He went so far in that book as to assert that the racial question provides not only the key to world history, but to human culture in general. On this topic, as well as art and music, Hitler was likely influenced by the writings of Richard Wagner, whose operas he adored. Wagner despised the Jews and, like Hitler, looked down on their creativity. In another passage, Hitler said that during the Great War, Marxist scoundrels had steadily won over workers, and ultimately that led to defeat. To have stopped that, Hitler wrote, it would have been better to hold 12 or 15,000 of these Hebrew corrupters of the people under poison gas, as happened to hundreds of thousands of our very best German workers on the field of battle. Indeed, eliminating those scoundrels might have rescued the lives of 1 million proper Germans, useful for the future. In a similar vein, Georg Schott, one of his sympathetic early biographers, quoted from their personal conversation in 1924 as saying that the physical annihilation of the Jews was on Hitler.
You're welcome to enjoy this audiobook at no cost. Take a break, listen to relaxing music, and thank you for watching the video.
Lead the way. After you, lead the way. I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you, lead the way.
Hitler's agenda. Schott himself thought some readers might conclude from his revelations that the Jews had so much power that it would be useless to try reversing it. Hitler, however, reassuringly said, "We want to do it, and we will do it." Schott intimated that killing a few thousand Jews would not really solve the question, and he recalled Hitler as saying that if one day they faced the question of cleansing the folk, "We'll have the heart for it, ruthlessly strike and take matters to their logical conclusion." Moreover, on several other occasions in the early 1920s, Hitler confessed privately his all-consuming anti-Semitism, and that as soon as he would get into power, his first and most important task would be the extermination of the Jews. Whether such statements expressed his hopes or a firm plan is hard to say, though at least Schott's biography went through numerous editions during the Third Reich, and that never could have happened if Hitler had taken exception to it. Nevertheless, caution is advised about drawing a straight line from such utterances to the Holocaust, because Hitler issued all kinds of ugly threats, for example against the Communists, on which he never remotely followed through. Mein Kampf also focused on the National Socialist movement and its organization, and in the last chapters of the second volume turned briefly to foreign policy. Although Hitler did not present a succinct plan or timetable, he laid down a number of key goals and a logical sequence. Some of the top figures in the early Nazi Party disagreed with him and favored reaching out to the Soviet Union as a kind of socialist and anti-capitalist soulmate. They saw a certain complementarity between the Germans and the Russians, both nations supposedly stabbed in the back by the Jews. Hitler, to the contrary, began edging toward an anti-Soviet stance by talking with Arthur Rosenberg, Max Erwin von Schübner-Richter, and other White Russian refugees. Especially after the failed putsch in 1923, Hitler became far more aggressive about the drive for Lebensraum, or living space, in the East at Russia's expense. Also, in Mein Kampf, he insisted that the aim of foreign policy had to be the securing of new space that the German people deserved, for without expanding its lands, a great nation would seem doomed to destruction. Therefore, he would drop the pre-1914 thrust of German foreign policy to the south and west to look to the east. There, they would find room to settle an expanding population, as well as a place they could transform into the country's breadbasket. These foreign policy aims visualized not just overturning the Versailles Treaty, for Germany would expand far beyond the pre-1914 borders, which he regarded as non-binding and almost accidental. What made it all the more pressing was that traditional Russia had allegedly been captured by the Jews leading the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, and Germany represented the next great goal of Bolshevism. If any comrades in folkish circles disagreed with this new anti-Soviet orientation, he wondered how they could convince workers that Bolshevism was a cursed crime against humanity if Germany forged a link with it. What was needed to stop Jewish world Bolshevization was all the force that a young missionary idea could bring to mobilize the country, to raise our people up again, to free it from the snares of this international serpent, and to stop the inner contamination of our blood, so that the forces of the nation, thus set free, can be thrown in to safeguard our nationality, and thus can, into the distant future, prevent a repetition of the recent catastrophes. In the summer of 1928, Hitler took time off after a disappointing election to work on what would have become a follow-up to Mein Kampf, this time devoting far more attention to foreign policy. He abandoned the project for reasons unknown, and only after 1945 did historian Gerhard L. Weinberg discover the manuscript and publish it as Hitler's second book. It is filled with far more social Darwinian language than his first book, and he deliberately uses the phrase struggle for survival in many senses, including how the German state had to find enough Lebensraum, living space, to obtain the food for its growing population. The territory would be in the Soviet Union, and for that reason he would not hear of alliances with a country allegedly controlled by Jewish capitalist Bolsheviks. Behind such terms lurked, in his way of thinking, the equally far-fetched and ever-present international conspiracy of capitalism and communism. He detected these machinations in England, and though he wanted to reach an agreement with this natural ally, he worried about how world Jewry also exerted controlling influences there. At the Nuremberg Party rally in August 1927, likely before Hitler finished that second book, he said that the nation was not producing enough brilliant minds, so it was unable to win the competitive struggles in the world. That November, speaking to the National Socialist University Students Association, NSDSTB, he concluded that the fault could be traced to the three vices: democracy, pacifism, and internationalism, all linked to the teachings of Marxism. We see there, he asserted, the international Jews at work, making the nations completely faceless, enervating them, and slowly bringing them to collapse. National Socialism, he pronounced confidently before a large Berlin meeting in July 1928, had a clearly outlined Weltanschauung, a world view, as well as a specific goal, unlike all other parties. More tellingly for the future, he concluded that foreign and domestic policies in the state necessarily interacted, so that a nation needed a sound domestic basis before engaging outside its borders. Therefore, if it cannot clean itself up, it could not become the master of the poison within. It would never be able to break out of the foreigner's chains. History was driven by a struggle for existence, and the fate of every people depended on the amount of space to which it was tied. As so often, putting the case over-dramatically, he said that Germany faced extermination and had to obtain sufficient space for the expanding population. Once cleansed within, the nation would begin its struggle for liberation, preferably including alliances formed with Britain and Italy. Thereafter, it would break out of the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles and give Germany a future once more. When he completed Mein Kampf, his doctrine or ideology had 4 fixed pillars, and these included a foundational and virulent anti-Semitism. In the few years since his discovery of these Jewish machinations, they seemed to grow in his mind, so that everywhere in the world where Germany faced enemies, including inside its own borders, he detected the work of the Jews. Many thousands of Germans entertained similar anti-Jewish beliefs during the 1920s, including, especially, university students. That helps explain why National Socialism found fertile ground at the country's institutions of higher learning. It was there that the thinking of the coming generation began to crystallize. In common with these students, Hitler shared a no less passionate nationalism along with a Germanic socialism summed up in the vision of a harmonious community of the people. He had added a conviction that Germany's future depended on obtaining Lebensraum in the East. Nor was he alone in believing that the motor of history was driven by a racial struggle in which only the strongest survived. Given his determination to make Germany a great power again, that meant war at some point, and he was just as clear in setting down certain domestic prerequisites. For all his blustering bravado, Hitler's early career shows evidence of several fundamental intellectual weaknesses, beginning with his penchant for conspiracy thinking, by which he could link the same shadowy figures behind what appeared to the uninitiated to be opposing forces, such as capitalism and communism. A related problem was his reliance on either-or propositions, such as "we either win or die," which is a logical fallacy when an obvious alternative would be to reach an agreement. These two habits of thinking marked the remainder of his career. When he got around to party activities again after his imprisonment, the challenges of putting the NSDAP together were considerable, particularly because the sense of emergency and conditions favoring extremist politics had faded for the time being. Nevertheless, just as he had discovered his version of National Socialism, others found their own way to similar beliefs. 2. Early leaders' paths to National Socialism. Those who became the Nazi Party's initial leaders had a similar social profile to the 29 men deemed Hitler's most important Gauleiter, regional party bosses. All but 6 of those had served in the Great War, after which nearly half had been in the paramilitary Freikorps, or an equivalent organization, and many had been involved in the Völkisch movement before Nazism. They vehemently rejected the revolutions of 1918 to 1919, Marxian socialism, and the Weimar Republic, as they did the Versailles Treaty. These negative reactions often became bound up with anti-Semitism, nationalism, and an obsession about socialism. Indeed, thanks to the creation of a welfare state from 1881 onward, reinforced by the social impact of the war, a degree of socialism ingrained itself in German society and was enshrined in the Weimar Republic's constitution. Nevertheless, sentiments were deeply torn over socialism, most profoundly between the nationalist-oriented versus the internationalist varieties of this credo traditionally associated with the Marxian Social Democratic Party, SPD, and the Communist Party, KPD. Although the cluster of ideas and emotions we can broadly label as National Socialism had roots going back in time, the deep psychological drive behind them began in 1918 and 1919. Some of the resentful attitudes about the shocking defeat in the war became inflamed as officers leading German troops home that November and December 1918 found themselves confronted with irregulars wearing red sashes who ridiculed them or tried to hold up the marches. In reaction, characters such as Franz Pfeffer von Salomon became one among many who formed Freikorps as early as January 1919, and who thereafter continued fighting either the Reds inside Germany or the invaders on the eastern borders. These Freikorps were loosely organized into 120 or more groups, eventually numbering between 250,000 and 400,000 young men. Along with nationalism and anti-communism, anti-Semitism became one of the fundamentals of their outlook on life, and for some, the border skirmishes in the East became a kind of test of their manhood. One of them wrote that they had been swept eastward by the crash of the Western Front and gathered as if by some secret signal. They did not know what they wanted, but it was neither the present as it existed nor a return to Imperial Germany. Although a relatively small percentage of the Freikorps men joined the Nazi Party, These brigands were symptomatic of the anger and despair at Germany's abject position and the threat from the left. The government dissolved the Corps in 1920, after which an estimated 100 or more of the men who served in them went on to become top Nazi officials. Another form of the backlash against the Lost War and the new Weimar Republic can be seen in the massive Völkisch racialist movement, one of whose leaders listed between 120 and 125 such organizations for the period 1920 to 1922. The boundaries between these associations were fluid, and often people had 2 or 3 memberships at the same time. The multitude of such groups all over the country laid the foundation for the later Nazi movement. Not only that, there were any number of radical anti-Semitic leaders who had been part of the broader racialist movement since the 1880s, and who kept looking for ways to translate their ideas into reality. They transitioned easily from one organization to the next until they found the Nazi Party, though there were aspects of it, particularly Hitler's claims as the unquestioned leader, that some found hard to swallow. One of the most important of the ideological way stations, and the largest and most active of the early racialist groups, was the German Racial Protection and Defiance League, Deutsch Völkischer Schutz- und Trutzbund, DVSTB. At the end of 1920, it counted 110,000 members, and during its brief existence 200,000 or more people belonged to it at one point or another. It played an important role in organizing and activating the post-war movement, with 16 of its members eventually becoming Nazi Party regional bosses, and 8 others taking top posts in the Third Reich. In contrast to the smaller pre-war movements, the DVSTB spread across the entire country. The government outlawed it in June 1922 after the assassination of Foreign Minister Walther Rathenau, whom the culprits blamed for benefiting economically from the war, and not least for being Jewish. This folkish, hyper-nationalist, and violent mood was reflected in political parties besides the NSDAP, such as in the merger of pre-war conservatives that produced a new German Nationalist People's Party, DNVP, in November 1918. It remained dead set against the revolution, parliamentary democracy, and all forms of socialism, and was at times heavily tainted with anti-Jewish prejudice. The Pan-German League, a carryover right-wing pressure group from Imperial Germany, led a folkish and anti-Semitic movement in northern Germany, and early in the Weimar Republic tried to recruit Hitler. The early Catholic Bavarian People's Party, BVP, argued vehemently against Berlin as the home of the Republic and city of Jews and asphalt. The BVP boasted of a leader of the racialist Catholic movement who claimed in 1919 that the Jews were a poison and called for their extermination, Vernichtung. The broad anti-Semitic scene in the immediate post-war years reached most of the country, though it tended to be organized city-wide and had no national umbrella body. Thus, the tactics varied, with some activists in Berlin resorting to violent assaults on individual Jews. Those attackers, including soldiers putting down the revolution, went to the capital city's Schönenquarter to search the property of Eastern Jews. Elsewhere, soldiers bothered Jewish guests in Kolberg, Pomerania, Bad Salzbrunn, Lower Silesia, and Kranz, East Prussia. There were isolated reports of student violence against Jewish students in Marburg and Gießen. In addition, there were hate campaigns in parts of Germany, like one in Berlin during March 1919, and more in other places, as reported by the Jewish Central Association. Taken together, an unprecedented public outpouring of anti-Semitism occupied the streets visually. As for the countryside, in states like Bavaria toward the end of the war, people came to believe that the Jews had wanted to stop the fighting. Some anti-Semites claimed that individual Jews played a key part in the revolutions of 1918 and 1919, and that they were among those who had gained financially most from the war. In the inflationary period that soon began, as prices went up seemingly inexplicably, anti-Jewish prejudice spread, along with warmed-up tales of avaricious Jewish profiteers. In August 1921, a mob in Memmingen beat a Jewish cheese dealer and dragged him to the police when they were outraged at price increases. Ordinary rural folk commonly denounced the leaders of the socialist and communist movement for being in cahoots with big capitalists. Neither peasant organizations nor outsiders were needed to whip up the hostile mood, for the resentment of the Jews already existed and was a pronounced feature in post-war politics. What was still missing was a nationwide coordinating organization that could mobilize the backlash. This was the context in which the men who became prominent in the National Socialist Party found themselves. The Nazi Party itself had remained limited in size and geographical scope since its founding in 1920, reaching around 22,000 members at the end of 1922. In the following year, even with the economy deteriorating drastically and an inflation rate totally out of control, the party grew to only 55,287 members by the attempted Nazi putsch in November. Taking into account some exaggerations in the numbers given by most parties and groups, that year, by way of comparison, the Communists, KPD, counted 294,230 members, and the Socialists, SPD, had 1,261,072. Allied with the SPD, the new trade union organization, ADGB, that year numbered 5.82 million dues-paying members. In February 1924, with Hitler's trial still in progress and the entire Nazi Party apparatus dissolved, Social Democrats helped found the Reichsbanner, a uniformed war veterans league loyal to the Republic that soon had an estimated 600,000 members in some 5,000 local branches. For reasons of its own, the KPD also created a paramilitary force in mid-1924 with the Red Veterans Association, Rotfrontkampfverbund, RFB, that boasted 100,000 members by the end of the next year. Moreover, the two Red parties mobilized no fewer than 9.7 million votes in the May 1924 general elections, so that together this massive left-wing bloc, even considering its internal divisions and conflicts, represented an almost insurmountable challenge to the NSDAP that aimed to win back the workers and to destroy Marxism and the Republic. It would require the unforeseen social disaster of the Great Depression and divisions among these Reds for the NSDAP to have any chance of success, which was why the early party did not want to play by the rules and instead committed to a revolutionary overthrow of the entire system. One of these early activists and a future Nazi leader was Captain Ernst Röhm, born in Munich in 1887 and a lieutenant in the Royal Bavarian Army before 1914. He could look forward to a comfortable life in a much-esteemed profession, though during the war he suffered grave wounds, including a badly disfigured face. While decorated and promoted, his future, like so many of his generation, grew uncertain when defeat led to revolution in 1918. Moreover, the war exercised a leveling social effect on officers and men, and it changed Röhm so much so that the last thing he wanted was a return to the days of a rigid class society. Anyone reading his memoirs had to be struck by his anti-Marxian version of socialism, and his belief that the revolutions at war's end had unfortunately given socialism a bad name. Little wonder that by the time he returned to the Munich in which Kurt Eisner's uprising had begun, the events reinforced Röhm's conviction that destructive Jewish machinations played a part in the revolution. As a self-described political soldier, Ernst Röhm wanted to mobilize anti-Republican, anti-Red, and anti-Jewish forces, and to win over workers. In early 1919, when still serving in the military, he joined the Freikorps Epp, one of the numerous right-wing organizations that put down the Communist Revolution in Munich, and he participated in the bloody repression of the left-wing Ruhr Rebellion in 1920. At the same time, he supported the radical nationalist volunteer units of the Einwohnerwehren, civic guards, with as many as 361,000 men in its ranks, until Allied pressure led the German government to dissolve both the civic guards and the Freikorps. As Epp's orderly officer, Röhm controlled large arms depots, hidden to avoid the scrutiny of the Allies seeking to enforce the limitations on arms and men written into the Versailles Peace Treaty. Even after many of the paramilitary units had been dissolved, Röhm continued to channel arms and ammunition to various volunteer groups. During these years, to go by Röhm's memoirs, he was driven by fervent nationalism, along with a deep concern that Germany was falling apart. He associated with a variety of right-wing nationalist groups and led a branch of the Reichsflagge, a folkish paramilitary outfit. In October 1919, he attended a meeting of the German Workers' Party, DAP, joining it not long after Hitler. The two quickly became close friends, and Röhm helped Hitler make contact with influential people in Munich. He eventually participated in the failed Hitler Putsch in November 1923, and while in jail awaiting trial, he wrote a long piece justifying what they had done. The article, called Savior of the Fatherland, appeared in the original 1928 version of his memoirs, though he excluded it from later editions. This essay reeks of his hatred of the Jews, blaming the misery and hunger of the times on the allegedly Jewish-controlled stock exchange, while he complained that poor government drove the working class into the hands of the Marxists and Jewish leaders. Apart from the racketeers, speculators, hoarders, and the rest, he claimed that it was primarily the Jews from all parts of the world who seized German property with a laugh. Since the Revolution of 1918, he claimed that the Jews and their helpers have an extraordinary power base and are sucking the German people dry. The Bavarian government had once threatened to deport all Eastern Jews, yet Röhm wanted more. Because it is the Jews everywhere who are the danger, not just the Eastern Jews in Bavaria. They were supposedly responsible for spreading the internationalist pacifist contamination, and he warned, with typically murderous language, that if we are not successful in rooting out this disease, Germany will never rise again. To the extent that he revealed a social vision, it was of a Volksgemeinschaft, for he did not want social class, education, or money to determine a person's honor. The only thing that really mattered was if you are heart and soul a German, ready to live and die for the fatherland. Thus, when it came to anti-Semitism, and a lot more, Hitler had little to teach Captain Röhm, whose punishment for his role in the 1923 putsch was 15 months in prison. Given time served, the court released him on April 1, 1924, on probation. Even with the Nazi Party formally outlawed, and contrary to Hitler's wishes, Röhm ran in the national elections of May 1924 and won a seat. One Nazi insider remembered him from those times as a soldier, a socialist, and a man of remarkable general intelligence, who put everything he had into rehabilitating Germany and its military. According to Röhm, before he left prison, Hitler had given him unrestricted authority to rebuild the paramilitary side of the outlawed Nazi movement, and at meetings on May 17 and 18, and safely in Austria, he obtained recognition as head of the Stormtroopers, SA, from the exiled Hermann Göring, its formal leader. Röhm remained delusional enough to feel that some kind of military assault on power might still be possible, and he established the Front League, Frontbahn, a new organization based on National Socialism. He merged it with the SA, the goal being to make this more centralized national paramilitary group, with himself as its leader, an independent entity inside the NSDAP. Unsurprisingly, however, having had a change of heart, Hitler rejected such a scheme as completely unrealistic. When the two could not reach agreement, Röhm resigned all offices on May 1, 1925, and withdrew from politics for the time being. Hitler eventually recalled him from self-imposed exile in Bolivia to serve as head of the SA beginning on January 5, 1931. Another former officer, and later one of the better-known Nazi chiefs, was Hermann Göring. Often the butt of jokes for his overindulgences, thus easy to underestimate, he became important during the Third Reich. He was born in 1893 into the military way of life, attended the famed cadet school in Berlin-Lichterfelde, and during the Great War won some of the nation's highest distinctions, including the Iron Cross First Class and the coveted Pour le Mérite for his service in the fledgling Air Force. For people like him, defeat in war meant more than just the end of a career, because their entire world collapsed. He took refuge abroad. Before Göring met Hitler, he seems to have had fixed ideas, such as that somehow nationalism and socialism should meld into one another in order to regenerate the country, and he saw in Hitler a name who could bring people together. At his post-war trial in 1945, he claimed that he had joined the Nazi Party simply because he was a revolutionary, and to exculpate himself from the worst charges, he played down any attraction to the ideological nonsense of the Nazi Party. Although that assertion has often been taken at face value, a closer look at his testimony reveals more. According to his own account, he saw Hitler for the first time in October or November 1922, and when they met in private afterward, Göring recalled being impressed by how Hitler explained his ideology as combining the two most powerful ideas of the day, namely nationalism and socialism. What also struck him was the man's compelling analysis of all that had gone wrong in their world. Hitler eventually recruited this famed pilot to lead his stormtroopers, the SA, in March 1923 because, as he explained to Göring, he considered its leaders too young and inexperienced. No doubt they both thought that with a war hero as head of the SA, it might be easier to find new militants. Indeed, Röhm said that when Göring took over the stormtroopers, he gave it a new spirit and fresh enthusiasm. If Göring was warm, charming, and overindulgent, Alfred Rosenberg seemed to insiders to be a cold and ascetic thinker, not a man of action. His was a circuitous route to National Socialism, for he had been born in distant Raval, today Tallinn, Estonia, in 1893, then part of the Russian Empire. At age 15 or 16, he had discovered Houston Stewart Chamberlain's The Foundation of the 19th Century. He read it with enthusiasm, saying that the book provided the strongest influence on his life and that it was the first window of the free world opened to him. He shared Chamberlain's conviction that the German race had formed the most important cultures around the globe, though the Asiatic counter-race of the Jews steadily threatened it. Moreover, the Jews supposedly were a danger in spreading the idea of the equality of man and in wanting democracy. At the time of the Russian Revolution, Rosenberg found himself studying architecture in Moscow, and he claimed to have despised everything he saw about Bolshevism. When he returned home in late 1918, he held his first public speech with the telling title, Marxism and Jewry. It reflected his conviction that an indissoluble link existed between these two forces, which would destroy all that he held to be beautiful and good. He immediately left for Germany, where he arrived stateless and unemployed, and he began scratching out a living as a painter. Having rejected the outmoded theories of the Enlightenment as well as the egalitarian teachings of international Marxists and all he had seen of Jewish Bolshevism, he harbored a hatred of the Jews that became his enduring passion. In Munich, Rosenberg latched onto a contact with Dietrich Eckart and wrote for the latter's journal Auf gut Deutsch. It argued that the Jews were behind both capitalism and Bolshevism and highlighted the antagonism between national and international socialism. Rosenberg's first contribution to the journal, called The Russian Jewish Revolution, began with a tirade against the Jews, whose main aim was said to be the destruction of morality and culture, using merciless terror against anything smacking of old Russia. He soon joined the Thule Society, whose regular guests included the future Nazi leaders Rudolf Hess and Hans Frank. The small group, maximum 200 strong, another that used a swastika as its symbol, was one among many racialist associations that opposed the mainline Social Democratic Party, while making its own socialistic and anti-Jewish demands. Rosenberg's first book, Traces of the Jews Through the Ages, published in 1920, sought to confront the Jewish danger by sketching its roots. He was willing to grant the Jews human rights, though not their participation in Germany's political life or cultural activities. Ideally, he wanted Germany to find a place in the world to which it could send all the Jews, which is why he supported Zionism at this point. More fatefully, he provided a long introduction to and analysis of the notorious Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a faked exposé out of Russia about how the Jews' hidden hand conspired to rule the world. Right-wing German newspapers published front-page stories about these revelations in early 1920. Rosenberg claimed that the international conspiracy as revealed in the Protocols, written 25 years earlier, whether the document was genuine or not, was, in fact, being followed by the Jews, and he outlined the successes they supposedly had chalked up. This was classic conspiracy theory, unmasking the hidden links between widely disparate events, all of them traced to Jews around the globe. That Hitler already accepted such a theory was reinforced by the general drift of the Protocols, first seen in a speech he gave on August 12, 1921. Across Europe, there was tangible alarm about the spread of Moscow-inspired Bolshevik communism, a fear internalized by those who had fled the East like Rosenberg and another Baltic German, Max Erwin von Schübner-Richter. As a veteran fighter against the Bolsheviks in the East, and born there in 1884, he drew the attention of other Russian émigré personalities and a number of influential figures in Munich, including General Erich Ludendorff. Schübner-Richter joined the fledgling Nazi Party on November 22, 1920, shortly after hearing Hitler damning the Russian Revolution to inevitable failure because it was purportedly run by the Jews. Like others, Schübner-Richter was already among the converted, and his well-formed views corresponded to much that National Socialism advocated or would become. His main contribution to the cause during its incubation period was to channel to it funds from Aufbau, Reconstruction, a secret society of mostly wealthy individuals with strong anti-communist and anti-Semitic attitudes. Rosenberg was the more prominent of the two, and his writings were well received on the German right when he revealed the murderousness of the Russian Revolution. In his sometimes quite strange narrative, the Bolsheviks were and are the envoys of stock exchange Jewry. Supposedly, Leon Trotsky and his close comrades had left for Russia with 200 brothers from the New York ghetto. That the victory of Jewish Bolshevism came with the Russian Revolution was for Rosenberg proven because out of 380 commissars in Moscow, 300 were Jews. His exaggerated figures. Also overstated was his claim that the Central Soviet of People's Commissars consisted of 3 Russians, 2 Armenians, and 17 Jews. Although these numbers changed up and down, for Rosenberg it was self-evident that the representatives of the capitalist and national Jews, through the Russian Revolution, openly threatened to incite a Jewish world revolution in Bolshevism. Like the fanatical true believer he was, Rosenberg alleged that the Jews established a violent regime in Russia such as history had never seen. Although the United States helped that country deal with a famine in 1921, he falsely asserted that the food went only to the Jews. As important as it was to stop the Eastern Jews from coming to Germany, he maintained, the Western Jews already in the country were more dangerous. Anyone who means to help the German people has to fight the Jews and demand complete removal of the Jews from all posts, offices, public institutions, positions in leading economic branches, and cultural affairs. He published a steady stream of hateful articles on such themes in the Nazi Party's newspaper, of which he became the editor. The stories were not the lewd kind, featuring claims of Jewish sex crimes, and yet his continuing conspiracy tales fueled the vicious streak in National Socialist anti-Semitism. It mattered not in the least to him that at the time when he blamed the killings in the Russian Civil War on the Jews in Russia were, in fact, suffering as victims of the most murderous pogroms in that country's long history. Rosenberg warned what might happen should the Jewish plutocracy open the gates to infection by the plague from Russia. The Jews allegedly had built an Asiatic horde in Marxist hands, had conquered Russia, and supposedly now looked to Europe. The battle of the future, which would mean decline or new beginning of Germany and Europe, had to be fought under the flag of folkish thought. On the one side stands what is for all of us the deadly enemy Asiatic Mediterranean spirit, led by the international Jews. On the other side, our old Europe, led by German men. For Rosenberg, the world was divided between the carriers of culture in the form of the Aryan or Nordic race and the Jews as the destroyers of culture. One of his most influential accounts of National Socialist doctrine might have been Rosenberg's brief introduction to the party program, which he first published in 1922, with its 25th edition appearing in 1943. In the editions published before Hitler's appointment, it explained that the NSDAP recognized that it would be unable to fulfill its goals unless it destroys the bacillus that poisons our blood and our soul, the Jew and those born of him in the Jewish spirit with their followers from the German camp. Marxism, he stated confidently, was not socialism equals community spirit, and instead was a conscious, concealed mockery. Marxism was no declaration of war against the materialism of the age, but rather the crowning thought of mammonism. The long list of Marxism's sins was made possible because the leadership of exploitive capitalism, like Marxism, was in the hands of representatives of one and the same people, in the hand of the Jew. Thus, Marxism was, and ultimately is, a racial struggle. It is difficult to say what Hitler and National Socialism took from Rosenberg's main book, The Myth of the 20th Century. Göring later said that while he read many philosophers, including H.S. Chamberlain, he could not get past the first chapter of Rosenberg's big book, which put him to sleep. Similarly, Hitler remarked that he only glanced at the tome and that its style was too difficult. He felt it would not have sold at all, save that the Catholic Church put it on its Forbidden Book Index. Under no circumstances should anyone, he said, regard the book as representative of official party thinking. Nevertheless, Rosenberg's large volume was one expression of National Socialist doctrine, and although it was published in 1930 and well after Mein Kampf, it does not mention that book. He granted that Hitler, whose name occurs only a few times in the text, had masterfully shown that real nationalism and real socialism belonged together. Even so, these were not the ideas that Rosenberg wanted to explore, because his notions stemmed from his own readings by racial theorists, philosophers, religious historians, neo-pagan writers, and mythologists. The main difficulty with the Rosenberg book, which is laced with pseudo-scientific claims, includes its many dubious concepts, such as the law of the blood, and additionally it skips back and forth between ancient civilizations, the Near East, Asia, various long-lost tribes, and their mythologized history. Occasionally there are more concrete examples of his racial theory and its implications, such as when he speaks briefly about the United States. By all accounts, he said, this was the great land of the future, and to get things in order, it would have to revitalize its racial thought, resettle or deport African Americans and Asians, and find a place for the Jews somewhere. In Rosenberg's more political books, such as his attack on those responsible for the Revolution of 1918, he delved into specifics, though even then he invariably ended on a strange note. Thus, when he wrote of the contradictions in what President Woodrow Wilson said in his 14 points and what he did with regard to the Versailles Peace Treaty, Rosenberg felt compelled to mention the mythical links to the Jews. He sought to make National Socialist theory appear to be the result of genuine research and science, rather than the product of hate. Yet he was gratified that he was one of the pioneers of the party's anti-Semitism. It did not matter that Hitler had given his own testimony on why he became anti-Semitic well before coming across Rosenberg or his works. If, prior to 1933, Rosenberg did not call for anything like the final solution, his language repeatedly hit murderous notes, such as in comparing the Jews to bacteria that would have to be controlled. Apart from Hitler, he was the only leading Nazi figure to produce a large body of written work that, quite frankly, reads today like the rant of a quack. Two future Nazi leaders, quite unlike Rosenberg, were Heinrich Himmler and Martin Bormann. They were similar in being born in 1900 and nationalists who trained for the military without seeing action in the Great War. Bormann lived in distant Mecklenburg and made his living after the war as an estate manager, while associating with right-wing paramilitary and racist groups and becoming deeply opposed to the Jews. In mid-1923, he was arrested and sent to prison for his involvement in the murder of an alleged police plant. The main perpetrator, later a notorious figure as the commandant of Auschwitz, was Rudolf Höss. Bormann, released early, got to know Hitler in 1926 and joined the party early the next year. Because he could never quite master public speaking, he worked his way up as the consummate insider, and whatever minor contribution he made to Hitler's doctrine, he became so powerful and feared that during the war even the highest officials had to regard a memorandum from Bormann as if it had come directly from Hitler, a fact that gave the Secretary of the Führer enormous powers. On the other hand, Heinrich Himmler wanted more than anything to be a soldier, and he was appalled when the revolutionaries took over in 1918 and 1919. Following his demobilization on December 18, he went home to Landshut, and such was his desire to serve that in April 1919 he joined a local branch of the Free Corps founded by the Tool Society's Rudolf von Zebottendorf. When, soon thereafter, Munich was swept by a counter-revolutionary wave of violence, led by these radicals, Himmler did not see much action. On October 18, he enrolled at the Technical University in Munich. In his diary, he dutifully noted being drawn to a demonstration on November 23 of the notorious German Racial Protection and Defiance League, Deutsch Völkischer Schutz- und Trutzbund, DVSTB, but when he arrived too early, he did not stay to see it. Politically, he sympathized with the Catholic Bavarian People's Party, BVP, which was already tinged with anti-Semitism. He began mentioning the Jews in his diary during 1919, though only in 1922 did he say more. He was not immediately a visceral hater of all Jews, and, for example, on July 3 that year, he noted being favorably impressed by a Jewish dancer, Inga Branco, whom he had met. He appreciated her honesty and faithfulness to her boyfriend, such that he thought she deserved respect. Such an opinion would be unthinkable to him only a few years later. As a member of a student fraternity, and often seemingly more concerned with fencing than politics, he nonetheless acquainted himself with the racist literature circulating in post-war Munich. For him, it was a given to oppose the Weimar Republic and the Versailles Treaty, just as he supported the nationalist cause and wanted to bring back the imperial German flag. His mentality was such that he moved seamlessly into the folkish nationalist environment that percolated in Munich and other parts of Bavaria after the war. On January 26, 1922, he recorded attending a meeting with Captain Ernst Röhm at one of Munich's rifle clubs, toward which the young man gravitated because, as he confessed to his diary in June, though a student of agriculture at the Technical University in Munich, inwardly, I am simply a soldier. The next month, he enlisted in the right-wing paramilitary Bayern und Reich, with its solid 20,000 members. At some point, between then and November 1923, he joined Röhm's Reichsflagge organization. Thus, Himmler's way to National Socialism came through his own experiences and association with such groups, and knowing some of their leaders, like Röhm, with whom he had an enduring and friendly relationship. Himmler finally joined the NSDAP on August 1, 1923, by which point he must have known something about Hitler, though if he had an idol at that time, it seems to have been Ernst Röhm rather than Hitler. The diary Himmler kept does not read anything like the one by Joseph Goebbels, who mapped out his political development and ideas regularly. Himmler, on the other hand, wrote in pedantic detail mostly about his daily routine, from getting up, shaving, bathing, to personal matters such as his preoccupation with fencing, learning to dance, or banal encounters with young women. He did comment on books for a reading list he kept. For example, in April 1920, he quoted Arthur Dinter's notorious The Sins Against the Blood, 1918, which he distrusted and deemed the product of a writer blinded by his hatred of the Jews. Himmler felt that the racial science on which the book claimed to be based needed verification. Some of Dinter's other work, however, exhibited an anti-Semitism with pronounced socialist tendencies, later found in National Socialism, though his retention of a strong Protestant faith made breaking with the Nazi movement inevitable. More to Himmler's taste was the work of Houston Stewart Chamberlain, incidentally the writer to whom Dinter dedicated his best-selling book. The young Himmler was pleased to find in Chamberlain's pamphlet, Race and Nation, a work that was objective and not full of hate, for he wanted to avoid vulgar mob anti-Semitism. Himmler's writings were not filled with adoring references to a mythologized leader. His first mention of the man came on January 16, 1924, when he noted on his reading list that he had thumbed through a published collection of Hitler's speeches, not that Himmler had heard them himself. From these, he concluded that Hitler was a truly great man, and above all, a genuine and true one. His speeches are marvelous examples of Germanness and Aryanism. The first brief note on Hitler in Himmler's diary came shortly afterward, on February 19, when he read to friends from a pamphlet about Hitler's life. The young Himmler continued delving into a variety of areas, including racism, Teutonism, even the occult, and plowing through Theodor Fritsch, one of the standard-bearers of German anti-Semitism since before 1914. Not surprisingly, therefore, Himmler did not fall for Hitler's charisma, such as it was, nor was he overly fond of Mein Kampf, which he read during the years 1925 to 1927. His chief reaction was that there was a lot of truth to it. What interested him most were the parts that focused on racial health and racism. He underlined the passage, the demand that it be made impossible for defective people to produce other defective people is a demand of the clearest rationality, and it means, in its planned implementation, the most humane deed of mankind. This was a statement that could have been lifted from the books of a pre-1914 proponent of eugenics. The aspect of National Socialism that Himmler highlighted in Mein Kampf was the recognition of the blood, that is, the racial basis in general, and particularly that of racial belonging. He agreed that education should have the goal of giving all young Germans a sense of their superiority. By December 1927, when he was well into reading the second volume of Mein Kampf, he underlined that it favored compulsory sterilization, as well as the need to recognize the blood, including for individual members of the Volksgemeinschaft, who would in the future be valued according to their racial origins. He scratched in the margin, would the implications be drawn from this? Himmler also learned more about what the leaders supposedly stood for through popularized accounts, such as Dietrich Eckart's imagined conversation with Hitler, initially published in 1924 on mimeographed sheets. Eckart had been a mentor and patron to Hitler, took part in the putsch, and, while seriously ill, wrote this book, which is more like a pamphlet, at the end of 1923, before he died on December 26. In order for their most curious conversation to make sense to readers, much less to enthrall them, they would have to accept its fundamental premise, which is that history is not determined by abstract, impersonal forces, much less by economics or the class struggle. Instead, in Hitler's personalized interpretation, as provided in the book, history was directed by a superpower, the Jews, and they had been there from the beginning, as they tried to subvert the natural, historical process for purposes of their own. Thus, what the world saw on the surface of the diverse activities of the Jews hangs together underground, and hidden Jewish elders allegedly made the crucial decisions to set the nations at each other's throats. In the short book, Eckart asks leading questions, and Hitler uses his long answers to trace the role of the Jews as the secret power over the centuries. Instead of following a neat timeline, the dialogue moves around in an effort to show how, at all the key turning points in 2,000 years of history, Hitler could detect the work of an international Jewish conspiracy. For example, he asserted that the Jewish upper leadership decided at the Sixth World Zionist Congress in 1903 to unleash what became the First World War. Obviously, Hitler had no evidence to prove such a ridiculous charge, which was typical of other assertions he made, though that did not disturb either of the two characters in the book's unfolding drama. When Eckart asked whether the Jews were nationally or internationally inclined, Hitler pronounced that it was impossible to define. It, the Jews, or Jewish influence, is a rank growth, Wucherung, moving over the entire earth, sometimes slowly, sometimes leaping forward. Everywhere it sucks ravenously. What was at the beginning teeming abundance in the end becomes only dried-out sap. When Eckart stated that we want Germanity, true Christianity, law and order, and we want them so firmly established that our children and grandchildren can change nothing, Hitler replied that they, presumably the Jews and perhaps also those not part of the Nazi movement, consider that impossible, and for that very reason regard our program as nothing but empty phrases. He claimed, to the contrary, that achieving their goals was inevitable, if not necessarily in the immediate future. Then he had a socialist note. Never and nowhere has there existed a real social state. Instead, everywhere and always, the upper class has followed the principle that what is yours is mine, rather than what is mine is yours. Needless to say, for Hitler, the Jew is able to take advantage of both the big bosses and the slaves. "We'll go against both," he said, "ending the rich and the slaves. That is the Aryan, the Christian Weltanschauung." Why had German workers not been able to learn from the Soviet experience? Because, according to Hitler, they were so anxious to be masters that they had allowed themselves to be led by the nose. They should know that all social injustices of any significance can be traced to the underground influences of the Jews. At the end of this dialogue, Hitler declared magisterially, "It is possible to understand the Jews only when one knows the ultimate ends they seek. That goal is, beyond world domination, the extermination of the world. Somehow the Jews believe they must wear down mankind in order to prepare a paradise on earth. And while they pretend to raise humanity, they torture the people into desperation, into madness and decline. If they cannot be stopped, they will exterminate humanity. In doing so, the Jews know they destroy themselves, yet they cannot stop, in what Hitler called the tragedy of Lucifer." The Hitler-Eckart conversation offered a terrifying insight into the mind of National Socialism, and almost demanded that the story end apocalyptically. If this was really how Hitler or Himmler saw the Jews as of 1923 or 1924, then they were still containing their more savage urges until they had complete power. How strange that Himmler would have been interested in such a book, one that Hitler never disavowed, and far from it, for after Eckart passed away, Hitler said he never more found someone with whom he had the same emotional and intellectual connection, and he even dedicated the second volume of Mein Kampf to Eckart. Himmler noted on his reading list for January 16, 1924, that the Eckart-Hitler book was a down-to-earth, instructive conversation between Hitler and Eckart, which reveals them both so accurately. It provides a perspective over the centuries and opens your eyes to many things that you had not seen before. I wish everyone would read the book. Eckart belonged to a long line of folkish political thinkers in Germany who claimed that Jesus was Aryan, not Jewish. Similarly, in an April 1923 speech, Hitler came out for awakening the German spirit, fighting anti-German sentiments, and realizing the aims of a united and no longer tolerant Christianity. Certainly, Himmler could not have a Jewish Christ as a role model. Later, he explicitly declared that it would be an attack on Christ as a person, and to suggest that Jesus was Jewish was unworthy as well as historically proven to be untrue. The original program of the NSDAP from February 1920 stated in point 24 a demand for freedom of religion and that the party itself stood for positive Christianity, that is, above any single sect. This point also stated that the party fought the Jewish spirit within us and without us. Additionally, it avowed that a lasting recovery of our folk can only take place within, on the basis of the principle, public need comes before private greed. Therefore, in one breath, the party embraced some form of Christianity and anti-Semitism, as well as emphasizing its socialist mission. Himmler was not alone among the young activists who could welcome this brand of positive Christianity, though later he distanced himself from this religion. The great anti-clerical in the party was Rosenberg, whom Hitler and others had to restrain lest they lose the support of religious Germans. Himmler's self-image in mid-1924, as revealed in a letter to a friend, was that he saw himself as continuing the political struggle when others wavered after the failed putsch the year before. Because one has to say to oneself, if we don't do this work, which has got to be done, this sowing of the German idea, then no one will do it, and then, in years to come, when the time is ripe, nothing will happen because nothing has been sown. It is selfless service for the great idea and a great cause. For the time being, in the summer of 1924, it looked like the tide had gone out on the Nazi movement. Eckart had already died, Hitler was in prison, and Himmler took on the more mundane task of working as a second in charge to Gregor Strasser, the Nazi leader in Landshut. In October 1924, in one of the first articles Himmler wrote as an official party worker, he indicated how his hatred of the Jews had emerged. Labeled "The Jew and Science," the short piece claimed that Germany's entire culture was in the hands of Jews, serving nothing but a completely Jewish effort to dominate the world. Perhaps under the tutelage of the more socialistically inclined Strasser, Himmler also cultivated an anti-capitalist streak and mixed socialism with anti-Semitism. As he said in a speech in April 1927, the Jews had learned how to use capitalism and to play off nations against each other in the name of internationalism. The only way to avoid that fate was to unite all the German workers on the basis of nationalism in order to introduce a socialist regime. In 1924, Himmler also read Hans F. K. Günther, one of the writers who became a champion of the Nordic race. In his 1920 book, Night, Death, and Devil, Heroic Thought, he mixed mythical and racial views, claiming to see the unmistakable decline of the Nordic blood community over the generations. Far from yielding, the heroic among the Germans had to strive for a revival. What is unique about our situation, he professed, is that we recognize the value of pure blood, the great deeds for which we of the Nordic race must be thankful. But what now? In an age of miscegenation, was it not too late to talk about racial purity? For Günther, it was important to strive at reversing this condition, and that was the mission. Himmler said he found much in this book that changed the way he thought, and he read it twice that same year. Günther's conclusions were entirely consistent with the National Socialist doctrine then taking shape. As he put it in 1925, during the present age, two races are contending for the domination of the earth. One, led by the upper class, primarily of the Nordic race, would have to muster all its powers to battle the pre-Asiatic race, that is, the Jewish race, which was either capitalist or communist. Günther's prescription was for the complete separation of the Jews from the non-Jews. Himmler was not alone among the Nazi elite to adopt such ideas, as they fit perfectly with views they already held. In January 1929, Hitler appointed Himmler to be the head of the SS, at the time a small force, likely underestimated at between 260 and 300 strong. The Schutzstaffel, or SS, protective corps, that Hitler ordered formed in 1925 had been given the mission to save Germany, which was dying out, and to create the necessary basis so that the next generation could make history. Already on the eve of Hitler's appointment in 1933, the SS increased to 52,000, many commandeered from the SA. Although Himmler aimed to build an elite force, during the last years of the Weimar Republic, the tasks of the SS and SA remained similar. However, he and several trusted comrades were already working out a distinctive SS ideology. Yet another of the early true believers, and an entirely different creature, was Julius Streicher. Although many party members regarded him as the most repugnant or vulgar of their leaders, Hitler thought highly of him. Born in 1885, he served in the war, gaining promotion to the rank of lieutenant and winning an Iron Cross. After that, Streicher worked as a primary school teacher in Nuremberg. Since 1919, he had joined various right-wing parties, including the notorious German Racial Protection and Defense League, DVSTB. Characteristically, given the man's frame of mind, he left that organization because it was not anti-Semitic enough. To his way of thinking, the Jews were behind all evil in the world, a grossly exaggerated conviction that tended to overshadow all his other beliefs. Streicher was also a socialist of sorts, and in 1920 he joined the German Socialist Party, DSP, which was sponsored by the tiny but influential Tool Society. He soon became head of its local chapter, then a member of the national executive, and he edited the party's newspaper, Der Deutsche Sozialist, the German Socialist, which earned a dubious reputation for its outlandish charges against the Jews. When he tried to win over members of the socialist or communist parties, he suggested, in anticipation of Hitler's view, that the workers should be against Jewish finance capital, not capitalism in general. Apparently, Streicher once thought he might become the strong leader that so many in the country sought, and by all accounts he was a compelling speaker and a shrewd propagandist. In his political testament, he spoke of having created a social movement in Nuremberg to which he devoted himself tirelessly. Although Streicher gave up his role in the DSP to join a similar group, it was after further experimentation that, on October 20, 1922, he and an estimated several thousand members of his party founded a local group of the NSDAP in Nuremberg. His unequivocal attitude and ideological orientation were summed up in a statement he issued at the time. The aim of National Socialism is the transformation of Germany from the ground up, a revolution. And, he added, for us, it is a fight to the finish. The central question of this struggle, however, is, and remains, the Jewish question. The most effective method of spreading the word was the public meeting, some of them drawing more than 1,000 people. By no means was Streicher prepared to bow completely to Hitler's authority, so that well into 1923, amid all kinds of petty internal bickering, the Franconian leader secured a kind of dictatorial position for himself in Nuremberg. Nevertheless, he and several of his comrades participated in the attempted putsch in November, though they planned nothing on that day for their own turf in Middle and Upper Franconia. Later, as a member of the Bavarian Landtag, Streicher was not in the least reserved when this assembly was in session in quite wrongly charging that the Jews had not served in the war and that they fought only for their own world empire and the subjugation of all nations. In 1927, he declared to the party rally in Nuremberg that National Socialism was the gospel of recovery of our German fatherland, for it brought rays of hope in a time of dark despair. The doctrine also provided clarity, spoke of the coming day of freedom, and gave hope that the day was near when the swastika flag will be draped over the coffin of Marxism. Hitler put up with the whiff of scandal that surrounded Streicher until much later, perhaps because of the man's fanatical anti-Semitism and his willingness to fight bitterly for the cause. On the other hand, the unsullied Rudolf Hess, born in 1894, served in the First World War, suffered wounds, and won the Iron Cross, second class. In 1918, and after training as a pilot, he briefly saw action and retired with the rank of lieutenant. Like many people in Germany, he was appalled by Germany's defeat in the war, and he tended to blame the Independent Socialists, USPD, whom he deemed similar to the Bolsheviks in Russia. Back in Munich, early the next year, he signed on to study at the university and got to know Professor Karl Haushofer, the theoretician of geopolitics. Thanks to wartime friends, he also met Dietrich Eckart, who encouraged him to take in a meeting of the Tool Society, known for its support of Völkisch and counter-revolutionary causes. That Hess went along suggests that he was predisposed to such endeavors. He also became a member of the Freikorps Epp and participated in the liberation of Munich from communist revolutionaries in the spring of 1919. Nevertheless, in 1920 he favored reaching an understanding with the new Russian government because he had heard about the limitless raw materials Germany could gain there, and he played down the atrocity stories. He liked that the new military there had restored discipline, and even speculated that one day Germany and Russia might form an alliance and get rid of what remained of the Versailles Treaty. When he heard of the famine in 1921, he started to change his mind, grew alarmed that Jews leaving Russia were coming to Germany, and also began worrying about the communist threat looming over his country. Hess attended the university in Munich, and in January 1920, he was there when thousands of students cheered the rector's speech that demanded commutation of the death sentence passed on the assassin of Kurt Eisner. They were deliriously happy when the government changed the penalty to a life in prison. Thus, along with Hess's fierce nationalism, he became almost inevitably a convinced anti-Semite, as well as one of those Germans who looked for the great man, a dictator to bring about order, to stand up against the Jewish economy, the trafficking, the usury. He and his friends were especially opposed to the Jewish leaders among the workers. When, on May 19, 1920, he first attended a meeting of the NSDAP to hear Dietrich Eckart speak on the topic International or National Socialism, Hess was impressed by Hitler's few short interventions, finding particularly striking his authoritative demands to clean out the government, a pigsty, and to throw out the Jews. In passing, Hitler added, to stormy applause, that the Jews ran the government in Bavaria. Although some historians paint Hess as a caricature, utterly smitten by Hitler's charisma, he was more than that. He did not join the NSDAP immediately, but several months later, in July 1920, as member 1600. Nor was he simply an emotional fanatic whom Hitler overawed to the point of smothering his own personality, when in fact they got along so well because they were already on the same political wavelength. Hess also participated in the failed putsch of 1923, and in the years following their imprisonment, while serving as Hitler's private secretary, he controlled the Führer's appointment plans, including his speaking engagements. Hess's office was separate from the Munich Party's central headquarters and opened the possibility for members and functionaries to write him. Among other things, this office acted as a kind of filter that permitted Hitler to remain above the petty internal struggles and squabbles. Hess played his part in the success of the party, though it would be an exaggeration to suggest that in the latter 1920s he became second only to Hitler, the crucial decision-maker in the NSDAP. What comes through from an examination of how some of the main political leaders found their way to the cluster of beliefs that became National Socialism is that all of them were out of joint with the times. Many had served in the war, or wanted to, and all vehemently rejected the disastrous outcome. With their lives and careers thrown into question, they were ill at ease with the new republic's democratic order and became participants in the broad racist, nationalist, and anti-Semitic backlash across the country. Indeed, racial anti-Semitism, to a considerable extent, informed their entire Weltanschauung. While they did not usually threaten the Jews with death, what they said and wrote was laden with deadly implications. They accepted the need for cleaning up society, variously interpreted to mean the end of pluralism and tolerance, and thus a crackdown on law and order. On the foreign policy front, opinions were mixed, though they all passionately wanted to break out of the constraints imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, to restore the military and take back the lands Germany had lost. Nearly all of these fixations existed in the minds of these men before they met Hitler, as did their various efforts to find German socialism, which was often identified with creating a conflict-free Volksgemeinschaft, or community of the people. That concept was not new, and it proved to be malleable enough so that various early party leaders could interpret its meaning, including its socialist dimensions, quite differently. Even so, historians tend to dismiss all Nazi claims to being socialist because of their persistent belief in private property and limited nationalization schemes, when in fact most of the socialist parties in German history to this day have upheld these principles as well. Nevertheless, even as the NSDAP was trying to get off the ground again in 1925, an internal controversy simmered precisely about the left or socialist aspect of National Socialism. 3. The National Socialist Left. After the failed putsch of November 1923, with the Nazi Party outlawed, existing divisions of opinion within the fragmented movement widened, and a number of splinter groups arose. Even after the party got going again in early 1925, it faced considerable obstacles. For one thing, the Bavarian authorities kept their eye on Hitler and, on March 9, 1925, imposed a speaking ban on him. In Prussia, the largest German state, the authorities extended that prohibition well into the future. Under those circumstances, still tied down writing Mein Kampf and living in Bavaria, on March 11, Hitler tasked a trusted Gauleiter, the Bavarian-born Gregor Strasser, to build the movement in North Germany. All well and good, though it became immediately obvious to the energetic Strasser and those around him that the political appeals that might have worked in agricultural and the more folkish areas of Bavaria would likely fall on deaf ears in the more urban industrial north, unless the NSDAP brought out its socialist side to win over the workers. Those leaders for whom this line had real appeal are referred to after the fact as the left in the Nazi Party. There was urgency in resolving any internal divisions, because already in 1924 the disruptive social conditions that once encouraged new joiners began to abate. Ordinary people do not look to extremist parties like the NSDAP when social and economic conditions return to some kind of normality. In such times, how could the party make a mark on the political landscape outside Bavaria without tearing itself apart? At the refounding meeting of the party in the jam-packed Bürgerbraukeller in Munich on February 27, 1925, Hitler resolutely staked his claim as its sole leader, and either assumed or hoped that would heal all divisions. He reminded the members that the Nazi Party program of 1920 was supposed to serve as the guiding star, and yet he still defined National Socialism in vague terms as being the link between the liveliest national strength and the purest social well-being. To those who might split their movement before it got going again, he said they had 9 months during his imprisonment to show they could do nothing, and he now pleaded for unity. He believed that if their party was to stand up to Marxism, it would need uncompromising fighters, Kampfwehr, who are prepared to struggle for their ideal ruthlessly. Such a movement had to have roots in the broad masses. The aim of the NSDAP before 1923 had been clear: fight the devil's power that had sunk Germany into such misery. Fight Marxism as the spiritual carrier of this world plague and infection, the Jews. Don't fight according to the model of the better-off middle class, cautiously so as not to cause pain. No, and again no. Gaining a few seats in Parliament would do nothing against this world plague. Victory would only be certain when the swastika flag flies over the last workplace and last factory and the last Soviet star, raised or not, has disappeared. Just as the Jews fought for their Marxist power against the bourgeoisie and capitalism, so the NSDAP would battle against the Jews and Marxism. The art of all great popular leaders, at all times, he reminded listeners, consisted in concentrating the attention of the masses on one enemy. Here he identified the greatest danger as the foreign poison of the people in the body politic. While it might be possible to break the Versailles Peace Treaty, he observed, once the blood is poisoned, it can't be changed. How would the Nazi leftists translate this nebulous message to workers, many of whom had been raised on a diet of Marxian socialism or communism with their sophisticated theoretical framework that answered all questions? The most influential of these Nazi leftist leaders have been usually identified as the Strasser brothers. Gregor was the elder of the two, born in 1892, and had served with distinction in the war. Their father had strong German socialist inclinations, in which, even before 1914, he sought to combine socialism, nationalism, and Christianity. He was opposed to both hereditary monarchy and unrestrained capitalism. Gregor was large in stature, pronounced in his Bavarian accent, and brave in uniform during the war. As a soldier, he won high honors, including the Iron Cross, first and second class, and was promoted to lieutenant in January 1916. Like so many others, he never quite got over the formative influence of the front experience, in which he felt part of a team with a clear purpose. On returning home, he found the November 1918 revolution disgusting, and with his brother linked up with the Freikorps Epp to crush Munich's Soviet Republic the next year. For a time, Gregor led a local paramilitary group, partly dedicated to guarding against the communist danger. Strangely enough, he gave conflicting dates for when he became a member of the Nazi Party, though it was likely in the autumn of 1922, at about the same time that he joined the stormtroopers, with whom he soon made his mark. By November 1923, though enthusiastic about the Hitler Putsch, he did not play a meaningful role in the failed effort. Nevertheless, he went to court on a charge of treason and served briefly in Landsberg. Afterward, in reflecting on his reasons for turning to National Socialism, Strasser said he wanted to remake Germany along the lines of a folkish social state. His aim was to persuade workers of the fallacies of international Marxism and win them again for the fatherland. To his way of thinking, those who led the workers down the wrong path were above all Jews and Marxists. The decisive battle ahead, he said, in the Bavarian parliament in August 1924, was not with France. It was between a Germanic moral Weltanschauung and Jewish Bolshevism. Otto Strasser, though born in 1897, had also volunteered to serve in the war, during which he gained promotion to the officer rank and several decorations. After helping to put down the Soviet regime in Munich, his worldview remained colored by nationalism, deep-seated anti-Semitism, and a mistrust of Bolshevism. Nevertheless, in a move indicative of his ambiguous inner convictions, he joined the Socialist Party, SPD, in 1919, and when he re-enrolled at the university in Berlin, he worked with socialist and nationalist-oriented students to create a veterans association with ties to that party. When an anti-Republican group around Wolfgang Kapp in Berlin attempted a putsch in March 1920, Otto Strasser opposed it, and he agreed with the general strike designed to bring it down. Then the federal government, led by the SPD, sent troops into the Ruhr, where they committed all kinds of atrocities when finishing off what remained of the strikers. Strasser regarded this aspect of the SPD's behavior as a betrayal, so he left the party and returned to his home in Bavaria, where, in October 1920, his brother arranged a meeting with Hitler and the famed World War I leader General Erich Ludendorff. Otto Strasser recounted this event colorfully in his memoirs, perhaps misdating it, and no doubt adding an anti-Hitler twist or two. First of all, he claimed to have found Ludendorff more impressive than Hitler, who sensed Strasser's negative reaction, and so he attacked by saying he could not understand how Strasser, as a former officer, could have fought against the Kapp Putsch. To Hitler, who said he wanted to attract the masses, stoke their nationalist sympathies and win the next war, Strasser retorted that he desired nothing of the sort. What he was after was a new order in Germany. His brother Gregor chimed in to say that, "From the right we shall take nationalism, which has so disastrously allied itself with capitalism, and from the left we shall take socialism, which has made such an unhappy union with internationalism." Otto then suggested that the party's name should be spelled out in proper German grammar to read small n, national large S, socialism, with the emphasis on the last word. Hitler would not agree, and the younger Strasser refused to join the Nazi Party for the time being. Besides the Strasser brothers, Joseph Goebbels, born in 1897, was also explicitly socialist. We can follow his path to National Socialism, or at least the story he wished to tell of it, by reading his voluminous diary, which provides almost daily clues to his political awakening. Here was a typical product, if there was such a thing, of the psychological and political atmosphere of disenchantment and the aimlessness that followed the lost war. Long before he had heard of Hitler, Goebbels had become pro-Greater Germany and anti-international. While it is difficult to pin down the influences on his political thinking, in 1922 Goebbels discovered Houston Stewart Chamberlain and Otto Weininger, coincidentally two of Hitler's favorites, and Oswald Spengler's Decline of the West. That October, Goebbels said that the decline Spengler had predicted could be avoided by elimination of the Jewish element. So, like Hitler, he rejected Spengler's fatalism. The first mention of the Jewish question in his diary came on October 22, 1923, seemingly out of the blue, when he noted that the racial problem was pressing itself ever more into public life. After watching a comedy in November by Kurt Getz portraying some Jewish characters, Goebbels thought it was funny, though he wrote in his diary that Jewry is poison that brings death to the European body politic, Volkskörper. Moreover, he said, the Jewish spirit of decomposition had its worst effects on German art and science, as well as on theater, music, literature, university, and the press. Germans, supposedly, had been too soft and lazy, and he wanted to get them thinking again. Complicating matters, his girlfriend at the time was half Jewish, and he struggled with that until eventually breaking up with her. As a voracious reader, he stumbled upon Henry Ford's scandalous book, The International Jew. Although Goebbels had his doubts about it, he still marveled at how much it revealed. The Jewish question, he pronounced, was the burning issue of the day. He soon read The Protocols of the Elders of Zion and considered the document a fake, mainly because he figured that the Jews would not be so careless as to put their plans in writing. His opposition to the Jews seemed to grow ever more radical during the spring of 1924. On April 10, he drew up a balance sheet. One thing is, to me, an inviolable truth. The Jew is, in reality, the Faustian man, the plastic daemon of decay, the ferment of decomposition. The Germans had to help themselves, and if they did not, then they deserved the worst. He stood on the side of the Völkisch and said that, to the depths of his soul, he hated the Jew out of instinct and out of reason. That perspective put him in the world of ideas he shared with many, including Hitler. Goebbels described his future leader in March 1924 as had Heinrich Himmler, after reading one of Hitler's speeches, as a passionate idealist, a man who would restore Germans' beliefs, someone with a nationalist and socialist consciousness, who would show the way to salvation. Goebbels hankered for the return of a great man, perhaps on the model of the Iron Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, and he pleaded with God to send a miracle, for the country yearns for the one, the man, as the earth longs for rain in summer. Yet he quietly insisted that socialism was their ultimate aim, and that the world will be ours with Hitler as the leader of German socialism. On July 14, 1925, when Goebbels heard Hitler speak for the first time, he was struck by the man's voice, gestures, and passion. It seems that Hitler was Goebbels' psychological projection, his own dream fulfilled, for he was just as I wished him to be. The event turned out to be more than he had dared to expect, and when it ended, he stood outside and cried like a baby. This was his typical theatricality and self-dramatization. His diary is full of phrases about his weeping or other demonstrative expressions, as if he were writing for a receptive audience and for publication. No doubt that was his faint hope at the time. On finishing the first volume of Mein Kampf, Goebbels still had questions, though semi-worshipful ones, about its author. Who is this man? Half plebeian, half god. Is this really Christ, or only John the Baptist? When he read through the second volume, he said that here he found the real Hitler, and he was so happy he wanted to cry out. The text of the Hitler speech that so convinced Goebbels has been lost, though from what he says about it in his diary, it resembled others Hitler gave to various audiences in June and July 1925. At that time, he focused on the relationship between ideology, organization, and his leadership. When a new idea is first proclaimed, he told listeners, it was entrusted to a person, its preacher. The difference between such a belief, Glauben, and a philosophical opinion was that the latter was available to all and could be interpreted variously. On the other hand, a belief needed a framework, a united movement. They should never forget that the best ideas are useless if they cannot be translated into reality, and it would take political power to make that happen. All those won to the new idea must become soldiers of the new idea. While not everyone could be a leader, one could be a soldier of the new Weltanschauung. The organization, he avowed often, is not an aim in itself, but only the means of spreading the idea. Ideally, the unity of a movement lies in the idea and practically in the authority of a center, that is, its leader. Why name the party National instead of Völkisch? Hitler asked rhetorically. Because the latter word could not even be defined, while National Socialist already enunciated more specific beliefs. What should be the strengths of the movement? That it engaged in the fight for the redemption of our German people, not for seats in Parliament, free travel passes, and so on. They should be carried along by a genuine national enthusiasm, though it would take time to spread the word about the new Weltanschauung. The well-read Dr. Goebbels, impressed by such speechifying, remained troubled that National Socialism was still so poorly articulated. He acknowledged that if Hitler stood before party members, he could answer all their questions, though if something should happen to him, they would be lost. They instinctively knew the idea without being able to grasp it or present it as well without him. Goebbels admitted that Hitler is the idea, and the idea is Hitler, a statement that was not a confession of being entranced by the man's charisma. Instead, it was an admission that only Hitler had the ability to present the doctrine, and Goebbels had not yet mastered it, beyond the clichés of wanting to free the slaves or give the Germans a better future. By contrast, Marxism, which he knew well, including its Russian variations, had an answer for every question. It was the political theory of all theories, and National Socialism would never match it. When he got to know Hitler a little more, he became fond of him. In November 1925, Goebbels observed, as did many others, that a Hitler speech was not the one-dimensional scream we see in short film clips, for it contained humor, irony, sarcasm, seriousness, fire, all of it delivered with passion. The man has everything to be king, the born people's tribune, the future dictator. Yet Goebbels was not well enough acquainted with him in 1926 to be able to set down the long list of ideal attributes that he thought Hitler possessed. It was as if the principal members of the party projected onto the flesh-and-blood man the characteristics they thought their almighty Führer should embody. In spite of such enthusiasm, political and theoretical divisions in the young party were bound to occur as it was attempting to get off the ground, as well as trying to recruit from such socially contrasting areas. Thus, in the North, where Gregor Strasser proved a capable organizer, he and other leaders grew concerned about the movement's ideology and political direction. On September 10, 1925, at meetings in Hagen, Westphalia, they established a loose working group, Arbeitsgemeinschaft, of the North and West German districts of the NSDAP. They bemoaned the low level of the party's main newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter, racialist observer, published in Munich and edited by Alfred Rosenberg. Although they did not explicitly challenge Hitler's leadership, Strasser and Goebbels wanted to reorient the party's original 1920 program to give it a more pronounced socialist ring, and Otto Strasser joined them. In the meantime, the younger Strasser had met and worked with Arthur Müller-Vandenbroek, noted author of Das Dritte Reich, The Third Reich, 1923, who was a Völkisch nationalist and also an advocate for German socialism. Goebbels read the book and found it marvelous. Everything clear and so quiet, and yet gripped by an inner passion, as he writes what we, the young ones, long knew by feeling and instinct. Müller-Vandenbroek convinced Otto Strasser that only the National Socialist idea could renew Germany, so the impressionable Otto soon joined the NSDAP. He did so even though he and his brother considered its program insufficient to win followers outside Bavaria, and they came up with a more detailed political platform. They wanted to make it more precise without proposing anything as radical as the Bolshevik model. As far as Goebbels was concerned, the issue was whether nationalism or socialism came first. For us in the west of Germany, there's no doubt about it. First, the socialist redemption, then the national emancipation like a windstorm. The Strasser program, drawn up by the two brothers with Goebbels in November 1925, did not differ as much from the original as often supposed. It postulated that National Socialism was a synthesis of state-building nationalism and of a socialism that supported and preserved the individual. The state would intervene more in industrial policy, and there would be some nationalization of industry in what was called a far-reaching transfer of ownership to the public. Workers got little mention in the program, save that a joint worker and employer council would obtain 10% of a company's stock, while small businesses would be protected and farmers would be forced into local cooperatives. There was a hint of an Italian fascist-like organization of the economy based on chambers and pronounced anti-Semitism that was similar to the original NSDAP program. What they were after, as Gregor Strasser put it during a parliamentary debate that month in Berlin, was a German socialism, a new collectivist economic order that would replace the exploitive capitalist system and introduce a real socialism maintained not by a soulless Jewish materialist outlook, but by a believing, sacrificial, and ancient German community sentiment, community purpose, and community feeling. We want the social revolution in order to bring about the national revolution. Soon enough, tensions within this working group crystallized around another budding controversy. The question was this: if the Weimar Republic seized the property of the German princes, should they be compensated? The Strasser brothers and Goebbels, among others, thought the princes should get nothing. Yet other party Gauleiters, such as Franz Pfeffer von Salomon, came down instead for the sanctity of private property, and that would mean compensating the princes. This inter-party dispute illustrated the different ideological configurations that existed at the time in the NSDAP, even among those outside Bavaria. Pfeffer von Salomons's viewpoint, coming from one born into a noble family of the Lower Rhine in 1888, suggests that the differences ran deep. Already an Army lieutenant in 1911, he volunteered to fight in the war, became a captain, served on the prestigious general staff, and won high honors. All that seemed cast in the dust when he returned home in defeat. As he led the troops toward their base in Münster, revolutionary soldiers stopped them from crossing the Rhine. According to his self-styled legend, Pfeffer brought up 2 heavy machine guns to clear the way. After that, he became a nationalist freebooter and anti-revolutionary zealot. He soon organized the Westphalian Freikorps Pfeffer, fought in the Baltic, Upper Silesia, and in the Ruhr, and also participated in the Kapp Putsch of 1920 in Berlin, in which right-wing officers attempted to take power. After initially favoring General Ludendorff as the leader who could bring the right together, in mid-1924, with the NSDAP outlawed and Hitler in prison, Pfeffer began calling himself a National Socialist, accepted most of its doctrine, and opposed large capital, though without rejecting private property. His proclaimed highest goal was to create a renewed Volksgemeinschaft. He favored laws for the purity of the blood, and in keeping with Gottfried Feder's favorite theme, he wanted to liberate the nation from the bonds of interest slavery. Like others in the NSDAP, he was against the harmful influence of the Jews in the press, as well as in writing, on the stage, screen, in art, and more. Pfeffer must have felt slightly out of place amid the northern or leftist faction of the party, and he took exception to the Strassers program because of its ideological basis. In response, on Christmas Day 1925, he published a pseudonymous memorandum with the unsettling title, Breeding, a Demand for Our Program. The rare 31-page document reveals a list of the usual influences, particularly H.S. Chamberlain, along with the protocols of the Elders of Zion. If Pfeffer wanted a Volksgemeinschaft, it was going to be nothing like the egalitarian one favored by the Strassers and Goebbels. Though he agreed about the need for the state to invade social life, he came down in favor of what he called an iron law of inequality. The reason for this hard fact was the inequality in value of people, as could be measured by 4 factors: their productivity at work, bodily precondition according to health and racial features, spiritual, moral, cultural properties, and genetic heritage, Erbanlagen, as measured by parents, grandparents, and so on. The state's mission was to foster the higher-valued creatures and to diminish the less-valued ones. In plain German, we call that a breeding problem. Improving the breed of a race, people breeding. In typically social Darwinist terms, he boldly insisted that nature itself, in a struggle for existence, supported the selection and rearing of the best and decline of the worst. Pfeffer believed in socialism, or at least the redistribution of wealth, by which the state intervened to place each member of society, according to their value, on a set of stairs. The state would reward the top 2/3 of the population, those at the top of the stairs, the higher-valued people, with all power, property, and money to develop their personalities, productivity, culture, and so on. His version of a Volksgemeinschaft included this group, while at the same time excluding anyone deemed flawed. The long list of the rejected began with cripples, epileptics, the blind, insane, deaf, children of alcoholics and welfare institutions, orphans, illegitimate foundlings, criminals, prostitutes, the sexually disturbed, etc. There should be no tears, he added, for the dumb, weak, old, shiftless, the hereditarily burdened or prone to disease, as, without guilt, they would be allowed to deteriorate, or, quoting the Bible, weighed and found too light, fruitless trees shall ye chop down and throw into the fire. This anti-egalitarian world would be the work of generations. He found it amusing, and not entirely inaccurate, to be called an elitist aristocrat. Pfeffer wanted to pick the racial elite for the military and to unleash a struggle for existence with the best natural selection. He asserted that his aim was to dethrone money and crown the value of the personality, though what he offered was more like a graphic illustration of a social Darwinian dystopia. We do not have Hitler's response to this program, and notwithstanding how far-fetched it might appear, it reveals the kinds of ideas that were in the air at the time inside the budding National Socialist movement, some of them later informing the inhumane practices in the Third Reich. Goebbels was trying to be diplomatic when he said that he agreed with Pfeffer on the struggle for the future state. Yet, while Pfeffer had overcome the old world, he had not found the new, so he was a wanderer between two worlds. Goebbels remained, as of early 1926, convinced that the future would lead to socialism, and it could only be gained by organizing the working class. Pfeffer knew of Hitler's growing prominence well before their first meeting in January 1925 because of the putsch attempt and Hitler's trial performance. A contemporary described Pfeffer's intellectual and leadership abilities in glowing terms and said his special ability was in judging people and summing them up in a few words, a talent for which he was not always loved. In February 1925, Pfeffer founded the district, Gau, of the NSDAP in Westphalia and received Hitler's formal blessing on March 27. He joined the NSDAP and claimed the low number 16,101. A year later, he, Goebbels, and Karl Kaufmann founded an enlarged Gau Ruhr of the NSDAP with 113 local branches. There remained tension among these Northerners and the Strassers, a strain that Otto confused still more when he said that he and his brother opposed both capitalism and Marxism and instead wanted some kind of state feudalism. Such a strategy would nationalize heavy industry and distribute the large estates to those who worked on them. That might win some support, though surely not his suggestion that with a mixed economy the nation would take over all property, with individuals owning it on a lease basis, for such a proposal would alienate entire sectors of the country. Although this scheme was impractical and politically impossible to sell to anyone not already in a socialist party, some historians even doubt that this was authentic socialism. Actually, socialism came in infinite varieties, with whole generations of dreamers and utopians, so that we can hardly dismiss this enunciation of it. By early 1926, Hitler heard enough rumblings of discontent to call a meeting of 60 or so party leaders in northern Bavaria, and he stacked the gathering in Bamberg with representatives from the south. When they met on February 14, he treated them to a lecture variously estimated at between 2 and 5 hours. The fragment of the record that survives deals primarily with changes in his foreign policy conceptions, as he was then working them out in Mein Kampf. Whereas the northern faction wanted a return to the borders of 1914, with colonies and a relationship with Russia, Hitler argued convincingly that Germany had to get over its old boundaries, forego colonies, and ally with Great Britain and Italy. He was completely against approaching Russia because, with its Bolshevism, it would be suicide to regard that country as anything but an enemy. "We National Socialists," he said, "want to free the German people from economic pressure and social injustice, and therefore we must ensure getting enough land and soil so that every racial comrade would obtain his food." From that point of view, Germany had to adopt an Eastern orientation, an Eastern colonization, as before in the Middle Ages. And in contrast to the Northern group, Hitler came out in support of the German princes, who were under threat that the state would nationalize their lands. He wanted no tampering with private property, at least for the time being. The Northern Group was disappointed with Hitler's statements. When he called Goebbels to Munich in April, the younger man was not overwhelmed by the Hitler mythos, as much as by the man's ideas, because a close reading of Goebbels' diary suggests he wrote quite positively of how Hitler provided new insights at their meeting. His ideal, mixed collectivism and individualism. Soil, above and below, belongs to the people. Production, creative, individualistic. Factories, trusts, manufacturing, communications, etc., socialized. In short, Hitler's moderate socialism and his tactical decision not to tackle capitalism head-on had persuaded Goebbels, and neither of them gave up advocating for socialism as such. If Hitler won the debate, it was because he had better arguments and knew how best to present National Socialism. He did not smother the so-called Northern faction, including the Strasser brothers and Goebbels, in his charisma. At Bamberg, Hitler reaffirmed his dictatorial-like powers and special place inside the party, and Goebbels became one of the truest believers. As he put it in a newspaper article from July 1926, the one thing that gives the movement its clearest character, which, in a time of unity, it naturally must always show, the unambiguity of the leadership principle, Führerprinzip. Only the initiated knew, he said, what the personality of Adolf Hitler had meant for the solidarity of the movement over the past few years. The Heil Hitler greeting, which had been used occasionally since 1923, had become more common with time, with Gregor Strasser suggesting its use in the party to bring in the new year of 1927. Even then, the meaning of the leadership principle and Hitler greeting had little impact outside the Nazi Party until after the breakthrough election in 1930. If Gregor Strasser bowed to Hitler's authority, or at least his political abilities, he still advocated a more socialistic line. As might be expected, Alfred Rosenberg, as one of the party's self-styled ideological experts and a die-hard anti-Bolshevist, pushed back in a newspaper article in early 1927. Nationalism, in its purest form, he said, united with socialism and, if stripped of any internationalism, represented the nation's spirit of liberation. Hence, emphasizing the socialism in the party's name, as Strasser and his comrades wanted, was wrong, because the main point of their activity was to rescue the nation. Strasser replied quickly that socialism meant more than merely using the state to protect the people from capitalist greed, as Rosenberg would have it. Instead, it aimed to create another form of economic life, and implied the participation of workers in ownership, profit, and management. This socialism accepted that private property was the basis of all culture, and because capitalism was an immoral system that stole the nation's goods, the state had to step in to restore fairness. He closed with the sentence, "We are, therefore, to be precise, not only National Socialists, but also anti-Semites. In a word, National Socialists." Such exchanges about the place of socialism in the party's ideology continued over the next several years without resolution. We do not know exactly why Hitler decided in 1926 to pick Pfeffer von Salomon to be the new head of the SA, though the northern faction did not send him to Munich. Hitler had traveled to Westphalia that summer, stayed with Pfeffer and his family for a week or so, and they discussed the organization of the SA. In the second volume of Mein Kampf, which Hitler finished only in November 1926, he set down precisely that in the future the SA could not be a military unit nor a combat league, and certainly not a secret organization. It had to be trained as a political guard to conduct and reinforce the movement's struggle for its Völkisch idea. Pfeffer, as a former army officer who had served on the general staff and was a veteran leader of the Freikorps, might be the best person to lead the essay and to turn it into the political instrument Hitler had in mind. Officially, he took up his new position on November 1, 1926. At that time, the party leader underlined that members should not engage in military exercises and should instead train through sports. Their bodily fitness should immunize them against any doubts about their superiority and improve their ability to defend the movement. The activity of the essay was to engage in an ideological war of extermination against Marxism, its structures, and its wire pullers. What we need are not 100 or 200 bold conspirators, but 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of fanatical fighters for our Weltanschauung. Pfeffer agreed that the essay should not be the paramilitary force that Ernst Röhm had wanted before he resigned as its head. According to Pfeffer's later remarks, he worked out specific organizational plans for the essay in which he would be sole leader and independent of Hitler, who did not like this notion and went along because he had no better ideas of his own. Pfeffer and Gregor Strasser, another former army officer, used to joke that they wished Hitler had made it at least to the rank of lieutenant during the war, so that he would have some notion of how to organize the troops. At any rate, Pfeffer took Röhm's place and, in addition, led the SS, Hitler Youth, and the National Socialist Student League. Whereas, until then, the individual party bosses controlled their stormtroopers, now final authority went to SA headquarters in Munich, under Pfeffer. To seal his agreement with Goebbels, Hitler offered him the prestigious job of Gauleiter, district boss, of the Nazi Party in Berlin. Admittedly, that would be the toughest job in Germany, given the capital city's reputation as the Reds' center. Goebbels left home on November 9, 1926, to take up the assignment, and in due course he led the Berlin Party to considerable success. In the process, the local branch earned a reputation for violence, as well as for persistent socialistic tendencies. In fact, to those who said he had sold out to Hitler, Goebbels replied that the revolution had no intrinsic value in itself, and that it should be regarded as a practical step on the way to socialism. Indeed, in 1926, Goebbels penned one of his better-known pamphlets with the provocative title The Nazi Sozi, short for The Nazi Socialist. The text takes the form of his dialogue with a skeptical non-party member, and in answering him, Goebbels sets down what he understands by socialism. "We want," he said, "a full part of the production of what the heavens gave us and what we have earned by our fists and brains. That is socialism." Had not workers fought for socialism for decades already? No, because instead they had fought for Marxism, the exact opposite of living socialism. What about nationalism? Goebbels answers that there was more to it than the comfortable moral theology of bourgeois property and capitalist profits, because the new nationalism is the most radical form of völkisch self-defense. Moreover, the party's anti-Semitism was integral to its socialism. While it was also true that all parties had programs, for the NSDAP, according to Goebbels, any means was justified because their program sought the emancipation of the productive German people. We do not shrink before a social revolution if the freedom of the nation demands it. The document ends with Goebbels declaring, in a typical end-of-the-world scenario, "This future will be ours or it will not be at all. Liberalism dies so that socialism lives. Marxism dies so that nationalism lives. Then we form the new Germany, the nationalist, socialist Third Reich." The short book makes abundantly clear that Goebbels remained, by his own definition, a radical socialist, nationalist, and raging anti-Semite. Some months after he went to Berlin, he started his own newspaper, Der Angriff, the Attack, and in one of its first editions he revealed the essence of his political doctrine. "We are enemies of the Jews," he wrote, because we are fighters for the freedom of the German people. The Jew is the cause and exploiter of our slavery. He has misused the desperate social situation of the broad masses to deepen the unfortunate division between right and left within the nation, and to make Germany into two halves, and thus, on the one hand, the real reason for the loss of the war, and on the other, for the falsification of the revolution. Goebbels branded the Jew a parasite, the prototype of the intellectual, the daemon of decay, the destroyer of our race, and, at the same time, the wire-puller of the Marxist world conspiracy and of international finance capital. In fact, Goebbels' early writings reveal how he came to hold the Jew as being either directly responsible for or the sponsor of all evils besetting Germany. In 1927, he claimed to be a socialist who opposed the Jew as the incarnation of capitalism. As a nationalist, Goebbels believed in the doctrine of blood and race, and rejected the Jew as the destroyer of unified blood. In early 1929, he wrote that it was impossible to fight the Jews positively because this negative factor had to be erased from the German system, Rechnung, or it will eternally ruin it. Would this mean terror? He asked rhetorically. Never! It's social hygiene. We take these individuals out of circulation as the doctor removes the bacillus from the circulation system. In the late 1920s, Goebbels' version of socialism ran like this. We are socialists because, for us, the social question is a question of necessity and of justice, thus an existential concern of the nation, and is not an object of cheap pity or insulting sentimentality. There was a lot more involved in socialism than fighting for the 8-hour day, and it could only be realized in a nation that is united within and is free in facing the outside world. Marxism was a Jewish teaching and international, and thus it cut the roots of the nation's organic links to the soil. Unlike socialism in Russia, German National Socialism believes in property, just not the misuse of property. It believes in capitalism, not its abuse. That did not mean a classless society, for there would be divisions between high and low, top and bottom. But the value of work itself would be determined by how useful it was to the state, to the nation as a whole that fostered and demanded it. Why did the National Socialists call themselves a workers' party? That was because they wanted to free work from the chains of capitalism and Marxism that have imprisoned it. At the same time, private property was the foundation of all human culture, and any social system that tried to deny private property had gone badly wrong. Instead, Goebbels saw for the future a people of free and responsible property owners. That's the aim of German socialism. In short, to each his own. As a useful way to diffuse the tension over ideological issues, twice during 1927, Hitler had asked Gregor Strasser to come to Munich as leader of the NSDAP's propaganda unit, a task he accepted and commenced in early 1928, believing, or hoping, he could still win their leader to a more socialistic course. When Hitler spoke about doctrine during this time, as he did to a large audience gathered in Heidelberg, he returned to his older refrain, that the party's platform documented that National Socialism is the highest form of socialism and the highest form of nationalism. It is from this knowledge that the National Socialist Weltanschauung emerges. This teaching, he said, was no minor theoretical point, for it would be applied to the practical struggle in all areas. It teaches a people not to capitulate like cowards either to the enemy within or to the powers outside the borders. For a show of unity, Hitler met with Gregor Strasser and Joseph Goebbels in Munich in late 1927. He gave them a chance to speak while gently affirming that he was the one and only leader. On January 2, 1928, Strasser moved on as the new, impressive-sounding Reich organization leader, a sign that Hitler did not disapprove of his stance. It was in that role that he unified the previously faction-ridden party and shuffled the organization so that when the Great Depression hit in 1929, it was perfectly positioned to take full advantage of the situation. For the moment, they all looked forward to the Reichstag election of May 20, 1928. In some districts, the party trained workers as speakers to disrupt left-wing meetings, while propagandists emphasized socialistic themes such as the struggle against capitalism, the demand of the hour. These appeals fell short, and the optimism about getting worker support turned out to be misplaced, because in spite of all the effort, the NSDAP polled only 2.6% of the national vote. The results were worse in big cities and industrial centers, slightly better in more agricultural areas, so that soon enough the party quietly relaxed its urban plan, that is, going all out to win the workers away from the Marxist parties. As part of the switch to rural strategy, Hitler clarified point 17 of the unalterable party program that had read, "We demand a land reform suitable to our national requirements, the passing of a law for the expropriation of land for communal purposes without compensation, abolition of taxes on land, and prohibition of all speculation in land." On April 13, 1928, they changed this to read that since the NSDAP believed in private property, the notion of confiscation without compensation referred to finding the legal means of confiscating land acquired illegally or not managed in the public interest. Thus, this was a demand aimed primarily against Jewish companies which speculate in land. More than the support of farmers was needed, and for some time Hitler had made efforts to win over nationalistically inclined industrial magnates. That complicated the ideological debate within the party. Early on, he succeeded in attracting Emil Kirdorf, one of the Ruhr bigwigs, and at age 80 or so, a living monument to free enterprise, complemented by a strong dose of anti-unionism. He shared the party's rabid nationalism, disappointment over the lost war, and revulsion at the revolutions that followed. Kirdorf joined the party in 1927, and it was at his request, and for distribution to his well-heeled colleagues, that Hitler provided a pamphlet that summarized his ideas relevant to big business. There, he repeated his mantra that in their highest forms, nationalism and socialism were identical, and offered his formulaic diagnosis of all that was wrong and what needed to be done, with emphasis on the harmful effects of international Marxism. When Hitler spoke to between 200 and 400 of the business elite in Essen on April 27, 1927, a major point he tried to get across was that those people raised in a Marxist milieu over generations were so close-minded that they could only be reached by a new idea embodied in his party, one that combined nationalism and socialism. Rudolf Hess, present that day, said this speech was greeted by thunderous applause. Nonetheless, after a year as a member, Kirdorf resigned because the socialistic rhetoric represented a considerable barrier to the NSDAP for the business community. The party was also tainted with rabid hostility toward Jews and was prone to illegality and all kinds of street rowdiness. Searching in all directions, the Nazi Party did not give up completely on getting the workers, though the electoral results from the spring of 1929, at the local, district, and provincial Landtag levels, called forth a more detailed agricultural plan. The restless Otto Strasser wondered, was the NSDAP really a workers' party, seriously intent on realizing German socialism and perhaps prepared to form a coalition even with the Marxists? Or was it a more nationalist, Völkisch movement, for whom it would be more natural to partner with the reactionary parties of the right? This was the question that provoked another mini-crisis with Hitler, now urged on especially by Goebbels. The context of the debate was partly set during May 1930, when Alfred Rosenberg published an essay claiming that Hitler as Führer embodied the National Socialist idea, and that loyalty to it was synonymous with loyalty to him. This firm idea could not be toyed with by late joiners, who would find few opportunities to pose as leaders themselves. Was this a threat aimed at the Strassers? That very month, Hitler had a heated conversation with the pugnacious Otto Strasser that lasted for hours. When they met a second day to continue, Hitler had Gregor Strasser and Rudolf Hess there as well. Whereas Otto wanted the party to oppose capitalism with the same vehemence that it attacked Marxism, Hitler would not hear of such a thing, because that would ruin the economy. Of course, if an industry contravened national interests, then the strong state might expropriate it. He could not agree either that management should always have to consult the workers, or that they should have profit-sharing rights. According to Strasser, who provided the only account we have of the meeting, Hitler insisted that he was himself a socialist, while alleging that Strasser was a Marxist, or worse. Strasser quoted Hitler as saying that the mass of the working classes wants nothing but bread and games. They will never understand the meaning of an ideal, and we cannot hope to win them over to one. According to Strasser, Hitler said that, having studied revolutions in the past, he had concluded that they had all been fundamentally racial. It was an exaggerated conclusion, to say the least, that led him to add that the struggle will always be the same, the struggle of the inferior classes and inferior races against the superior races who are in the saddle. On the day that the superior race forgets this law, it is lost. Strasser noted that Hitler then cited Chamberlain's Foundations of the 19th Century and Rosenberg's new book, The Myth of the 20th Century, as proving this point. Although he was not at these meetings, Pfeffer von Salomon later remarked that he had never tried to bring socialism into the party, and he thought that Hitler's notion could be summarized as an unwillingness to deal directly with the social question. Pfeffer said that Hitler wanted the workers to be nationalized, for that would make a national renewal possible, and then things would be better for them. Hitler remarked at the end of June 1930 that behind the mask of having to fight for socialism, these individuals pursued a policy such as that of our Jewish liberal Marxist enemies. The conflict with Otto Strasser dragged on until July 1, when he resigned from the party, putting out the announcement with great fanfare that the socialists leave the NSDAP. He called for the formation of an alternative party. Later on, he unknowingly told an undercover police informer that the NSDAP was no longer revolutionary and that Hitler was betraying the party's socialism. Hitler's anti-Semitism was sincere in Strasser's opinion, and his using it politically was extraordinarily effective. Even Gregor broke with his brother, and as he explained in a letter to a friend on July 22, 1930, he thought Otto's reactions were completely crazy. Allegedly, Otto's problem was that he was too theoretical, never left his desk, visited a party meeting, or attended the annual rallies, so that, for him, the soul of the people had remained completely foreign. Gregor wanted the party to retain its socialist principles, though it had to pursue the legal route to power with links to conservative political forces, and not chase after an uncertain revolution on the side of the communists. He reacted defensively to an accusatory letter that claimed he had betrayed the party's 25-point program of 1920. Adolf Hitler and his comrades, he answered, have never made a secret that they want one thing, namely the power in the state, all and any of it, and then to push through what they have outlined and proclaimed about National Socialism since 1919. No one has ever said that the seizure of power could happen only one way, such as revolution from below. In fact, Strasser maintained, The Führer had the right to choose the methods he saw fit to get into power. Perhaps reluctantly, Strasser adapted to the new situation, including to the rural orientation in elections, yet he continued to give speeches that had an unmistakable socialist ring to them. With the onset of the Great Depression and rise in unemployment, the prospects of success looked good for a united NSDAP in the elections scheduled for September 14, 1930. An inter-party conflict arose, however, with a Berlin stormtrooper leader, Walter Stennis, who seemed to put his personal ambition to get a Reichstag seat before the good of the cause. SA boss Pfeffer appeared to agree with Stennis, though not Hitler, who regarded any such demands as questioning his leadership. Even after Pfeffer opted to resign his position on August 29, Stennis and some of his comrades persisted, and the next day they stormed party headquarters in Berlin. They wanted certain just rewards, as well as for the party to pay greater attention to their more socialistic ideology. Hitler rushed to patch things together on the eve of what became the party's great breakthrough, for in the elections it gained 107 seats, up from only 12 from the last round. In the meantime, Hitler called back Ernst Röhm to assume the leadership of the SA as of January 1931. Ultimately, Hitler got around to deposing Stennis on March 31, though even then the unruly Stennis briefly led a breakaway group of SA men, claiming to return to the original Nazi program as a revolutionary, not a parliamentary movement. He attempted to establish a more socialist-sounding program, though his small group was itself divided on key issues. In any case, time had already passed them by, with the party having just won an enormous electoral victory to become the second strongest in the Reichstag. Soon after this major breakthrough, and reflecting on ideological questions, Hitler confided to Otto Wagner that the world had reached a turning point, and that a socialistic Weltanschauung was replacing the individualistic one. A 1,000-year-old attitude toward life is being thrust aside by completely new concepts. Whereas the focus remained on the individual, private property, and so on, these were only the shell of the old system. The mission, according to Hitler, was to convert the nation to socialism without killing off the old individualists, without the destruction of property and values, without the extermination of culture, morals, and ethics that distinguish the Europeans from Asians or other races. Here he was differentiating his position from that of the Marxists in Russia, who went too far by eliminating what remained of the individual and nationalizing all property. Hitler was convinced that his plans would liberate workers, giving them more free time for cultural activities or hobbies, so that, to some extent, this variety of German socialism would lead back to a new individuality, one that would solve the problems revealed by the practices of Leninism and Stalinism. And our synthesis is not a compromise. I would reject any such thing. It is, instead, the radical removal of all false results of industrialization and unrestrained economic liberalism. Whereas under communism they ended up with a welfare state with the average living standards heading ever lower, he wanted a competitive system, one that fostered the free development of the personality, though in the service of the community, where the standard is to be raised ever higher. Then again, he occasionally sounded like a Christian socialist whose ultimate mission, as he put it, was to fill the people with a reborn faith and the Weltanschauung of Him who once before was a savior in the people's deepest hour of need. Because most people's heads were filled with outmoded ideas, or so Hitler thought, he put his faith in youth, with whom they would conquer the true kingdom of heaven for the people and for all mankind. When would the country be ready for German socialism? Hitler told Wagner that they could not really challenge the establishment until they had 2/3 of the people behind them. That would take 10 to 15 years, during which time youth would have to be socialized into new ways of seeing things. Only in that next generation, which overcame its misgivings about socialism, would it be possible. The entire folk must want the new order, and only then all that remained of the liberal capitalist rule would finally collapse. Was socialism really finished inside the Nazi Party? Historians commonly accept Otto Strasser's pronouncement about his exit from the party and the end of the Stennis Revolt, that thereby the left, or socialist wing of the party, had ceased to exist. In fact, there remained an unmistakable socialist refrain that ran through Nazism as well as through German society, and that theme carried over into the Third Reich. The socialist message, as well as the rejection of Marxism, plutocracy, and especially the Jews, were all obvious in Alfred Rosenberg's popular guide from 1932, which explained their program point by point. Here, he piously intoned that the rescue of Germany meant the destruction of the democratic Marxist plutocratic idols. Rosenberg approvingly cited an epigraph on the title page of the book from none other than Otto von Bismarck. State socialism is fighting its way through. What Rosenberg seemed to mean was that the state as such has the duty to do everything to satisfy the needs of all its citizens. As it turned out, when Otto Strasser and the left allegedly exited, they took remarkably few prominent members with them, no district leaders or members of the Reichstag. This group of leftists was barely known to members who mostly did not concern themselves with theoretical questions. Such as it was, the secession had advantages for Hitler because it confirmed his status as the Führer who had banished the opposition, which quickly faded to insignificance. Hitler was bound to reject what the Strasser faction originally wanted because his own thinking had evolved since 1920. Had he really changed his mind about socialism? In Hitler's second book, dictated in summer 1928, he restated that he was a socialist, which meant to him that he saw no class or rank, but rather a community of the people who are connected by blood, united by language, and subject to the same collective fate. His new favorite theme was that the National Socialists are not Marxists, but they are socialists because they fight for the entire German people, not for an estate, a profession, a religion. National Socialism was a new people's movement, Volksbewegung. In spite of the lofty language about socialist humanity, he unfailingly declared the Jews to be the primary enemy. Germany might have been able to come to an understanding with Bolsheviks in Russia, but there never could be any compromise with Jewish Bolshevism, for that would be to sign our own death warrant. Hence, the Strasser brothers' desire to get closer to Russia was wrong-headed. To the contrary, in Hitler's view, Russia would have to be eliminated, while, in the meantime, nothing whatsoever would be done to the Jews in Germany, in order to avoid arousing the Jews in the rest of the world. This caution had nothing to do with giving up the socialist aims, much less betraying them. The ends remain firm and unshaken. However, the means have to be chosen rationally and pragmatically. How did the party militants, the activists on the ground, the rank-and-file true believers, react to all this? And how did they find their way to National Socialism in the first place? Did they even have much of a doctrine or ideology? To what extent did they come to identify with some or all of National Socialism? 4. The militants. Why do ordinary people join extremist parties, often making considerable personal sacrifices? The main approach historians have adopted in dealing with the rank-and-file activists of the Nazi Party, SA, or SS, has been to study their social background. Although less has been written about motivations for joining, it is common to assume that Hitler used his considerable political skills to convert his early followers, and then much of Germany. Indeed, some historians embrace the view that the rise to power of the NSDAP can be traced overwhelmingly to Hitler's rhetorical skills and charisma. Yet, very few of the early leaders needed conversion, because they shared many of the same ideas before they saw or heard the man. Several read some of his speeches, and these could hardly have electrified anyone as much as by rationally confirming already existing beliefs. The question is this: if indeed the true-believing, rank-and-file early activists came to believe fanatically in the idea, what roots led them to it? In Mein Kampf, Hitler stated that the movement had to be composed of the most dedicated fighters, and that each region, not him personally, would create its own germ cells of ideologically driven activists. The greatness of every mighty organization embodying an idea, he wrote, lies in the religious fanaticism and intolerance with which, fanatically convinced of its own right, it imposes its will against all others. If an idea in itself is sound and, thus armed, takes up a struggle on this earth, it is unconquerable, and every persecution will only add to its inner strength. With such germ cells comprising the ideologically committed, there would arise a national or people's movement, a Volksbewegung. At least, that was the dream. The early street fighters, the Sturmabteilung, stormtroopers or SA, began as a modest operation. It evolved out of the DAP's Room Defense Squad, becoming, on August 11, 1921, the Gymnastic and Sport Department. Then, in October, it published a circular that called on local leaders to seek recruits for the stormtroopers, whose name they would henceforth honor. Their creation was part of far broader militarization of political life in the new republic. The aim of the SA was both to protect party meetings and to demonstrate National Socialism's ideological devotion. One of the SA's first major skirmishes occurred in Munich on September 21, when Hitler and his followers provoked an uproar at the Löwenbräu-Keller, for which he was briefly arrested. Nevertheless, the riotous events continued until November 4, when fewer than 50 of the SA, or so Nazi legend would have it, took on an estimated 400 Marxists and Jews. Hitler praised the victory in what he called their baptism of fire as fighters for their cause. The myth was that stormtroopers did not worry that they had to slug it out in the gutter, as they knew what National Socialism was all about. With their self-image as soldiers ready to sacrifice everything, including their own lives, for the new idea, they fought for what they deemed true freedom. The SA's first public march was in August 1922, and such demonstrations became part of a new political style that reached a high point in January 1923, when Hitler dedicated the flags of 4 SA hundreds, and the men took an oath of loyalty that bound them to their leader. That summer, the modest operation had only 2 trucks and as many cars to move the militants around. Even later, most traveled by bicycle, and though many carried weapons, they hardly looked military-like because they had no proper uniforms, even after the brown shirt became mandatory in 1926. It was a volunteer organization, and in the early years not always disciplined, so when its members were ordered to report, they did not all necessarily snap to attention or even show up for duty. As late as December 1931, the General Inspector of the SA estimated that 1/3 of the troops did not have the requisite uniform, and far more could not afford the rest of the kit. Those more poorly off had to take up the tail end of any march. Well uniformed or not, the SA, right from its beginnings, assaulted prominent Jewish individuals and politicians and attacked their businesses and cafes. They accused the owners of being speculators, and even beat up anyone they thought looked Jewish. This violence was not limited to Munich, nor was it done only by the unemployed or socially adrift, for on several occasions the Bavarian Ministry of the Interior had to intervene, and local records show that in some areas a great number of young teachers were involved in the anti-Semitic propaganda. Such events picked up in lockstep with the inflation that reached unimaginable levels in the autumn of 1923. One Berlin woman wrote her son, who had recently emigrated to Palestine, that in a 3-day period, the value of $1 American jumped from 10 billion marks to over 18 billion, and then to 40 billion. A loaf of bread that cost 900 million one day could only be had for close to 6 billion 2 days later. On November 5, this economic chaos provided the background for Nazi-led attacks on 200 Jewish-owned shops in Berlin's Scheunen Quarter, a Jewish area in the city. The first leader of the SA was Hans-Ulrich Klinsch. He had been a member of the Captain Hermann Ehrhardt's brigade and was among the plotters of several high-profile assassinations. He served until March 1923, when Hitler, hoping that a famed war hero would help recruitment, replaced him with Hermann Göring. Yet he knew that it would be impossible to take away the god of a people, presumably Marxian socialism, without giving them a better ideological alternative. Speaking to the SA in October, Hitler repeated that to destroy the country's enemies, especially Marxism, Germany needed a Völkisch dictatorship. The SA attracted activists like Horst Wessel, born in 1907 and thus too young to have served in the war, who left a record of his political awakening that he wrote in 1929. He said that between ages 14 and 18, he had been a Bündischer, a member of a middle-class youth group involved in wandering and sports. In fact, nearly all members of the SA in 1933 had been in such a youth group. At the same time, Wessel was in the Black Reichswehr, the underground army, practiced shooting, and even carried a pistol. His worldview perceived a division between us and them, with the us including his comrades, the fatherland, the Völkisch, the German, and them meaning the communists, social democrats, and Jews. Such emotional experiences were part of Wessel's life before he became a member of the NSDAP and the SA on December 7, 1926, in Berlin. He said that what the Nazis had was an idea, which is to say, something that the other paramilitary groups completely missed. Once he took the big step, he had to relearn politics and newly learn in matters of socialism. Whereas at the time the NSDAP was often held to be right-wing radical, a Völkisch group, he thought that was completely wrong because they should be labeled as National Socialists with the emphasis on the socialists. Wessel, and indeed all the Berlin SA, became involved in violence, as colorfully described by Goebbels. As someone from the middle class, Wessel also learned about the dire poverty and misery in the working classes, though he became a socialist not out of feelings, as some did among the middle classes, but mainly a socialist out of reason. Given the extent of the fighting among the paramilitaries in Berlin, it is no surprise that Horst Wessel was shot, indeed tracked down and assassinated by political enemies, the communists, and on February 23, 1930, he died at age 22. Before then, he wrote the song Raise the Flag, Die Fahne hoch. It became the hymn of the party, and after the Nazi seizure of power, a kind of second national anthem. Horst Wessel was not the hero the Nazis subsequently puffed him up to be, though he was a martyr for the cause. Historians frequently suggest that if and when such activists had socialist tendencies, these were unreflected and unideological. That is hard to say, though, and it is not what emerges from the surviving biographical fragments of Reinhold Muchau. a militant Nazi Party leader in Neukölln, a working-class district in Berlin, a territory dominated by the Communist Party, KPD. As a young middle-class clerk born in 1905, he was drawn to the Völkisch social movement and, when only 15, reportedly joined the German Socialist Party, Deutsche Soziale Partei, known for its anti-Semitism and socialism. Beginning in June 1926, Herr Muchau moved on and put himself forward as leader of a tiny section of the Nazi Party in Berlin, with about 40 members, and wrote monthly situation reports for the NSDAP in his area. Tellingly, he began his first one with the words, "Let's talk in plain German. Berlin is red and at the same time Jewish. Every political occasion, every election documents it anew. It has to be red because it is Jewish. Both reinforce each other easily. Marxism and stock exchange." Although he often mentioned violence, nearly every report written until they stopped abruptly in May 1927 also alluded to ideological issues, especially hostility to the Jews and communism. He eventually became a representative of Strasser-style German socialism, but was accidentally shot to death in September 1933. Not far away, in Berlin-Charlottenburg, Friedrich Eugen Hahn, a 21-year-old bank clerk, led the SA from early 1928. When barely a teenager, he had joined a nationalistic youth group, and, like many early Nazis, he moved on to the highly anti-Semitic German Racial Protection and Defense League, Deutsch-Völkischer Schutz- und Trutzbund. Following the pattern of Horst Wessel, he associated with paramilitary groups, becoming a member of the SA in 1926, and eventually killing several political opponents. In a letter to his uncle from jail in April 1931, he wrote, "In the struggle for my idea, my last reservations simply fell away." The SA strategy in big cities since at least 1928 had been to select a tavern in a communist or socialist neighborhood, take it over as its headquarters, and from there operate a battle for the streets. In Berlin, the KPD also used pubs as their bases, and was not above shooting the SA when provoked. It was in more socially mixed areas that the SA did best, and from which it made occasional forays into enemy territory that often led to clashes and deaths. The KPD tended to select nerve centers in sympathetic working-class neighborhoods, and in proletarian East Kreuzberg, for example, the KPD withstood the SA onslaughts even into March 1933. The left fought back also in Berlin's Neukölln, attacking various SA taverns. With the help of Muchau's activism there, and no doubt with the leadership of Berlin's SA leader Kurt Dahlüge as well as Gauleiter Joseph Goebbels, the Nazis gained ground in elections. By 1933, every third voter for the NSDAP in that district came from the working class. The Berlin SA also went after Jews. On September 12, 1931, the Jewish New Year, they assaulted various Jews or Jewish-looking people on the Kurfürstendamm. Between 500 and 1,000 men from 18 different SA branches across the city bullied their way through cafes and restaurants, throwing furniture through the windows and beating up customers in a pogrom-like event. They screamed obscenities and slogans such as "Knock the Jews dead" or "Shoot the Jews." Berlin was exceptionally violent, though there were other political strategies, such as in the sleepy provincial town of Eutin, Schleswig-Holstein. The lawyer Johann Heinrich Böhmke said that his activities in various right-wing anti-Semitic organizations since he returned from the war made it logical for him to join the NSDAP in 1926. 2 years later, tasked with assembling the loosely organized SA units in his district, he succeeded, and in 1932 he won promotion to the second highest rank in the SA as an Oberführer. Eutin's local NSDAP leader, the slightly older Dr. Wolfgang Saalfeld, had briefly flirted with nationalist groups and joined the NSDAP in 1928, having been convinced by Hitler's idea. Saalfeld and Böhmker, as active speakers and opinion leaders, helped to turn Eutin into one of the few places to give Hitler a majority in the presidential vote of 1932, as well as in the July Reichstag elections that year. One of the battle cries of late Weimar was, "Make way, you old man!" That hints at a youth revolt that cut across party lines, with one essay pamphlet from 1929 telling its leaders to instill in their men a loftier sense of life based on National Socialism. The ranks of the SA had expanded dramatically, whereas in January 1931 the SA counted 88,000. 1 year later, membership had grown to 290,000. It peaked in August 1932 at 455,000, tailing off to 427,000 by year's end. Motives for joining varied enormously, with many claiming they wanted to make the country right again, and, as often they were unemployed, membership in the SA gave them an opportunity for organized activity against those defined as the enemy. They might be able to stay in one of the SA homes in cities like Berlin, and no doubt that drew in some. Included among the host of other motives were anti-Semitism and a hope for more socialism, while an underlying factor was passionate anti-Marxism. The American academic Theodor Abel collected hundreds of such autobiographies in 1934, having asked writers what drew them to National Socialism. Their accounts are not a statistically representative sample, and the essayists were trying to put the best face on National Socialism for this American professor. Nevertheless, they provide useful testimony of their immediate experiences, and they convey information about their political beliefs that it would be a mistake to ignore. Professor Peter Merkel later quantified the Abel essays and tried to decide which aspect seemed most important in each person's story. He concluded that 1/3 appeared to be primarily preoccupied with a desire for a new Volksgemeinschaft, while almost as many were Hitler worshippers, and 2/3 were anti-Marxists. Obviously, there was double counting, and the categories overlapped because someone who believed strongly in Nazism's social appeals likely opposed the Jews and the Marxists. While anti-Semitism was the dominant theme in about 1/7 of these stories, a degree of this race hatred turned up in 2/3 of them all. The essays were so mixed that quantifying them loses much of their significance. How to classify one man's awakening political experience of reading Mein Kampf? Another said that his group of students, workers, merchants, and clerks held numerous meetings to talk over the ideas of the movement until Hitler published that big book. Thereafter, when they met, they would read parts of it aloud and discuss it. They do not say what aspects of it they liked, and if most of them had never seen Hitler, his written words conveyed an appealing message. Or did the book merely confirm their already existing convictions? A clerk from the Ruhr area, disappointed at the outcome of the war, initially went over to the Communists, and though born in 1901, only in 1926 did he even hear of the NSDAP, which was not to his taste because its propaganda insulted the left. When his brothers brought home more information, he became fascinated by the Jewish question. After another party member explained to him that nationalism and socialism were not mutually exclusive, as much as one and the same, he was ripe for Nazism and joined. Thereafter, he saved money to buy a uniform, and he got along well with comrades with whom he eagerly discussed Nazi ideology. An unemployed man born in 1900 and a self-described politically neutral individual who heard Joseph Goebbels speak in 1929 wrote that it was like a revelation. I immediately awakened to the significance of the idea and found what I had always been looking for: justice and progress. justice in the socialist demands of the program toward the workers whose bitterness I had gotten to understand, progress in awakening the natural forces of personality and race. A younger man, born in 1910, visited various parties and gatherings and found himself attracted to the NSDAP when one speaker pointed to the source of the German people's misery to be its many divisions. He offered practical plans for overcoming their misfortunes, first doing away with the political parties, then the social classes, and in their place to create a real Volksgemeinschaft. These were goals to which the new joiner committed himself, as he found what he had been looking for. Given the shortage of funds, the party had to be self-financing, and at a time of high unemployment, the burden often fell on the wives. One man said his spouse worked hard at sewing and scrimped to feed him and the family so that he could pay his party dues. Frequently, he returned late at night from a meeting or other party activity to find her bent over her work, happy to see me come home unharmed. This went on for weeks, months, and years. Far fewer women joiners of the Nazi movement penned autobiographies, and many of these writers were 50 or older. The specific routes these essayists took to the NSDAP varied enormously. Thus, a distraught widow whose 2 sons were in the SA joined the party when the Reds killed one of them and wounded the other. A rabidly patriotic woman, she talked about the post-war struggle for the German soul and experimented with other parties before she joined the NSDAP. What attracted her more than anything was the race question. Another was an experimenter who went to various party rallies and became disgusted when she visited the communists, so much so that it brought out her latent hostility to the Jews. She had heard about Hitler only because of his trial in 1924. It was when she moved in with her sister and husband that she found Nazi literature, including Mein Kampf. She got a kick out of attending Goebbels' big rallies, especially those in red districts, as there was sure to be a great ruckus. She took the big step of joining in 1928, interestingly, before the Great Depression. An older nurse and social worker, before retiring in 1927, said she had the time to study more about Hitler and what she called his struggle for the emancipation of the fatherland from its alien destroyers. She blamed the 1918 revolution on the Jews, antisocial elements, and traitors. Another nurse from a better-off family claimed to have been a National Socialist in her own mind since she was 17. Nationalism, hostility to the Jews, and even socialism came from her background, though her parents insistently curbed her relationships with workers. She joined the party only after her husband passed away, and she encouraged her son to become a member of the Hitler Youth and SS. A woman with a similar background grew ill from her service in the First World War, and while in recovery at age 27, recalled taking a sudden aversion to the Jews. Her extremist views led to conflicts with working-class neighbors, whom she provoked with ostentatious displays of the swastika flag. She raised her son to be a true believing Nazi. Her hatreds aimed at the upper classes, anti-German cultural offerings, as well as the communists and the Jews. These women came to the NSDAP by way of a process of self-mobilization, and if they frequently mentioned the importance of Hitler to the movement, few seem to have had the classic conversion experience of hearing the leader speak. Some accompanied their spouse in the post-war Freikorps and the repression of Munich's Soviet Republic, as did one woman who learned about the NSDAP from her fellow Alsatians. Once she became a member, at the end of every day she would examine what she had done for the party to see if she could do more. She went out into the countryside to encourage more socially conservative women to get involved. A young woman, born in 1917, remembered her political awakening while on vacation at her uncle's farm. As a secret Nazi, he provided her with literature when she asked to learn more about Hitler. With some other girls, they founded their own Nazi youth group at school, which drew in about 40 others. She talked about having arguments with several Jewish students, without mentioning what specifically moved her to become a party member. As for young people being drawn to National Socialism, it is worth noting that the full title of the Nazi youth group, HJ, was Hitler Youth, Association, Bund, of German Workers' Youth. In the years up to 1933, it also recruited mainly from a working-class milieu, rather than from the solid, educated middle class. Led firstly by Kurt Gruber, they proclaimed their standpoint went like this: "This organization, as the school of socialism, forms its aims and tasks from the inner socialist pulse alone. It marches to the association of nationally unifying socialism." During the pre-1933 years, the slogans that embodied this doctrine included freedom and bread, through socialism to the nation, and the line from the party program, common good before individual good. Therefore, the HJ readily embraced the Volksgemeinschaft, in which German socialism pictured a community where social justice reigned, along with equality among all classes. It became a kind of sacred duty to fight internationalist Marxism and to overcome capitalism, with its distinct class divisions. Such ideas attracted increasing numbers during the years of the Great Depression. Even before then, a smaller National Socialist School Children's League had already emerged in some areas, and it attracted people like Arthur Oxman. Born into a family of 5 children in 1913 that fell on hard times with the death of their father in 1915, Arthur grew up in a Berlin working-class neighborhood, and his mother had to work. What turned him into a Nazi were slogans about overcoming the class struggle and founding a community of the people. He had minimal awareness of Hitler or his writings, and remembered only that someone showed him the man's picture. A member of the Hitler Youth since 1928, and its leader much later, he wanted socialism in the Goebbels mode. But what did he understand by that loaded concept? At least when Oxman looked back, he recalled that it was more a disposition, an attitude of living and breathing the party command, the common good before individual good, or, as he said it, putting the we before the I. His socialism was anti-finance capitalism, and his utopia would include only his own people. Hence, he said, the label that fit their doctrine was German socialism. His memoir is silent on the Jews until after 1933, and then his writing becomes quite defensive. Oxman was part of the pre-1933 crusade that seemed to build almost by word of mouth and, so he claimed, was even larger than those who could afford to become members, pay the dues, and get a uniform. This wave increased with growing unemployment and without much involvement by a youthful Baldur von Schirach, born in 1907, its leader from October 1931. Although Schirach was less socialistically inclined than his predecessor, he became an anti-Semite after reading Henry Ford's scandalous The International Jew, and joined the party in 1925, soon serving as head of the National Socialist German Students' League, NSDStB. Exactly 2 years later, he boasted of drawing more than 100,000 people to its national meeting in Potsdam. Lydia Gottschewski had been a member of the youth group the Wandervogel, literally wandering bird, as a teenager, and when still a university student in 1929 and aged only 23, she joined the Nazi Party. In 1932, she briefly became the head of the National Socialist Young Women's Association, Bund Deutscher Mädel, or BDM, the female equivalent of the Hitler Youth. She disagreed with the liberal women's movement, with its emphasis on the individual personality and emancipated femininity. To her, National Socialist ideology on women meant more than advocating motherliness. Instead, they had to bring a new socialist perspective, think about the happiness of all, with the mission of creating the Volksgemeinschaft. It was crucial to awaken the broken link of young women to their race and blood, which also implied following Hitler's iron rule to exclude everyone that did not belong, above all those of a foreign race. They had to fight against all signs of decay, foreign influences, and remove the poison from the body politic. Another female university student, born in 1908, whose father was involved in the Völkisch movement, found impressive the racial theories of Hans F. K. Günther, and she read some of Alfred Rosenberg's books. She joined the NSDSTB to proselytize on the university campus, only to become appalled at the apathy she discovered. She looked forward to the student elections, and, in fact, the Nazis won the dominant position in the national student body in 1931. Emma Henschel, born in 1881 in the Prussian province of Posen, with distinctly working-class roots, found her own way into the Nazi movement. When young, she had heard about the teachings of Adolf Stoecker, who mixed anti-Semitism with social conservatism. She, her husband, a locomotive driver, and their 3 children were forced out of what became Poland. They moved to Dessau and harbored a deep hatred for what she called the treasonous Marxist government in Berlin for giving away her homeland. In 1923, the family lost what remained of their property in the inflation, and her husband died in an accident at work. Another self-mobilizer, she began reading about Nazism, and in 1925 signed on as member 6,992. She worked as a seamstress and pushed her children toward various affiliated party organizations, such as the Hitler Youth. What drove her was the promised Volksgemeinschaft. Emma never served in a position of authority in the party. Even so, it would be wrong to assume that her contribution to its eventual success was meaningless. It was people like her, their readiness to sacrifice and determination to hold the movement together, that account for its continuity, in spite of occasional internal strife. A more prominent and younger Nazi activist was Gertrude Schultz-Klink, born in 1900, who appears to have followed her husband's lead and became a party member at the same time as he did. She claimed that was in 1929, though it may have been a year later, and they lived in Altenheim, near Offenburg, where he was an activist. When he died of a heart attack while marching with the SA, she vowed to devote herself in his place, and indeed she earned credit for her accomplishments at the local and regional level in Baden and Hesse. In 1932, she married Günther Schultz, a medical doctor and local leader of the NSDAP in Elmendingen, so that when the Third Reich arrived, she rose quickly in the ranks. The words that recur in her description of her work thereafter are social harmony, folk, and duty. She thought women should stay away from policy-making, and her goal was for them to support their men in carrying out their duties, as the regime determined them. Like the NSDAP, she favored a gender-specific division of labor, with women in supportive roles to their men. Although the party succeeded in attracting women, in January 1933 they represented only 7.8% of all members. A micro-study of the small industrial town of Bernberg in Lippe, a mostly Protestant region, suggests that we should avoid monocausal explanations of what attracted people to the NSDAP. Those who joined in the breakthrough years between 1929 and 1931 were influenced by the ideological appeals, along with their prior orientation toward the Völkisch or youth movement, as well as social anxieties about losing their class status. These considerations provided a flurry of mixed motives. One True Believer's biography revealed neither unemployment nor a threat to his economic existence, though the unnamed male, a white-collar worker, had been involved in right-wing movements since his adolescence. On January 1, 1930, at age 21, he joined the NSDAP, which he followed up by becoming a member of the SS the next year. This young man began to identify with nationalist ideology, whose most radical expression he saw in National Socialism. University students were particularly keen on the Nazi movement, and the NSDSTB, from its beginning in 1926, soon outdid all competitors. Its barbs aimed at Jewish students and professors, and at the foreign influences at the country's universities. Support for the Nazi League at student elections grew from 1930 onward, until in summer 1931, when it dominated German universities, well before Hitler took over in Berlin. More than a dozen future top leaders of the SS began as activists with the NSDSTB, whose members were sometimes also in the SA and fought pitched battles in the streets. Most of the later SS leaders had been acculturated in, if not steeped in, an illiberal academic culture, one that looked the other way or implicitly supported Nazi activists when they disrupted classes of leftist or Jewish professors, and anyone who dared to write or speak against National Socialism. This style of behavior, often coupled with violence, became the norm during the last years of the Weimar Republic. The local and regional officials of the Nazi Party have received somewhat less attention in the literature, though their history sheds light on the emergence of National Socialism. In June 1932, as part of the nationwide reorganization of the NSDAP that Gregor Strasser pushed through, the party introduced the new office of the county leader, Kreisleiter, and by 1933 there was a total of 855 of them. The county occupied the position between the district or regional leader, Gauleiter, and the neighborhoods, Ortsgruppen, of up to 1,500 households, which in turn were divided into cells and blocks. Discovering what motivated new joiners is difficult. The 142 Kreisleiter in Westphalia and Lippe, for example, were relatively young, with a median birth date of 1899. Most, 69%, were Protestant, and of those for whom it was possible to determine their educational background, 126 of the 142, 59% attended higher schools, which presumably means high school and better. 57 of the Kreisleiter in Westphalia and Lippe had been in the First World War, and nearly as many were part of the Young Front generation, born between 1901 and 1910. All had experienced the crisis years of defeat, revolution, economic upheaval, and the imminent threat of communism, which in Germany was not a distant fantasy. As in the NSDAP as a whole, workers were underrepresented among the Kreisleiter, and at least those in this region and elsewhere tended to be from the middle and lower middle class. Many had been involved in right-wing politics before, though for most taking out a membership was the first time they were politically organized. Kreisleiter Richard Drautz of Heilbronn, born in 1894, pointed with pride to his experiences during the war as the formative years of his political thinking, for it was supposedly in the trenches that all class differences melted away. Some such leaders missed the wartime service and were prepared for National Socialism, given that they were schooled in a violent brand of activist politics and anti-Semitism in a series of organizations, beginning with the Freikorps and then on to others. Before 1933, the neighborhood organizations were heterogeneous and usually created on the initiative of local activists. Fritz Keen exemplifies the mixed motives for joining the NSDAP. Born in 1885, he had volunteered in the First World War and emerged having been wounded and decorated. Returning to the small town of Trossingen, Württemberg, not far from Stuttgart, he struggled to get a cigarette factory up and running and stayed clear of politics. Only in 1930 did he sign the membership forms partly because of his already existing ideological convictions. These included strong nationalism, anti-Semitism, and identification with Gregor Strasser's brand of socialism. Although the Depression negatively affected his factory, forcing him to reduce staff, he stuck resolutely to a community ideology. As he put it, in the National Socialist German Workers' Party, there are only party comrades, only members. Class has no meaning for us. Everyone is equal within our ranks. In my business, I see only colleagues, only workers. I am one of them. Although membership in the local branch remained small, Keen, as leader, Ortsgruppenleiter, helped to mobilize voters, or they mobilized themselves, and made the NSDAP one of the most successful in the national elections leading up to Hitler's appointment as chancellor. Former Army Captain Ulrich Freiherr von Bothmer, born a year before the turn of the century and having served on the general staff in the First World War, was, at the start, drawn to the Nationalist Party, DNVP, and had been affiliated with the Freikorps. His hometown of Bernberg became more receptive to National Socialism with the onset of the Great Depression. He had been put off by the NSDAP's rejection of the fallen Hohenzollern dynasty. Eventually, he overcame his reservations, and he was attracted by their concept of the Volksgemeinschaft, particularly the slogan, "The common good before the individual good." So there was much he shared with others in the movement, and the NSDAP had the best chance to defeat Marxism and communism, thereby to rescue the working classes from the fangs of Marxism. On April 1, 1930, he joined the Nazi Party and functioned as local leader of the SA, though, looking back, he wrote that, "Inwardly, I belonged long before to the National Socialists." An early activist, Karl Friedrich Kolbe, born in 1899, became party leader, Landeshauptmann, in Westphalia in 1933. After serving in the war, including on the Russian front, he returned to study at the university in Jena. In early 1921, he changed schools, moving to Munich, though his political ideas had already been formed by his war experiences and socialization in a fraternity. He added his sense of manly nationalism, anti-republicanism, racialism, and opposition to the Jews. His arrival in Munich coincided with the Allied announcement of the Paris peace conditions, which caused an uproar of nationalist resentment in Germany, and for which he blamed the damned pack of Jews, the entire nation of wenches in no position to understand the greatness of the times. He made that diary entry just days before he heard Hitler speak for the first time on February 3 and again on February 12. Although Kolbe acknowledged that the contents of what he heard had led to his joining the NSDAP on February 18, like many others, he was already psychologically primed, and Hitler confirmed his existing persuasions. The position of Nazi Party Gauleiter only became formalized in May and July 1926 in a process made necessary in order for Munich to impose some direction over the pockets of supporters across Germany. Nevertheless, a great deal of autonomy remained for the first Gauleiter, many of them self-appointed, which Hitler preferred to see as an advantage because, as he said to a membership meeting in May 1926, it was important that everyone was marching toward the same goal, and that was to convert people to the political creed of National Socialism. As it turned out, the party region, Gau, tended to reflect its leaders' ideology, idiosyncrasies, social backgrounds, and preoccupations, as well as the economy and political culture of the region. The better-known Gauleiter include Joseph Goebbels and Julius Streicher, though less prominent figures help to fill out the picture of what brought such men to Nazism. Thus, Otto Telschau had been a member of the anti-Semitic German Social Party in 1905 and served in the First World War, after which he worked for the Hamburg police. Though born in 1876, he continued to experiment politically and found the NSDAP only in 1925. That party appeared best suited as the vehicle through which he could express his aggressive opposition to the Jews and a certain anti-modernism. He became the Gauleiter of East Hanover, which he founded in 1928 and ruled as King Otto, complete with what he ordained to be a suitable variant of National Socialist ideology. By contrast, Gauleiter Karl Wahl, born in 1892 in predominantly Catholic Swabia, was one of 13 children raised by a strict father. He trained as a metal worker and in 1910 also began serving in the military, medical corps, which he continued during the war. After his discharge from the army in 1921, he took a junior post with Augsburg's civil service. He had read some texts by Hitler in 1920, though he formed a local group of the NSDAP only in the autumn of 1922, and at the same time he joined the SA. His broad motives, he said, were to raise again his enslaved fatherland and to restore its honor. Only in early 1923 did he hear Hitler speak for the first time, and when the party began anew in 1925, he poured his political energies into it and the SA. Without any close ties to Hitler, Wahl came to accept the leader's importance to the movement, while, at the same time, he seemed genuinely to have believed in the social mission of the National Socialist movement. Wahl took evident pride in evoking the party's utopian visions, along with the notions of socialism of the deed, and the even less definable socialism of feeling. Far from being appointed personally by Hitler as Gauleiter of Swabia in 1928, as might be expected, he read about his promotion in the party newspaper. Thereafter, his operations did not change much, for he continued running them on a shoestring budget, even going without pay himself. About one-third of the members he recruited up until 1933 were workers, and they registered some gains at the polls, though even then they still trailed the Catholic BVP and the Socialists, SPD, in the last elections. In the Third Reich, he focused on the flight from the land to cities, and he attempted to repopulate deserted villages as well as to create settlements in and around Augsburg. More hospitable to National Socialism was Upper Franconia, with about 60% of its population Protestant. Towns such as Richard Wagner's Bayreuth dotted the picturesque rural countryside. Nevertheless, it was the unflagging energies of Hans Schem, born in 1891 as the son of a shoemaker, who gave the regional movement its unique character and appeal. During the war, he had served in a quarantine unit, and in 1919 he participated fleetingly in the Freikorps and embraced nationalism and socialism. He had turned away from the Weimar Republic before National Socialism existed. Trained as a teacher, he made contact with the Nazi movement when he appeared as a guest speaker with an expertise in biology that he brought to their local meetings. He witnessed a Hitler speech shortly before the failed putsch of 1923, and yet Schem did not become a member. Instead, he continued his involvement in Bayreuth's racialist movement until late 1924, when Reich propaganda leader Hermann Esser from Munich paid him a visit, after which he started a local branch of the NSDAP on February 27, 1925. Not without effect, he added radical nationalistic and anti-Semitic phrases to his repertoire, though not seeking to outdo neighboring Julia Streicher on that score. As he toured the area, he spoke of the need to keep the race pure, especially of Semitic blood. Schem emerged as Gauleiter of Upper Franconia only on October 1, 1928, when the region was subdivided into 3 districts, each of which had its unique character. He could be counted on for an uproar, as happened on September 30, 1929, in Schnee at a meeting of the NSDAP, when members of the Social Democratic Party tried to break things up. Schem's speaking excursions, provocations, and organizational skills paid off in the last Reichstag elections of 1932, with Upper Franconia finishing second in Bavaria only to Streicher's Middle Franconia, both of them above the national average. As regional party boss, he had been and remained distant from Hitler, and in the Third Reich, he tended to promote local economic and social interests. In addition to his regional successes, the self-starter Schem founded a teachers' union to counter those sponsored by the SPD and other parties. The result of his efforts, the National Socialist Teachers League, NSLB, was born in Hof on April 21, 1929, and it grew bold enough 3 years later to celebrate its cause in the Berlin Sport Palace. Its triumph was all the more remarkable in that Schem insisted that the organization had not focused on professional issues. Its will, he said, has always centered on the ideological penetration of German education, the fight for political power in the state, and the cleansing of our cultural life from all Marxist destructive tendencies. The 36 top leaders of the SA who joined in 1925 to 1926 tended to have belonged to groups like the Freikorps and often had previous commitments to the Völkisch movement. 2/3 of them had joined either the SA, the Nazi Party, or both prior to the failed putsch. These were true believers like many other Nazi trailblazers and committed to the cause early. Although the SA leaders went from one organization to the next, it would be mistaken to conclude that they were sleepwalking, because they evidenced strong ideological convictions. Mostly, what we see in this kind of documentation in the period up to January 1933 is that activists tended to be self-mobilizers and rarely mention being converted by hearing or seeing Hitler. One example of such an awakening experience is Albert Speer, a young academic born in 1905 who attended a gathering in Berlin on December 4, 1930. Speer dwelt on the near-magical powers of the speech when he wrote about it in his post-war memoirs, a reaction that lent itself to the then-emerging narrative of Hitler as the magical seducer and charismatic leader. A closer look at what Hitler actually said that evening, which Speer mostly skips over, shows that he appealed to the elitist ethos of the students and said that subhumans, presumably the Marxian socialists, had led the inferior into thinking in terms of social classes. Hitler also underlined how heroic idealism was needed to overcome the cleavages in German society, to attract the farmer away from the plow, the student from the lecture hall, and the worker from the factory, to reform the eternal bond of commonality of our blood. His listeners could hardly mistake his intentions, as he said plainly enough that in history, ultimately, the sword had decided, and along with forging one, he intended to heal the wounds in the body politic. He referred to his party's recent gains at the polls, as written up in the press, as totally misleading. It has to be called a German victory, and he pleaded that the aim of the young must be to make good what the elders had ruined, and to find their way to the German workers. This victory would not be one of a political party. It would be the expression of the law for the recreation of German power. As we now know, Speer was already involved with the Nazi Party. The majority of students were leaning that way or were members, as were some of his friends with influential contacts to Goebbels and Hitler. All of this and more before Speer heard Hitler speak. He joined the party and SA in March 1931, and the SS the following year. Why did leaders of the SS become involved with National Socialism? Many were like Heinrich Himmler, part of the wartime youth generation, born between 1900 and 1910. He took over the SS in 1929, 4 years after its foundation, and began transforming it into an elite. In June 1931, he set out the purpose and aim of the SS, which provides a glimpse of the political and racial theory he brought to his new position. From his reading of history, he concluded that leaders of the ancient world, as well as Napoleon and Frederick the Great, had relied on the guard units when it came to the last stand. He said that Hitler had ordered him to construct such an indomitable band from a selection of especially chosen men held together by their community of blood. Himmler foresaw a coming apocalyptic struggle, to be sure, for the next generation. The greatest problem on which we have to work, and one that we have to solve, is this. Can we succeed once more to educate and to breed a folk, race or nation, on a grand scale, a folk of the Nordic race, transforming, by a selection process, the blood value of the present-day folk? Can we once more succeed in settling this Nordic race around Germany, turn them into peasants again, and from that seedbed create a folk of 200 million? Then the earth will belong to us. However, if Bolshevism wins, then that means the extermination of the Nordic race, the last valuable Nordic blood. It means devastation, the end of the earth. Although ideally members of the SS should look like a Nordic blue-eyed blonde elite, tall and with a properly proportioned body, it would be wrong, he said, to believe that Germans with blue eyes were automatically a higher class than countrymen with dark eyes and hair, because, he said, that would lead to social divisions. Having supposedly overcome, if not eliminated, social classes, Himmler did not want to substitute a racial class struggle, so he emphasized their shared Nordic blood. According to a December 31, 1931 marriage order, an SS man or woman forming a couple would have to agree that they would have children. They and their families would need to pass a selection process. They could marry only after the bride-to-be passed racial and medical tests to check for evidence of hereditary diseases and whether she could have children. As of January 1, 1932, a new racial office of the SS vetted marriage applications, and in 1935 this institution became the Race and Settlement Head Office SS, RUSHA. A second aspect of the SS leaders' claim to special status was the spiritual factor of belonging to an ideological elite, and, as Himmler said in 1931, each member had to shine as the best and most convinced propagandist for the movement. The SS was to become an ideological bulwark of National Socialism. Leaders were expected to break with their old ideas, and, through schooling, to become ever more familiar with the ideological mission of the SS and conscious of their blood. This theory, ingrained through practice, would also give members of the Corps a sense of identity, one that distinguished them from the pencil-pushing bureaucracy. The core elements of this worldview pictured a racial division of the globe in which the dominant Nordic, sometimes also called Aryan race, was the source of all creativity, and in constant battle against internationalist forces, led especially by the Jews. The SS had to take an oath of loyalty and bravery, later to Hitler as Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich, and to swear absolute allegiance until death to the leaders he appointed. The SS motto summed up this pledge: "Our honor is loyalty. Unser Ehr heißt Treue." Did Reinhard Heydrich, born in 1904 and often considered the epitome of the Aryan SS leader, meet his ideologically perfect match in Lina von Osten? In the 1920s, she had felt that the Orthodox Jewish refugees from Eastern Europe were intruders and unwelcome guests. She compared having to live in the same country with them to a forced marriage in which one partner literally cannot bear the smell of the other. She had joined the party in 1929 and met Reinhard in December of the next year. Although she was still a senior high school student, born only in 1911, she found her future spouse politically clueless and a snob who looked on politics as beneath him. She was appalled that he had never even heard of the SS, nor had he read Mein Kampf. Nevertheless, Heydrich claimed that in the early 1920s he had been a member of the youth branch of the racialist DVSTB, though it was Lena and her family who introduced the indifferent Heydrich to National Socialism. He joined the SS in 1931, the same year in which they married. In it, he found a burgeoning system of ideas with which he could identify, and with it, a world of clearly defined friends and foes. Heydrich grew in power and prestige, so that during the war he became second only to Himmler in importance within the SS. The SS officer corps, whether they served in a full or part-time capacity, was generally well educated, with 30.1% having a complete university education. Law graduates made up the single largest professional group. One of the many ways Himmler sought to ensure that the SS reflected an elite status was to recruit those of prominent social standing, especially the nobility. Nevertheless, apart from its racial criteria for membership, the SS officer corps up to 1939 was an open elite, which is to say, in theory, accessible to all social classes. The massive expansion of the SS, as reflected in its own statistics, went from around 290 in January 1929 to 52,048 in December 1932, jumped to around 200,000 in January 1935, and stayed more or less at that level until 1938. This corps was supposed to read books such as those by Theodor Fritsch, H.S. Chamberlain, and Hans F.K. Günther, whose tome Night, Death, and Devil, Heroic Thought pointed to the declining Nordic blood community that a heroic Germanic struggle would reverse. Although Günther talked about the racial importance of the peasantry, he never became an insider to push through his ideas. Even after the NSDAP obtained a full professorship for him in Jena in 1930, at which time he first met Hitler, he did not join the party until 2 years later. Werner Best never attended a single National Socialist meeting before he joined the party in November 1930. Born in 1903, he often said that the death of his father in the war and the ensuing family difficulties, along with the military and political collapse of 1918, left him with a sense of duty to do everything possible for Germany's resurrection. He became a self-styled nationalist revolutionary whose dream had been for a revolution from above with the help of the Reich President, the army, and nationalist intelligentsia. In the early 1920s, he had worked to create a local branch of the National Anti-Semitic DVSTB organization that many top Nazis had joined. Best gave up on the German Conservative Party, DNVP, in 1929 because of its failure to understand the social question, and he was drawn by the Strasser wing of the Nazi Party because it offered solutions to the plague of unemployment. He admitted that in 1930, with the breakthrough of Hitler's party, he began considering it seriously because it seemed to have a real chance of success. He said he had no problem accepting the party program because it was similar to others in the national and Völkisch movement. In November and December 1931, he met Hitler privately, but he heard him speak in public for the first time in 1932. What struck Best most was Hitler's near-religious belief in the rightness of his idea and of his personal mission, which conveyed such a suggestive power that it was impossible for any listener to escape. The passion and the moral seriousness gave his speeches the character of evangelism and revelation. Best was already an honorary member of the SS when, in the summer of 1933, he first met Himmler, and noted the man's schoolmasterly pedagogic inclinations. Best wanted a Nordic elite trained in key values, which included loyalty to the Führer and comrades, courage, selfless struggle for the folk and idea, sense of responsibility for the mission and the office, along with upholding honor, regard for those in the ranks, care of the family, respect for property. The SS were to be believers in God, not atheists, but were not to belong to any of the organized religions. Best became one of the most important leaders of the Gestapo. Richard Walter Darré took a more indirect route to National Socialism and the SS, one that began in distant Argentina, where he was born in 1895. His father was from Germany and his mother of mixed Swedish ancestry. They sent him back to his father's homeland and later to England for a well-rounded education, which he broke off to volunteer for Germany in August 1914. In the trenches, he won promotion and decoration, though the ordeal impaired his health. Over the years between 1919 and 1930, he struggled to finish his education, did stints as a farm worker, and read such authors as H.S. Chamberlain and Hans F.K. Günther. On the farm, as well as during his studies at Halle University, he became interested in animal breeding and the related subject of racial hygiene, better known as eugenics. Strangely, for someone who was not the strongest of students, in 1928 he published a large tome on the peasantry as the source of life of the Nordic race, and 2 years later a sequel, The New Aristocracy of Blood and Soil. In these, he outlined a full-blown theory in which the peasantry was the folkish biological foundation, the central pillar, and source of renewal for the Nordic race. His was a utopian social theory in the sense that it set down all the details of peasant life, from birth to selecting a spouse and getting married. His scheme even stipulated what the proper Nordic peasant architecture should look like. During much of the 1920s, Darré was unable to muster enthusiasm for politics, though he became convinced that Germany faced fundamental social and population problems that only a revolution could solve. His theorizing about the Nordic race was based on his training, education, and experience as an animal breeder. Peasant folk wisdom convinced Darré that the Nordic race, from its peasant origins, somehow knew that marriage was only for those of pure blood, and that anyone born with infirmities should be eliminated. Because modern Germany had forgotten such lessons, the Nordic race was in decline, and only if the state helped the peasant population, which was the source of blood renewal, would it restore that race again. Part of his answer was to create Hegehöfe, hereditary holdings by which the peasant would return to the farm, which could not be taken away or sold off. He asserted without fail that it was such landholdings that held families together for generations and constituted the source of new blood, which had to be infused into the larger body politic in order to renew its racial vitality. State intervention was needed because of the false developments summed up in the terms urbanization, industrialization, Western ideas, and international economy. Darré claimed at one point that all the Jew had to do in the 19th century, when national consciousness was at last rediscovering the peasantry, was to play tricks to make them the object of laughter. As it was crucial to control marriage and procreation, he recommended a word to replace eugenics and to create a new profession, the Zuchtwarte, literally breeding observers. Like court judges, they would evaluate everything to do with the nation's hereditary material and work with medical doctors to survey each person's family pedigree, Ahnentafel. Modern women, he conceded, might be offended by some of these suggestions, when they should feel honored to give birth to children whose blood contained the precious Nordic germ cells. Although he did not invent the slogan of blood and soil, in his thinking, the blood referred to the Nordic race, and the soil was the land it needed to flourish. gradual depopulation of rural areas left the race on the edge of extinction, so the task ahead was to resettle the land with proper peasant homesteads. Because Darré wanted to implement these ideas, he required a platform, and he grew more interested in the NSDAP when it announced a more detailed agricultural policy in 1930. He called on his right-wing publisher Julius F. Lehmann and the architect Paul Schütze-Naumburg to arrange a meeting with Hitler on May 11. The party leader, evidently impressed with Darré's agrarian ideology, hoped that he also possessed the leadership qualities to mobilize the peasantry for National Socialism. Publisher Lehmann came up with the funds to pay for a full-time position for his man at the headquarters of the NSDAP in Munich, which he joined in July. Beginning on August 1, he would head a new agricultural branch of the party. In addition to using Hitler and the Nazi Party to implement his own ideas, another opportunity opened in the SS when Himmler, as a fellow agricultural specialist, sought to win him as a recognized authority on race and breeding. When Darré joined in 1931, they made him the head of the new Racial Office of the SS, and he was soon in charge of checking the racial backgrounds of SS members and their prospective brides. In his second book, he had laid down how the race should deal with marriage and selection of mates, and now he applied this approach through his office. His aim would be eventually to settle qualified SS families not too far in the East, to act as a kind of racial wall holding back the Asian tide. From the start, he began exercising a profound effect on National Socialist doctrine, and when he joined Hitler's cabinet in the autumn of 1933, he promised to convert the ideology of blood and soil into a new German peasant law that, in effect, would withdraw certain farms from the free market so that owners could never lose them through indebtedness. Hitler went so far in early 1933 as to tell a meeting of his specialists that the realization of racial political thought, reawoken through National Socialism, which finds its expression in the thesis of blood and soil, will signify the most fundamental revolutionary transformation which has ever taken place. Without being explicit, he hinted that once they had cleansed and regenerated the people, Germany would be ready to face the world, which would be confronted by a different, renewed, more aggressive nation. Particularly after 1933, Himmler ordered the SS to be schooled and transformed into an ideological bulwark whose members internalized National Socialism and carried the Volksgemeinschaft ideal, also in defense against the enemy. As early as 1935, the SS founded team houses at the universities for those in secondary education, and these offered ideologically oriented programs as well. That year, the focus was on 5 themes, beginning with the foundations of our Weltanschauung, race. It followed up with blood and soil, German socialism, and so on, ending with the enemies of Weltanschauung, Jews, political churches, Freemasonry, liberalism, capitalism, and Bolshevism. The goal in the first instance was to shore up anti-Semitism, and to that end, the literature did not shy away from underlining the alleged horrific details supposedly permitted by Judaism, such as allowing sexual relations with children in the name of dominating the globe and exterminating the Nordic race. Although, in retrospect, Hitler was crucial in pulling party activists together and getting the Nazi Party out in front of the competition among the many Völkisch groups, he does not appear to have been the movement's main initial drawing card, nor was his personal attractiveness the only reason that more ordinary people became Nazis. Moreover, the doctrine of National Socialism was sufficiently flexible that local leaders could emphasize different aspects of it as the situation required or as their own inclinations determined. At least before 1933, Most people who became militant Nazis had developed a rudimentary worldview of their own, and often it turned out to be close to, but not identical with, the ideology that Hitler adopted. Indeed, as one member of the SS put it in 1934, "Today I know that I was a National Socialist before there was a name for that idea." Like Hitler, these recruits drew their inspiration from a far larger body of thought than historians usually associate with this credo. It is sobering to discover the multiplicity of its sources and the sheer number of people who entertained such far-reaching desires, not all of whom even joined the party. The seemingly meek Walter Darré's case shows a middle-range leader who already held strong views that were consistent with National Socialism well before he saw Hitler, and nowhere does Mein Kampf appear in his writings before 1930. After a late start, Darré turned out to be a true-believing activist with a self-crafted ideology to which, after 1933, he added selective bits from Hitler, Himmler, and others. Not that he needed much inspiration. The young lawyer Werner Best saw in Hitler and National Socialism a vehicle by which he could realize his own right-wing ideas, including those about race. As one of the Gestapo leaders, he became part of the RSHA, or Reich Security Main Branch. It was run from its founding in 1939 by other unusually young and well-educated leaders, with more than two-thirds of them having attended a college or university, and nearly half having earned a doctoral degree. They considered themselves revolutionary in the sense that the community of the people was something still to be achieved, and that they wanted to bring about a heroic future and, if necessary, to do so ruthlessly. Although the SS later became enveloped in racial illusions and peculiar rights, its cohorts prided themselves on their cold rationality. They proclaimed, as Best put it, that they were the political, ideological fighting league, der Weltanschauliche Kampfbund, of the party. Of course, as they all knew, the only feasible way to attain power was not through a violent revolution, as much as by slogging it out in elections. 5. The Nazi voters. Beginning in 1925, the Nazi Party, though legalized again after the failed putsch, remained extremist in its aims, inflammatory in its rhetoric, and prone to violence. The only hope of ever getting into power was to renounce revolution and to campaign in elections. Why did people turn to National Socialism? Was it the political doctrine itself, with its combination of nationalism, socialism, and anti-Semitism? Or was it merely the spellbinding, charismatic appeal of Hitler? In spite of the enormous efforts that true believers put into winning at the ballot box, Germany's political landscape was already crowded with parties, and there remained distinct limits to the number of voters the NSDAP could mobilize, even after the Great Depression hit in 1929. Reconstructing their motivations during the last of the Weimar Republic's elections raises numerous important issues, all the more as Hitler only squeaked into power in 1933. In May 1930, notably before the NSDAP had its big breakthrough in the September elections, the Prussian Interior Ministry analyzed the electorate. In a 49-page memorandum, the Berlin Ministry observed that economic desperation was the biggest factor in attracting audiences to the party. Farmers had to pay too much for credit, had to compete with larger producers, and worried about cold expropriation, that is, losing their land to the tax collector or the creditors. Agricultural problems started with a poor harvest in 1927, and in 1927 to 1928, prices began falling for some farm products, with the decline accelerating for all crops beginning in 1929. Besides the farmers, the Mittelstand, literally middle estate, or lower middle class of craftsmen and shopkeepers, was steadily losing customers to larger concerns like department stores, and so tended to see the maneuverings of the Jews behind their problems. The Prussian report said that the Nazis sought to attract such discontented voters, and even left-oriented listeners who went to some of these events applauded the speakers. Put differently, the fertile ground for the Nazi Party included both rural and urban dwellers, and even socialists. Finally, the report warned that the appeal of the National Socialist idea would not be restricted for long in taking supporters from the right-wing and middle-class parties, and the dangerous spread of the National Socialist movement, looked at from the state's point of view, could lead to more radicalism, as already had happened in Prussia's more eastern districts. In order to extend its reach into rural areas, the Nazis, in April 1928, changed point 17 of their program pertaining to farmers. Whereas originally the platform might have worried farmers when it spoke about passing a law for the expropriation of land for communal purposes without compensation, now that crucial phrase was changed to read that the land in question was acquired illegally or not managed in the public interest. Hence, the party assured potential voters this demand was aimed primarily against Jewish companies which speculate in land. In other words, instead of threatening the peasantry with what sounded like too much socialism, the party changed its platform to add explicit anti-Semitism to its rural appeal, guessing or hoping that move would win more votes. Additionally, the party drew up new schemes in 1930 for farmers that addressed the crisis in agriculture that had hit before the Great Depression. The NSDAP took these steps, in part because since 1927 it had been doing somewhat better in various elections out in the countryside. Then, in May 1930, Hitler met agricultural expert Walter Dahrey, who, from June 1, began his activity as advisor to the NSDAP, bringing with him the blood and soil ideology. Besides that, he and several others in Munich set about organizing a new branch of the party that would reach out directly to the peasantry. This agrarian political apparatus mobilized experts or knowledgeable farmers able to analyze conditions in each district. Among those with some expertise and experience was the young Herbert Backe, whose own path to the NSDAP began in Russia, from which he fled. During the 1920s, he developed his own agrarian ideology, mixed with anti-Semitism. In 1933, Dahrey would appoint him as his state secretary in the Reich Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the future awaited as the two men shared many ideas. At any rate, by mid-1932, the party could call on an estimated 10,000 trained experts, which indicated that it had its finger on the pulse of a large pool of potential mobilizers. National and district headquarters channeled detailed information to the local level and provided speakers material, such as the steps to be taken in rural areas to get people out to vote. In turn, locals were asked to send in relevant information to headquarters. In some places, ideological questions appeared almost as important as economic grievances. In Lower Saxony, for example, the party preached opposition to the Jews and attacked liberalism, the previous creed of a large part of the province, for letting down the people. The Nazis instead put forward the concept of the Volksgemeinschaft and suggested that they would restore the vanishing world of traditional community relationships. The party's activist style, along with such ideological generalities, gave locals the impression that it stood for a better tomorrow. The latest crop of speakers at election rallies were not just amateurs, but trained specialists who had gone through a new speakers' school, which Fritz Reinhardt had founded on his own initiative. Hitler officially recognized it in April 1929, but it was Himmler, when still involved with propaganda, together with Reinhardt, who wanted to use the school in order to control the content of what the speakers delivered. Once they had gone through a year-long correspondence course and done trial runs before live audiences, they would be licensed to speak at gatherings in their localities. Their duty was to address at least 30 meetings within 8 months. For each speech, they were paid 5 marks, with travel and food, and if they showed success and moved on to larger audiences, they might obtain a maximum of 10 marks. The local party had to pay the expenses, raised from entrance fees, so that it had an interest in hosting speechmakers who could bring in the largest crowds possible. In that way, and also by collecting membership fees, the party financed itself and automatically adjusted its appeal locally to the paying customers' wishes. Through the incessant beat of speeches, marches, bans, even door-to-door campaigning, and all the rest, the Nazis gave the impression of being irrepressible and unstoppable, and of offering positive alternatives to the existing social and political order. There were local variations in voter responses and Nazi efforts, such as in Munich, Upper Bavaria, during 1931, where national speakers visited, along with intermediate-level specialists in economics, culture, youth, and foreign policy, while district speakers covered the Jews, Marxism, race, the peasantry, history, the press, and so on. The speaker's course emphasized 4 core themes: the First World War, problems linked to the dominant Socialist Party, SPD, nutritional issues, and anti-Semitism. Although this last element was not the single most important one, the directive to propagandists was to link problems, when possible, to the Jews, or to the agents of the international Jewish conspiracy. In the same way, poster propaganda, even in the presidential elections, subtly hinted that many who supported Hindenburg in 1932 were prominent Jewish figures, whereas good Aryans should vote for Hitler. The correspondence courses demanded real effort by the would-be orators, with written assignments and, toward the end of the course, a willingness to speak often in public. One of the students later maintained that the entire process worked less because Reinhardt was a great teacher than because the courses attracted those already highly motivated by National Socialism who wanted to get the training and information they needed. In the 2 weeks prior to the first round of the 1932 presidential balloting, the party held no fewer than 50,000 meetings, and it kept up this frantic pace for the 2 federal elections following that year. Like the local Nazi Party leaders themselves, speechmakers adapted differing aspects of National Socialist doctrine to the district, even within Catholic areas such as the Black Forest, which began favoring the party in 1930. Although far from heavy industry, big cities, and everyday reminders of Communist Party militancy, this region became marked by its opposition to Marxism and Bolshevism. All of Nazism's usual appeals paled in comparison to the fear of communism. To be sure, the villages and small towns did not want the rowdiness of the SA and preferred a more low-key approach. Yet the workers and craftsmen who comprised most of the local voter rolls liked the socialist aspect of Nazi ideology, though other rural areas did not. In Protestant Middle Franconia, the Nazis latched on to the social anxieties of rural residents. Peasants could not understand that the poor market situation meant that their own hard work and a good harvest no longer guaranteed prosperity. It was simple for the National Socialists to explain this abstract economic problem with reference to Jews, gaining positive results, for example, in Gunzenhausen. There, in the July 1932 federal election, the NSDAP obtained 66.2% of the vote, and in the second turn at the polls that year, the district of Rothenburgland gathered 87.5%. In both cases, well above the national average. In the nearby small town of Weissenberg, during the first and second round of the presidential elections earlier in the year, Hitler easily did the best of all candidates. Rumors circulated in Gunzenhausen that if he were elected, he would force the Jews to forgive debts owed to them, and on top of that, in cities like Nuremberg, Coburg, and Hof, and the districts around Gunzenhausen and Ansbach, Nazi groups physically assaulted Jews to the point that they were afraid to leave their homes. In heavily Protestant Hesse and the area around Marburg, a prominent Nazi activist, the lawyer Dr. Roland Freisler from Kassel, tried to throw out a Jew who came to the meeting in Schenklingsfeld on November 3, 1929. In the same town, a senior justice official struck a local school teacher and yelled at him, "You're right, and I'm right, but we can only rise again in Germany when we drive all the Jews to the Friedrichsplatz in Kassel, surround them with machine guns, and shoot the lot." Anti-Jewish actions picked up at the time of the 1930 election and then settled down somewhat. Yet speakers making a tour there did not shy away from blood-curdling threats, such as that the Jews, as the main exploiters of the people, have to be brought to the nearest lamppost and hanged. The police noted that while the talkers generally followed the party line, they improvised as well, with some suggesting the NSDAP would nationalize all the banks. Others insisted that the party sought a Volksgemeinschaft, not a class struggle, and another announced that Marxism was a plague on the people, and that Marxism is Judaism, and Judaism is Marxism. It is striking that, whatever else they said, the agitators usually dragged the Jews into it. In Frankenberg district in Hesse, for example, they blamed Jews for dominating high finance, exploiting the little people, as internationalists forced on Germany, for robbing Germans of their idealism, and for spreading immorality. Other firebrands compared the Jews to a sickness bacillus on the German body politic, or as one policeman put it in reporting on a meeting, like all other speakers of the NSDAP, this one, as usual, attacked the Jews sharply. The Jews are the vermin of the people. Some mini-demagogues warned that international Jewish capital intended the same thing for German agriculture as in the Soviet collectivist economy, that is, to turn farmers into proletarian workers. For the NSDAP, this kind of agitation paid off, because Frankenberg district became one of the 20 in North and Upper Hesse to give Hitler an absolute majority in the second round of his failed presidential bid. The Nazi Party could stage a carnivalesque rally, as in the mostly Protestant Ziegenhain area of Hesse on Sunday, September 13, 1931. The party put its message on display beginning at 1 o'clock, when a choir welcomed the audience of 2,000 or so. Two bands tried to inspire the gathering before the region's leader, Gauleiter, introduced the first honored guest. His main point was that the party program aimed to produce a Volksgemeinschaft, the opposite of what currently existed. Then the bands played two pieces, after which the Gauleiter from Kassel introduced another visitor, who maintained that Germany was divided into two Weltanschauungen, that of the NSDAP on one side and all the rest on the other. Today, the German people work for the Jews, or so he claimed, and the people want to be free. After him, they sang two songs, including the already mythical Horst Wessel Lied, as a prelude to someone who lectured about the party's idea. He did not add much, and then a band rendered two pieces before an out-of-town teacher addressed the unemployment problem. He made no practical suggestions, though inevitably he touched on anti-Semitism and bank swindles, such as one linked to a prominent Jew, and his talk also alluded briefly to the fear of Bolshevism. Anyone in the audience with enough energy remaining when all this ended at 6:30 p.m. then marched off in military style. Besides the two Gauleiter, the party brought in 4 speakers, 3 bands, a choir, and had a small parade. This rally illustrates the zealotry of the NSDAP at the local level, aiming to mobilize people, if necessary by providing entertainment for those far out in the countryside. The speechmakers offered almost no typical election promises, and instead most of what they discussed pertained to National Socialist doctrine. That message, vague or not, resonated with the population. For example, in the two national elections of 1932, the Nazi Party in Ziegenhain district polled 69 and then 68% of the vote, well above the national average. Hitler's visit to the nearby university town of Marburg in April 1932 attracted 20,000 people from there and surrounding rural parts. The large audience has been credited as much to the local Nazi Party's popularity as to his mass appeal, which would not have been so extensive had Nazism not already made inroads into daily social life. Another perspective on how ordinary people responded to the advocates of National Socialist messages in the rural areas is evident in several diaries of people who lived in Lower Saxony at this time. Although the machinist Karl Dürkenfalten in Peine did not vote for the NSDAP, his family did. Since 1931, the young man, born in 1902, was either unemployed or had only temporary jobs, and in September of that year he and his wife had to move in with his parents. He had always been true to the Social Democrats, SPD, whereas his father, a retired farm owner, had voted for liberal parties. The father was unsure about the presidential election in March 1932, though he and his wife found Hindenburg impressive when they heard him on the radio. Everything changed with Hitler's appointment in January 1933, for by March, both parents voted for the NSDAP, and they also agreed with the first measures the Nazis introduced locally, including that the SA rounded up socialist sympathizers or took over the trade union headquarters. Karl's father said simply, "There has to be order," and he considered joining the party, only to pause when he thought about the fees. According to Karl, by the time of Hitler's birthday in April, his father, mother, and sister had become fanatical followers. Karl's brother revealed an even more radical streak and registered with the SS in May because, he said, everyone's running to get in the SA. The closest Hitler came to their town was when he visited the neighboring Free State of Braunschweig, reachable in 20 minutes or so by rail from Peine, several times after the legalization of the party in 1925. A truly noteworthy occasion took place in October 1931, remarkable less for what he said than for its scale. The SA, SS, and Hitler Youth assembled as many as 100,000 from many parts of the country. Some in the city's high society, such as the stately Elisabeth Gebensleben von Alten, thought that the mere sight of the parade helped her to breathe more freely and to be proud again of being German. She marveled that it took 6 hours for the uniformed men to pass. "Germany is really awakening again," she wrote to her daughter. She and her family felt that without the discipline of the stormtroopers, there would have been a full-fledged civil war instead of just a minor one. As voters, they wanted Hitler to save them from the violence of the communists, and to some extent of the socialists. Yet it was more than patriotism or fear of the Reds that moved these voters, for they were struck by the social misery they saw and put their hopes in Hitler to cure it. Thus, in Braunschweig, the NSDAP picked up 47.98% of the vote in the National Reichstag elections in July 1932, and in the diverse region of Lower Saxony, which includes Karl Dürkenfalden's hometown, the party obtained 45.2%, both of them above the national average of 37.3%. By contrast, the NSDAP in East Prussia, far closer to the Soviet Union, appears to have pushed anti-Marxism as its main appeal. Nazi leaders there, while claiming to be making progress in attracting the middle-class voters away from conservatives and liberals in 1930 to 1931, nevertheless admitted that the internal Marxist castle remains unshaken. it is still the refuge and hope of the Jewish enemy of the people. The Nazi Party tried to publicize what the Soviet newspapers reported to show that country's disastrous social conditions and its political tyranny. In the last remotely free election of March 1933, the NSDAP would do best in East Prussia, gaining a majority with 56.5% of the vote. In Saxony to the east, beginning in 1929, the Nazi Party held many more public meetings than the SPD, KPD, and the other competitors combined. Notwithstanding its activism, a survey of eastern Saxony in 1930 revealed that some villagers had never even heard of Hitler, and the NSDAP still lagged behind the larger SPD in members and party branches into late 1932. Nevertheless, in this more industrial land, with an estimated 50% of the Saxon population belonging to the working classes, the Nazis drew a hefty 40% of its members from that segment of society. In the breakthrough Reichstag election of July 1932, the NSDAP gathered 41.31% of the vote in Saxony, making it by far the biggest Saxon party. The results tailed off to 36.63% in the November election, but bounced back to 44.96% in the March 1933 balloting, with 91.62% of the population getting out to polling stations. Neither the Saxon Gauleiter Martin Mutschmann, as an early member of the anti-Semitic DVSTB, nor his slightly younger rival leader, Martin von Killinger, with an equally dubious past in various right-wing paramilitary organizations, made a secret of their views in a region known for its traditional hostility to the Jews. Even so, a survey of the topics of party meetings that survives for Schwarzenberg, an electoral bastion of Nazism, population just over 10,000, between 1928 and 1932, suggests that out of a grand total of 711 meetings, anti-Semitism was the subject of discussion only 5 times. However, opposition to the Jews could easily have been mentioned in various other happenings. For example, that theme would have fit into some of the 195 occasions that dealt with the biggest attention-getter, namely the broad notion of November System, Germany's Misery, the 75 meetings that took up the notion of anti-Marxism, or the 161 episodes labeled simply NSDAP Hitler. In some, however, Saxon workers, as well as other voters, appear to have been attracted by a combination of positive factors, particularly the vision of creating a new Volksgemeinschaft, because in this region it contained elements of socialism, nationalism, authoritarianism, as well as a rallying cry against the class struggle mantra and the internationalism of the left-wing parties. The one snapshot we have in 1930 of Pomeranian Aalbeck, a small Baltic Sea resort town, reveals that the majority living close to the beach used to vote nationalist, while those in the village had preferred the socialists. That September brought change, and people wondered where the 700 votes for the NSDAP came from that made it the strongest party in the village. That also happened in nearby and larger Swinemünde, as well as Ostzwein and Heringsdorf, where 2 years earlier Hitler's party got a single, solitary vote. Perhaps it was young voters or others who used not to bother. In journalist Carola Stern's autobiographical novel set in Aalbeck, a fictitious Hans Schwant reminded his sister-in-law Ella Asmus that he had predicted the result because Hitler had an explanation for the economic crisis and a prescription against it. She had experienced the First World War, did not like the revolution in 1918 and the Versailles Treaty, nor in the Depression years seeing so many unemployed. She wondered whether the big city guests would stay away from her small guest house in the resort town, and she feared going broke. According to Hans, there was some sort of conspiracy led by Jews who everywhere pulled the strings, not only in the economy, but in the governments of the Western plutocracies and in Moscow, where Jews stood at the head of world Bolshevism. Germany is supposed to be bled white, a Jewish-free national politics and economy. That's what Adolf Hitler wants. That story left Ella with nagging questions, though one thing was clear to her. Things could not continue as they were. By contrast, in the more Catholic Mainz-Koblenz-Trier region, and indeed all the way down the Rhine to Cologne and Düsseldorf, the NSDAP did not win anything close to a majority before or after the two elections in 1932. Although the middle-sized city of Koblenz, population 65,257 in 1933, was primarily Catholic, 51,200, there were still 12,855 Protestants and 669 Jews. The NSDAP there had made its anti-Semitism abundantly clear since at least 1926 and combined it with opposition to the Jewish department store in town. In December that year, the party held a propaganda march with signs on vehicles blaring, "Germans, don't buy your Christmas presents at the Jews. Germans, buy only at Christians, and avoid the department store Jews." When Gauleiter Dr. Robert Lai spoke in August 1928, he presented the party's version of socialism. Gustav Simon, a new leader in Koblenz, helped to turn the city into one of the party's fortresses, though the big changes came only later. In a blitz Hitler visit to the area on April 21, 1931, he hit Bad Kreuznach, audience 15,000 to 20,000, Koblenz, a crowd of 12,000, and Trier, around 10,000. His message was that their enemies told lies about his platform. In this wine-growing region, the foes claimed he wanted to introduce prohibition. In Catholic areas, they wrongly said he was an enemy of Rome and religion who prayed to Wotan. In Protestant regions, they alleged he wanted to subject the country to Rome. In working-class areas, they declared he was a friend to big capital. To the factory owners, they argued he was a Bolshevik. In the city, they said Hitler was a slave to the peasants, and in rural areas that he wanted to nationalize the land. All lies, or so he claimed. What could he really promise? He wanted a Volksgemeinschaft, a united Germany that only the NSDAP and no other party could deliver. Regardless of how appealing this message might be, the Catholics remained doggedly loyal to their own party, and in March 1933, Koblenz-Trier, along with another Catholic area in Düsseldorf East, were the only two districts in all of Germany where the Catholic Center Party still dominated, not the NSDAP. To be sure, in Koblenz itself, Hitler's party gained 41.2% of the vote, while the Catholic Center took 31.4%. In Lower Franconia, Bavaria, where 82.5% of the residents were Catholic, one might think that Hitler would not get much of an audience when he visited its main city of Würzburg in August 1930. Yet he drew between 5,000 and 6,000, with a seat costing 1 mark, standing room half that. People came from all over the district. Before it all began, the SA, SS, and Hitler Youth marched behind a band that led the way to the venue. After a short introduction by the local party boss Gauleiter Otto Hellmuth, Hitler began by saying there would be no easy promises for special groups, and that the program of National Socialism was an entirely ideological confession, ein weltanschauliches Bekenntnis. Their struggle was not just to win a majority, because they strove for a complete new orientation of a whole Weltanschauung. Politics was not about personalities, it was about the government system, and since the war, that had failed badly. The country had to deal with the Jews, whom he labeled